Chapter 18 of Social Statics by Herbert Spencer. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Recording by Karen Almeida, Bern, Switzerland. Social Statics, or the conditions essential to human happiness specified, and the first of them developed by Herbert Spencer. Chapter 18, Political Rights. Our principle is the primordial one. It is the first prerequisite to the realization of the divine will. Every mode of interpreting that will point to this as the all-essential condition of its fulfillment. If we start with an a priori view of creative design, we are immediately led to the law of equal freedom. Reference Chapter 3. Do we appeal to the general character of the human constitution, the law of equal freedom is its corollary. Reference Chapter 4. And when, pursuing the examination further, we observe the detailed arrangements of that constitution, we discover a faculty by which the law of equal freedom is recognized and responded to. Reference Chapter 5. Otherwise viewed, this law is seen to be a direct deduction from the necessities of existence, as thus: life depends upon the performance of certain actions. Abrogate entirely the liberty to exercise the faculties, and we have death. Abrogate it partially, and we have pain or partial death. This remains true of man whether he be savage or civilized, isolated or social. And as there must be life before there can be society, this first principle of life must take precedence of the first principle of society, must fix or govern it. Or speaking definitely, as liberty to exercise the faculties is the first condition of individual life, the liberty of each, limited only by the like liberty of all, must be the first condition of social life. Derived, therefore, as it is, directly from the divine will, and underlying, as it does, the right organization of society, the law of equal freedom is of higher authority than all other laws. The creative purpose demands that everything shall be subordinated to it. Institutions and social forms must just marshal themselves as it commands. It dates from the creation, they are of yesterday. It is constant, they are changeable. It appertains to the perfect, they to the imperfect. It is co-enduring with humanity, they may die tomorrow. As surely, then, as the incidental must bow before the necessary, so surely must all conventional arrangements be subject to the absolute moral law. Allusion has from time to time been made to a school of politicians, especially claiming for themselves the title of philosophical, who demur to this. They do not recognize any such supreme authority to which all human regulations must bend. Practically, if not professedly, they hold, with Archelaus, that nothing is intrinsically right or wrong, but that it becomes either by the dictum of the state. If we are to credit them, government determines what shall be morality, and not morality what shall be government. They believe in no other oracular principle by whose yea or nay we may be guided. Their Delphi is the House of Commons. By their account, man lives and moves and has his being by legislative permit. His freedom to do this or that is not natural, but conferred. The question, has the citizen any claim to the work of his hands, can only be decided by a parliamentary division. If the ayes have it, he has. If the noes, he has not. The reader who has arrived thus far needs not to have the fallacy of this doctrine pointed out. The expediency system, of which it forms an essential part, has been repeatedly proved untenable, and with it must fall its dependent propositions. And having, moreover, been collaterally refuted in foregoing chapters, the notion that man has no rights save those of government manufacture might safely be left where it lies. There are, however, additional evidences of this untruth, which it may be as well to state. And first let us inquire how it has originated. Considering society has a corporate body, we may say that man, when he first enters into it, has a repulsive force in excess, whilst in the cohesive force he is deficient. His passions are strong, his sympathies weak. Those propensities which fitted him for savage life necessarily tend to breed war between himself and his neighbors. His condition has been that of perpetual antagonism, and his antagonistic habits must of course accompany him into the social state. Aggression, dispute, anger, hatred, revenge. These are the several stages of the process by which the members of a primitive community are continually being sundered, hence the smallness of the first communities. Populations burst as fast as they increase. Races split into tribes, tribes into factions. Only as civilization advances do larger unions become possible, and even these have to pass through some such stage as that of feudalism, with its small chieftainships and right of private war, showing that the tendency to repel is still active. Now, in proportion to the repulsive force subsisting between atoms of matter, must be the restraint required to keep them from exploding. And in proportion to the repulsive force subsisting between the units of a society, must be the strength of the bonds requisite to prevent that society from flying to pieces. Some powerful concentrative influence there must be to produce even these smallest unions, and this influence must be strong in proportion to the savageness of the people, otherwise the unions cannot be maintained. Such an influence we have in the sentiment of veneration, reverence for power, loyalty, or as Carlyle terms it, hero worship. By this feeling it is that society begins to be organized, and where the barbarism is greatest, there is this feeling strongest. Hence the fact that all traditions abound in superhuman beings, in giants and demigods. The mythical accounts of Bacchus and Hercules, of Thor and Odin, and of the various divine and half-divine personages who figure in the early histories of all races, merely prove the intensity of the awe with which superiority was once regarded. In that belief of some of the Polynesian islanders that only their chiefs have souls, we find a still extant example of the almost incredible influence which this sentiment of reverence has over savage man. Through it only does all authority, whether that of ruler, teacher, or priest, become possible. It was alike the parent of beliefs in the miraculous conception of Genghis Khan, in the prophetic characters of Zoroaster, Confucius, and Mohammed, and in the infallibility of the Pope. Where it no longer deifies power, it associates it with divine attributes. Thus it was death for the Assyrian to enter unbidden into the presence of his monarch. The still stationary Orientals ascribed to their emperors celestial relationships. Shamil, the prophet chief of the Circassians, is believed to have entire union with the divine essence, and the Russian soldiers pray for their Tsar as our God upon earth. The fealty of vassal to feudal lord, the devotion of Highland Celt to chief, were exhibitions of the same feeling. Loyalty it made the brightest virtue, and treason the blackest crime. With the advance of civilization, this awe of power diminishes. Instead of looking up to the monarch as a god, it begins to view him as a man reigning by divine authority, as the Lord's anointed. Submission becomes less abject. Subjects no longer prostrate themselves before their rulers, nor do serfs kiss their master's feet. Obedience ceases to be unlimited. Men will choose their own faiths. Gradually, as there grow up those sentiments which lead each to maintain his own rights, and sympathetically to respect the rights of others, gradually as each, thus, by the acquirement of self-restraining power, becomes fitted to live in harmony with his fellow, so gradually do men cease to need external restraint, and so gradually does this feeling, which makes them submit to that external restraint, decrease. The law of adaptation necessitates this. The feeling must lose power just as fast as it ceases to be needful. As the new regulator grows, the old one must dwindle. The first amelioration of a pure despotism is a partial supplanting of the one by the other. Mixed constitutions exhibit the two acting conjointly, and whilst the one advances to supremacy, the other sinks to decrepitude. Divine right of kings is exploded, and monarchical power becomes but a name. Although the adaptation of men to the social state has already made considerable progress, although the need for external restraint is less, and although consequently that reverence for authority which makes restraint possible has greatly diminished to such an extent that the holders of power are daily caricatured, and men begin to listen to the national anthem with their hats on, still the change is far from complete. The attributes of the aboriginal man have not yet died out. We still trench upon each other's claims, still pursue happiness at each other's expense. Our savage selfishness is seen in commerce, in legislation, in social arrangements, in amusements. The shopkeeper imposes on his lady customer beats down the shopkeeper. Classes quarrel about their respective interests, and corruption is defended by those who profit from it. The spirit of caste morally tortures its victims with as much coolness as the Indian tortures his enemy. Gamblers pocket their gains with unconcern, and your share speculator cares not who loses, so that he gets his premium. No matter what their rank, no matter in what they are engaged, whether in enacting a corn law or in struggling with each other at the doors of a theatre, men show themselves as yet little else than barbarians in broadcloth. Hence, we still require shackles, rulers to impose them, and power worship to make those rulers obeyed. Just as much as the love of God's law is deficient, must the fear of man's law be called in to supply its place. And to the extent that man's law is needful, there must be reverence for it to ensure the necessary allegiance. Hence, as men are still under the influence of this sentiment, we must expect their customs, creeds, and philosophies to testify of its presence. Here, then, we have a rationale of the expediency idea of government. It is the latest and most refined form assumed by the disposition to exalt the state at the expense of the individual. There have been books written to prove that the monarch's will should be the subject's absolute law, and if instead of monarch we read legislature, we have the expediency theory. It merely modifies divine right of kings into divine right of governments. It is despotism democratized. Between that old Eastern regime under which the citizen was the private property of his ruler, having no rights at all, and that final state under which his rights will be entire and inviolable, there comes this intermediate state in which he is allowed to possess rights, but only by sufferance of Parliament. Thus, expediency philosophy falls naturally into its place as a phenomenon attending our progress from past slavery to future freedom. It is one of a series of creeds through which mankind have to pass. Like each of its predecessors, it is natural to a certain phase of human development, and it is fated to lose its hold as fast as our adaptation to the social state increases. It is only by bearing in mind that a theory of some kind being needful for men they will espouse any absurdity in default of something better, that we can understand how Rousseau's doctrine of social contract ever came to be so widely received. This fact remembered, however, the belief in such a doctrine becomes comprehensible. Here were men combined together under government and law. It seemed clear that the arrangement was, on a whole, a beneficial one. Hence the very natural, though erroneous, conclusion that state authority was a moral institute. And state authority being taken for a moral institute, it became needful to account for it, to defend it, to reconcile it with justice and truth, under which stimulus there suggested itself this theory of a covenant originally entered into between individuals on the one hand and the community or agents acting for it on the other, by which allegiance was agreed to be exchanged for protection, and in virtue of which supposed covenant governments continue to exercise power and demand obedience. That such an explanation should have satisfied the unthinking is not to be wondered at, but it is passing strange that it should have gained credence amongst educated men. Observe the battery of fatal objections which may be opened upon it. In the first place, the assumption is a purely gratuitous one. Before submitting to legislative control on the strength of an agreement alleged to have been made by our forefathers, we ought surely to have some proof that such agreement was made, but no proof is given. On the contrary, the facts, so far as we can ascertain them, rather imply that under the earliest social forms, whether savage, patriarchal, or feudal, obedience to authority was given unconditionally, and that, when the ruler afforded protection, it was because he resented the attempt to exercise over one of his subjects a power similar to his own, a conclusion quite in harmony with what we know of oaths of allegiance taken in later times. Again, even supposing the contract to have been made, we are no forwarder, for it has been repeatedly invalidated by the violation of its terms. There is no people but what has from time to time rebelled, and there is no government but what has, in an infinity of cases, failed to give the promised protection. How, then, can this hypothetical contract be considered binding, when, if ever made, it has been broken by both parties? But, granting the agreement, and granting that nothing positive has occurred to vitiate it, we have still to be shown on what principle that agreement, made, no one knows when, by no one knows whom, can be held to tie people now living. Dynasties have changed, and different forms of government have supplanted each other since the alleged transaction could have taken place, whilst between the people who are supposed to have been parties to it and their existing descendants, unnumbered generations have lived and died. So we must assume that this covenant has over and over again survived the deaths of all parties concerned. Truly a strange power this which our forefathers wielded, to be able to fix the behavior of their descendants for all futurity. What would anyone think of being required to kiss the Pope's toe because his great-great-grandfather promised that he should do so? However, there never was such a contract. If there had been, constant breaches must have destroyed it, and even if undestroyed, it could not bind us, but only those who made it. The self-importance of a Malvolio is sufficiently ludicrous, but we must go far beyond it to parallel the presumption of legislatures. Some steward who, deluded by an intense craving after dominion, and an impudence equal to his craving, should construe his stewardship into proprietorship, would more fitly illustrate it. Were such one to argue that the estate he was appointed to manage had been virtually resigned into his possession, that to secure the advantages of his administration its owner had given up all title to, that he now lived on it only by his, the steward's, sufferance, and that he was in future to receive no emoluments from it, except at his, the steward's, good pleasure, then should we have an appropriate travesty upon the behavior of governments to nations. Then should we have a doctrine perfectly analogous to the fashionable one, which teaches how men, on becoming members of a community, give up, for the sake of certain social advantages, their natural rights. Adherents of this fashionable doctrine will doubtless protest against such an interpretation of it. They have no reasonable cause for doing so, however, as will appear on submitting them to a cross-examination. Suppose we begin it thus. Your hypothesis that men, when they entered into the social state, surrendered their original freedom, implies that they entered into such a state voluntarily, does it not?
It does.
Then they must have considered the social state preferable to that unto which they had previously lived.
Necessarily.
Why did it appear preferable?
Because it offered greater security.
Greater security for what?
Greater security for life, for property, for the things that minister to happiness.
Exactly. To get more happiness. That must have been the object. If they had expected to get more unhappiness, they would not have willingly made the change, would they?
No.
Does not happiness consist in the due satisfaction of all the desires, in the due exercise of all the facilities?
Yes.
And this exercise of the facilities is impossible without freedom of action. The desires cannot be satisfied without liberty to pursue and use the objects of them.
True.
Now it is the freedom to exercise the faculties within specific limits, which we signify by the term rights, is it not?
It is.
Well, then summing up your answers, it seems that, by your hypothesis, man entered the social state voluntarily, which means that he entered it for the sake of obtaining greater happiness, which means that he entered it to obtain fuller exercise of his faculties, which means that he entered it to obtain security for such exercise, which means that he entered it for the guaranteeing of his rights.
Put your proposition in a more tangible form.
Very good. If this is too abstract a statement for you, let us attempt a simpler one. You say that a state of political combination was preferred mainly because it had afforded greater security for life and property than the isolated state. Do you not?
Certainly.
Are not a man's claims to his life and his property amongst what we term his rights, and moreover the most important of them?
They are.
Then to say that men form themselves into communities to prevent the constant violation of their claims to life and property is to say that they did it for the preservation of their rights.
It is.
Wherefore, either way we find that the preservation of rights was the object sought.
So it would seem.
But your hypothesis is that men give up their rights on entering a social state.
Yes.
See now how you contradict yourself. You assert that on becoming members of a society, men give up what by your own showing they joined it the better to obtain.
Well, perhaps I ought not to have said that they give up their rights, but that they place them in trust.
In whose trust?
In that of a government.
A government, then, is a kind of agent employed by the members of a community to take care of and administer for their benefit something given into its charge?
Exactly.
And of course, like all other agents, exercises authority only at the will of those who appoint it, performs all that it is commissioned to do subject to their approval.
Just so.
And the things committed to its charge still belong to the original owners. The title of the people to the rights they have placed in trust continues valid. The people may demand from his agent the full benefit accruing from these rights, and may, if they please, resume possession of them?
Not so.
Not so? What? Can they not reclaim their own?
No. Having once consigned their rights into the keeping of a legislature, they must be content with such use of them as that legislature permits.
And thus we arrive at the curious doctrine above referred to, that the members of a community, having entrusted an estate, their rights, to the care of a steward, their government, thereby lose all proprietorship in such a state, and can have no benefit from it except what their steward pleases to vouchsafe. But it is needless to assault this theory of government omnipotence from without, for it is betrayed from within. It is self-destructive. It is disproved by its own innermost principle. The very witness called to testify of its truth lets out its falsity. For to what end is this attempted denial of rights? It is to the end of establishing the law of the greatest happiness to the greatest number, a law to carry out which government is said to exist, a law by whose dictates alone government ought to be guided, a law, therefore, of higher authority than government, antecedent to it, a law to which government must be subservient, subordinate. But what, when scrutinized, does this law of the greatest happiness to the greatest number resolve itself to? Why, into the ultra-democratic dogma, all men have equal rights to happiness. Wherever it is to carry out the law, all men have equal rights to happiness, that government exists, and thus, even according to the opposition hypothesis, rights are the be-all and end-all of government, and rank above it, as the end above the means. End of chapter 18. Chapter 19 of Social Statics by Herbert Spencer. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Recording by Karen Almeida, Bern, Switzerland. Social Statics, or the conditions essential to human happiness specified, and the first of them developed, by Herbert Spencer. Chapter 19. The Right to Ignore the State. As a corollary to the proposition that all institutions must be subordinated to the law of equal freedom, we cannot choose but admit the right of the citizen to adopt a condition of voluntary outlawry. If every man has freedom to do all that he wills, provided he infringes not the equal freedom of any other man, then he is free to drop connection with the state, to relinquish its protection, and to refuse paying towards its support. It is self-evident that in so behaving he in no way trenches upon the liberty of others, for his position is a passive one, and whilst passive he cannot become an aggressor. It is equally self-evident that he cannot be compelled to continue one of a political corporation without a breach of the moral law, seeing that citizenship involves payment of taxes, and the taking away of man's property against his will is an infringement of his rights. Government, being simply an agent employed in common by a number of individuals to secure to them certain advantages, the very nature of the connection implies that it is for each to say whether he will employ such an agent or not. If any one of them determines to ignore this mutual safety confederation, nothing can be said except that he loses all claim to its good offices and exposes himself to the danger of maltreatment, a thing he is quite at liberty to do if he likes. He cannot be coerced into political combination without a breach of the law from equal freedom. He can withdraw from it without committing any such breach, and he has therefore a right so to withdraw. No human laws are of any validity if contrary to the law of nature, and such of them as are valid derive all their force and all their authority mediately or immediately from this original. Thus writes Blackstone, to whom let all honor be given for having so far outseen the ideas of this time, and, indeed, we may say of our time. A good antidote this, for those political superstitions which so widely prevail. A good check upon that sentiment of power worship which still misleads us by magnifying the prerogatives of constitutional governments as it once did those of monarchs. Let men learn that a legislature is not our God upon earth, though, by the authority they ascribe to it, and the things they expect from it, they would seem to think it is. Let them learn rather that it is an institution serving a purely temporary purpose, whose power, when not stolen, is at the best borrowed. Nay, indeed, have we not seen that government is essentially immoral? It is not the offspring of evil, bearing about it all the marks of its parentage. Does it not exist because crime exists? Is it not strong, or, as we say, despotic when crime is great? Is there not more liberty, that is, less government, as crime diminishes? And must not government cease when crime ceases for very lack of objects on which to perform its function? Not only does magisterial power exist because of evil, but it exists by evil. Violence is employed to maintain it, and all violence involves criminality. Soldiers, policemen, and jailers, swords, batons, and fetters are instruments for inflicting pain, and all infliction of pain is in the abstract wrong. The state employs evil weapons to subjugate evil, and is alike contaminated by the objects with which it deals and the means by which it works. Morality cannot recognize it, for morality, being simply a statement of the perfect law, can give no countenance to anything growing out of and living by breaches of that law. Wherefore, legislative authority can never be ethical, must always be conventional merely. Hence, There is a certain inconsistency in the attempt to determine the right position, structure, and conduct of a government by appeal to the first principles of rectitude. For, as just pointed out, the acts of an institution which is in both nature and origin imperfect cannot be made to square with the perfect law. All that we can do is to ascertain, firstly, in what attitude a legislature must stand to the community to avoid being by its mere existence an embodied wrong. Secondly, in what manner it must be constituted so as to exhibit the least incongruity with the moral law. And thirdly, to what sphere its actions must be limited to prevent it from multiplying those breaches of equity it is set up to prevent. The first condition to be conformed to before a legislature can be established without violating the law of equal freedom is the acknowledgement of the right now under discussion, the right to ignore the state. Upholders of pure despotism may fitly believe state-control to be unlimited and unconditional. They who assert that men are made for governments and not governments for men may consistently hold that no one can remove himself beyond the pale of political organization. But they who maintain that the people are the only legitimate source of power, that legislative authority is not original but deputed, cannot deny the right to ignore the state without entangling themselves in an absurdity. For if legislative authority is deputed, it follows that those from whom it proceeds are the masters of those on whom it is conferred. It follows further that as masters they confer the said authority voluntarily, and this implies that they may give or withhold it as they please. To call that deputed, which is wrenched from the men whether they will it or not, is nonsense. But what is here true of all collectively is equally true of each separately, as a government can rightly act for the people only when empowered by them, so also can it rightly act for the individual only when empowered by him. If A, B, and C debate whether they shall employ an agent to perform for them a certain service, and if whilst A and B agree to do so, C dissents, C cannot equitably be made a party to the agreement in spite of himself, and this must be equally true of 30 as of 3, and if of 30, why not of 300, or 3,000, or 3 millions? Of the political superstitions lately alluded to, none is so universally diffused as the notion that the majorities are omnipotent. Under the impression that the preservation of order will ever require power to be wielded by some party, the moral sense of our time feels that such power cannot rightly be conferred on any but the largest moiety of society. It interprets literally the saying that the voice of the people is the voice of God, and transferring to the one the sacredness attached to the other, it concludes that from the will of the people, that is, of the majority, there can be no appeal. Yet is this belief entirely erroneous. Suppose, for the sake of argument, that, struck by some Malthusian panic, a legislature duly representing public opinion were to enact that all children born during the next 10 years should be drowned. Does anyone think such an enactment would be warrantable? If not, there is evidently a limit to the power of a majority. Suppose, again, that of two races living together, Celts and Saxons for example, the most numerous determined to make the others their slaves. Would the authority of the greatest number be in such case valid? If not, there is something to which its authority must be subordinate. Suppose, once more, that all men having incomes under £50 a year were to resolve upon reducing every income above that amount to their own standard, and appropriating the excess for public purposes. Could their resolution be justified? If not, it must be a third time confessed that there is a law to which the popular voice must defer. What, then, is that law, if not the law of pure equity, the law of equal freedom? These restraints, which all would put to the will of the majority, are exactly the restraints set up by that law. We deny the right of a majority to murder, to enslave, or to rob, simply because murder, enslaving, and robbery are violations of that law, violations too gross to be overlooked. But if great violations of it are wrong, so also are smaller ones. If the will of the many cannot supersede the first principle of morality in these cases, neither can it in any. So that, however insignificant the minority, and however trifling the proposed trespass against their rights, no such trespass is permissible. When we have made our Constitution purely democratic, thinks to himself the earnest reformer, we shall have brought government into harmony with absolute justice. Such a faith, though perhaps needful for the age, is a very erroneous one. By no process can coercion be made equitable. The freest form of government is only the least objectionable form. The rule of the many by the few we call tyranny. The rule of the few by the many is tyranny also, only of a less intense kind. You shall do as we will, and not as you will, is in either case the declaration. And if the 100 make it to the 99 instead of the 99 to the 100, it is only a fraction less immoral. Of two such parties, whichever fulfills the declaration necessarily breaks the law of equal freedom, the only difference being that, by the one it is broken in the persons of 99, whilst by the other it is broken in the persons of 100. And the merit of the democratic form of government consists solely in this, that it trespasses against the smallest number. The very existence of majorities and minorities is indicative of an immoral state. The man whose character harmonizes with the moral law we found to be one who can obtain complete happiness without diminishing the happiness of his fellows. Reference chapter 3. But the enactment of public arrangements by vote implies a society consisting of men otherwise constituted, implies that the desires of some cannot be satisfied without sacrificing the desires of others, implies that in the pursuit of their happiness the majority inflict a certain amount of unhappiness on the minority, implies therefore organic immorality. Thus, from another point of view, we again perceive that even in its most equitable form it is impossible for government to dissociate itself from evil, and further, that unless the right to ignore the state is recognized, its acts must be essentially criminal. That a man is free to abandon the benefits and throw off the burdens of citizenship may indeed be inferred from the admissions of existing authorities and of current opinion. Unprepared as they probably are for so extreme a doctrine as the one here maintained, the radicals of our day yet unwittingly profess their belief in a maxim which obviously embodies this doctrine. Do we not continually hear them quote Blackstone's assertion that no subject of England can be constrained to pay any aids or taxes even for the defense of the realm or the support of government, but such as are imposed by his own consent or that of his representative in Parliament? And what does this mean? It means, say they, that every man should have a vote. True, but it means much more. If there is any sense in words, it is a distinct enunciation of the very right now contended for. In affirming that a man may not be taxed unless he has directly or indirectly given his consent, it affirms that he may refuse to be so taxed. And to refuse to be taxed is to cut all connection with the state. Perhaps it will be said that this consent is not a specific but a general one, and that the citizen is understood to have assented to everything his representative may do when he voted for him. But suppose he did not vote for him, and on the contrary, did all in his power to get elected someone holding opposite views, what then? The reply will probably be that, by taking part in such an election, he tacitly agreed to abide by the decision of the majority. And how if he did not vote at all? Why then, he cannot justly complain of any tax, seeing that he made no protest against its imposition. So, curiously enough, it seems that he gave his consent in whatever way he acted. whether he said yes, whether he said no, or whether he remained neuter. A rather awkward doctrine this. Here stands an unfortunate citizen who has asked if he will pay money for a certain proffered advantage, and whether he employs the only means of expressing his refusal or does not employ it, we are told that he practically agrees, if only the number of others who agree is greater than the number of those who dissent, and thus we are introduced to the novel principle that A's consent to a thing is not determined by what A says, but by what B may happen to say. It is for those who quote Blackstone to choose between this absurdity and the doctrine above set forth. Either his maxim implies the right to ignore the state, or it is sheer nonsense. There is a strange heterogeneity in our political faiths. Systems that have had their day and are beginning here and there to let the daylight through are patched with modern notions utterly unlike in quality and color. And men gravely display these systems, wear them, and walk about in them, quite unconscious of their grotesqueness. This transition state of ours, partaking as it does equally of the past and the future, breeds hybrid theories exhibiting the oddest union of bygone despotism and coming freedom. Here are types of the old organization curiously disguised by germs of the new, peculiarities showing adaptation to a preceding state modified by rudiments that prophesy of something to come, making altogether so chaotic a mixture of relationships there is no saying to what class these births of the age should be referred. As ideas must of necessity bear the stamp of the time, it is useless to lament the contentment with which these incongruous beliefs are held. Otherwise, it would seem unfortunate that men do not pursue to the end the strains of reasoning which have led to these partial modifications. In the present case, for example, consistency would force them to admit that, on other points besides the one just noticed, they hold opinions and use arguments in which the right to ignore the state is involved. For what is the meaning of dissent? The time was when a man's faith and his mode of worship were as much determinable by law as his secular acts. And, according to provisions extant in our statute book, are so still. Thanks to the growth of a Protestant spirit, however, we have ignored the state in this matter, wholly in theory and partly in practice. But how have we done so? By assuming an attitude which, if consistently maintained, implies a right to ignore the state entirely. Observe the positions of the two parties. This is your creed, says the legislator. You must believe and openly profess what is here set down for you. I shall not do anything of the kind, answers the nonconformist. I will go to prison rather. Your religious ordinances, pursues the legislator, shall be such as we have prescribed. You shall attend the churches we have endowed and adopt the ceremonies used in them. Nothing shall induce me to do so, is the reply. I altogether deny your power to dictate me in such matters, and mean to resist to the uttermost. Lastly, adds the legislator, we shall require you to pay such sums of money towards the support of these religious institutions as we may see fit to ask. Not a farthing will you have from me, exclaims our sturdy independent. Even did I believe in the doctrines of your church, which I do not, I shall still rebel against your interference, and if you take my property, it shall be by force and under protest. What, now, does this proceeding amount to when regarded in the abstract? It amounts to an assertion by the individual of the right to exercise one of his faculties, the religious sentiment, without let or hindrance, and with no limit save that set up by the equal claims of others. And what is meant by ignoring the state? Simply an assertion of the right similarly to exercise all the faculties. The one is just an expansion of the other, rests on the same footing with the other, must stand or fall with the other. Men do indeed speak of civil and religious liberty of different things, but the distinction is quite arbitrary. They are parts of the same whole and cannot philosophically be separated. Yes, they can, interposes an objector. Assertion of the one is imperative as being a religious duty. The liberty to worship God in the way that seems to him right is a liberty without which a man cannot fulfill what he believes to be divine commands, and therefore conscience requires him to maintain it. True enough, but how, if the same, can be asserted of all other liberty? How, if maintenance of this also turns out to be a matter of conscience? Have we not seen that human happiness is the divine will, that only by exercising our faculties is this happiness obtainable, and that it is impossible to exercise them without freedom? Reference chapter 4. And if this freedom for the exercise of faculties is a condition without which the divine will cannot be fulfilled, the preservation of it is, by our objector's own showing, a duty. Or, in other words, it appears not only that the maintenance of liberty of action may be a point of conscience, but that it ought to be one. And thus we are clearly shown that the claims to ignore the state in religious and in secular matters are in essence identical. The other reason commonly assigned for nonconformity admits of similar treatment. Besides resisting state dictation in the abstract, the dissenter resists it from disapprobation of the doctrines taught. No legislative injunction will make him adopt what he considers an erroneous belief, and, bearing in mind his duty towards his fellow men, he refuses to help through the medium of his purse in disseminating the erroneous belief. The position is perfectly intelligible, but it is one which either commits its adherents to civil nonconformity also, or leaves him in a dilemma. For why do they refuse to be instrumental in spreading error? Because error is adverse to human happiness. And on what ground is any piece of secular legislation disapproved? For the same reason, because thought adverse to human happiness. How then can it be shown that the state ought to be resisted in the one case and not in the other? Will any one deliberately assert that if a government demands money from us to aid in teaching what we think will produce evil, we ought to refuse it, but that if the money is for the purpose of doing what we think will produce evil, we ought not to refuse it? Yet, such is the hopeful proposition which those have to maintain who recognize the right to ignore the state in religious matters, but deny it in civil matters. The substance of this chapter once more reminds us of the incongruity between a perfect law and an imperfect state. The practicability of the principle here laid down varies directly as social morality. In a thoroughly vicious community, its admission would be productive of anarchy. In a completely virtuous one, its admission will be both innocuous and inevitable. Progress towards a condition of social health, a condition, that is, in which the remedial measures of legislation will no longer be needed, is progress towards a condition in which those remedial measures will be cast aside, and the authority prescribing them disregarded. The two changes are necessity coordinate. The moral sense, whose supremacy will make society harmonious and government unnecessary, is the same moral sense which will then make each man assert his freedom even to the extent of ignoring the state, is the same moral sense which, by deterring the majority of coercing the minority, will eventually render government impossible. And as what are merely different manifestations of the same sentiment must bear a constant ratio to each other, the tendency to repudiate governments will increase only at the same rate that governments become needless. Let not any be alarmed, therefore, at the promulgation of the foregoing doctrine. There are many changes yet to be passed through before it can begin to exercise much influence. Probably a long time will elapse before the right to ignore the state will be generally admitted, even in theory. It will be still longer before it receives legislative recognition. And even then, there will be plenty of checks upon the premature exercise of it. A sharp experience will sufficiently instruct those who may too soon abandon legal protection, whilst, in the majority of men, There is such a love of tried arrangements, and so great a dread of experiments, that they will probably not act upon this right until long after it is safe to do so. End of chapter 19. Chapter 20 of Social Statics by Herbert Spencer. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Recording by Karen Almeida, Bern, Switzerland. Social statics, or the conditions essential to human happiness specified and the first of them developed by Herbert Spencer. Chapter 20. The Constitution of the State. Section 1. Of the several conclusions deducible from the law of equal freedom, there are few more manifest or more generally agreed to than this, that all members of a community have like claims to political power. If every man has freedom to do all that he wills, provided he infringes not the equal freedom of any other man, then each is free to exercise the same authority in legislation as his fellows, and no individual or class can exercise greater authority than the rest without violating the law. Evidently, therefore, a purely democratic government is the only one which is morally admissible, is the only one that is not intrinsically criminal. As lately shown, no government can have any ethical authority. The highest form it can assume is that in which the moral law remains passive with regard to it, tolerates it, no longer protests against it. The first condition of that form is that citizenship shall be voluntary. The second, that it shall confer equal privileges. Section 2. It is a tolerably well ascertained fact that men are still selfish, and that beings answering to this epithet will employ the power placed in their hands for their own advantage is self-evident. Directly or indirectly, either by hook or by crook, if not openly, then in secret, their private ends will be served. Granting the proposition that men are selfish, we cannot avoid the corollary that those who possess authority will, if permitted, use it for selfish purposes. Should anyone need facts in proof of this, he may find them at every page in the nearest volume of history. Under the head Monarchy, he will read of insatiable cravings after more territory, of confiscations of the subject's property, of justice sold to the highest bidder, of continued debasements of coinage, and of a greediness which could even descend to share the gains of prostitutes. He will find feudalism exemplifying the same spirit by the cruelties inflicted upon serfs, by the right of private war, by the predatory incursions of borderers, by robberies practiced on Jews, and by the extortionate tribute wrung by burghers, all of them illustrations of that motto, so characteristic of the system, "Thou shalt want ere I want." Does he seek like evidence in the conduct of later aristocracies? He may discover it in every state in Europe, in Spain, where the lands of nobles and clergy were long exempted from direct taxation, in Hungary, where, until lately, men of rank were free of all turnpikes and only the mercantile and working classes paid, in France, before the First Revolution, where the tiers état had to bear all the state's burdens, in Scotland, where less than 2 centuries ago it was the custom of lairds to kidnap the common people and export them as slaves, in Ireland, where at the rebellion a band of usurping landowners hunted and shot the Catholics as they would game for daring to claim their own. If more proofs are wanted that power will be made to serve the purposes of its possessors, English legislation can furnish many such. Take, for example, the significantly named Black Act, 9th of George I, which declares that anyone disguised and in possession of an offensive weapon, appearing in any warren or place where hares or conies have been, or shall be usually kept, and being thereof duly convicted, shall be adjudged guilty of felony, and shall suffer death, as in cases of felony, without benefit of clergy. Instance again the enclosure laws, by which commons were divided amongst the neighboring landowners in the ratios of their holdings, regardless of the claims of the poor cottagers. Notice also the maneuver by which the land tax has been kept stationary, or has even decreased, whilst other taxes have so enormously increased. Add to these the private monopolies, obtained from the king for a consideration, the perversion of the funds of public schools, the manufacture of places, and pensions. Nor is the disposition to use power for private ends less manifest in our own day. It shows itself in the assertion that an electoral system should give a preponderance to the landed interest. We see it in the legislation which relieves farmers from sundry assessed taxes, that they may be enabled to pay more rent. It is palpably indicated in the game laws. The conduct of the squire, who gets his mansion rated at 1/3 of its value, bears witness to it. It appears in the law enabling a landlord to anticipate other creditors and to obtain his rent by immediate seizure of his tenant's property. We are often reminded of it by the often mentioned legacy and probate duties. It is implied by the fact that whilst no one dreams of compensating the discharged workmen, gentlemen sinecurists must have their vested interests bought up if their offices are abolished. In the tracts of the Anti-Corn Law League it received abundant illustration. It is seen in the votes of the 150 military and naval members of Parliament. And lastly, we find the self-seeking of those in authority creeps out even in the doings of the Right Reverend Fathers in God, forming the ecclesiastical commission, who have appropriated for the embellishment of their own palaces funds entrusted to them for the benefit of the church. But it is needless to accumulate illustrations. Though every historian the world has seen should be subpoenaed as a witness, the fact could not be rendered one whit more certain than it is already. Why ask whether those in power have sought their own advantage in preference to that of others? With human nature as we know it, they must have done so. It is the same tendency in men to pursue gratification at the expense of their neighbors that renders government needful. Were we not selfish, legislative restraint would be unnecessary. Evidently, then, the very existence of a state authority proves that irresponsible rulers will sacrifice the public good to their personal benefit. All solemn promises, specious professions, and carefully arranged checks and safeguards notwithstanding. If, therefore, class legislation is the inevitable consequence of class power, there is no escape from the conclusion that the interest of the whole society can be secured only by giving power into the hands of the whole people. Section 3. Against the position that to ensure justice to the nation at large, all its members must be endowed with like powers, it is indeed urged that, as the working classes constitute the majority, to endow all with like powers is practically to make the working classes supreme. And it will probably be added that by virtue of the same self-seeking tendency just insisted upon, legislation in their hands would inevitably be twisted to serve the ends of labor regardless of the claims of property. Of course, those who raise this objection do not wish to insinuate that the people would use their power after the fashion of brigands, although in the old Norman day, when the sacking and burning of towns by neighboring nobles was not unfrequent, a change to popular rule involved retaliatory attacks upon the strongholds of these feudal buccaneers. Yet we may fairly conclude that the increased social morality which deters modern aristocracies from direct robbery of people would also prevent the people from inflicting any direct injury upon them. The danger this objection points to, the only danger to be rationally feared, is that the same insensible bias by which our present rulers are swayed would lead the working classes to sacrifice the rights of the rich on the altar of their own desires, would give rise to a code of laws favoring poverty at the expense of wealth. Even were there no answer to this, the evidence would still preponderate in favor of popular enfranchisement. For what, at the utmost, does the argument amount to? Just this: that the few must continue to trespass against the many, lest the many should trespass against the few. The well-fed, the luxuriously housed and clothed, the placemen and pensioners may perhaps think it better that the masses should suffer for their benefit, as they do, than that they should suffer for the benefit of the masses, as they might. But would a just arbitrator say this? Would he not say, on the contrary, that even if their respective members were blessed with equal advantages, the minority ought to be sacrificed rather than the majority, but that as the most numerous are at the same time the least favored, their claim becomes still more imperative? Surely, if one of the two parties must submit to injustice, it ought to be the rich hundreds and not the poor thousands. The foregoing objection, however, is not so sound as it looks. It is one thing for a comparatively small class to unite in the pursuit of a common advantage, and it is another thing for a dispersed multitude to do so. Some thousands of individuals having identical interests, moving together in the same circle, brought up with like prejudices, educated in one creed, bound together by family ties, and meeting annually in the same city, may easily enough combine for the obtainment of a desired object. But for 6 millions of working men, distributed over a vast area, engaged in various occupations, belonging to different religious sects, and divided into two totally distinct bodies, the one imbued with the feelings and theories of town life, the other retaining all those prejudices of the past which yet linger in the country, for these to act with unanimity is scarcely possible. Their mass is too great, too incongruous, too scattered for effective combination. We have current proof of this. The Chartist agitation shows us men who, during the last 20 years, have gradually imbibed ideas of political freedom. Men who have been irritated by a sense of injustice. Men who have been slighted by their fellow citizens. Men who have been suffering daily privations. Men, therefore, who have had an accumulated stimulus to unite in obtaining what they feel themselves entitled to, and what they see reason to believe would greatly benefit them. And how have they prospered in the attempt to carry their point? Disputes, division, apathy, adverse influences of every kind have joined to produce repeated failures. Now if, with the aid of that enthusiasm which a righteous cause always inspires, the masses have not attained to that unity of action needful for the accomplishment of their object, much less would they be able successfully to unite were the object a dishonest one. Section 4. Whoever demurs to the enfranchisement of the working men on the ground that they are immoral is bound to point out a constituency which is not immoral. When it is alleged that the venality of the people renders them unfit for the possession of votes, it is assumed that some class not chargeable with venality may be found. But no such class exists. Bring them all to trial, and not a single section of the community would obtain a verdict of not guilty. Were the shopkeepers put upon their examination, how would they excuse their trade practices? Is it moral to put potatoes and alum in bread, to add salt, tobacco, and colchicum to beer, to mix lard with butter, to manufacture milk in various known and unknown ways, to adulterate oils, chemicals, colors, wines, in short, everything capable of adulteration? Does the existence of inspectors of weights and measures indicate morality? Or is it honest to sell over the counter goods whose quality is inferior to that of the samples ticketed in the window? Did the manufacturers make any pretension to purity, they might have to encounter some awkward hints as to the practice of tearing up old rags into shoddy to be worked into cloth along with new wool. Disagreeable questions might be asked concerning the proportion of cotton woven into some fabrics pretended to be wholly of silk. The piracy of patterns, too, would be a delicate subject, and the practice of using gypsum to increase the weight of substance of paper could hardly be defended on the principles of the Decalogue. Not less discreditable would be the sentence deserved by the agriculturalists. In spite of the refining effects which poets ascribe to intercourse with nature, it is nevertheless an undoubted fact that the farmers, in Dorsetshire at least, have been convicted of paying their labourers in damaged wheat, charged at the full price, a habit not altogether conscientious. It is a matter of history, too, that before the enactment of the new Poor Law, it was in many districts the custom to give farm servants but half wages, the remainder being made up to them out of the poor rates, over which their masters exercised the chief control. And to these samples of morality, the transactions of the cattle market and the horse fair would probably furnish fit companions. Neither, in such scrutiny, would the professions escape unscathed. Who can hear the word venality without straightway thinking of the law? Attorneys already stand in too bad repute to need their sins hinting at, and even the gentlemen of the bar are not without reproach. The attempt to make a known felon appear innocent denotes rather confused ideas of right and wrong. Then their habit of taking fees to plead in a cause, which other engagements will not permit them to attend, and keeping the pay, although they do not perform the work, scarcely implies that honesty deemed so requisite for the proper use of political power. Our members of Parliament, too, were the gauntlet taken up on their behalf, would come off but indifferently. The arrangement, which places them beyond the reach of their creditors, is hardly consistent with the moral law, nor does it imply the nicest sense of honor. And then that disease of the representative system, bribery. Ought the rich to escape all the odium attaching to it? Should all the disgrace fall upon the poor electors? Nor can those who move in titled circles boast of superior integrity. In the trickeries of the turf, and in the midnight scenes at gaming houses, the denizens of Mayfair and Belgravia play a sufficiently conspicuous part. The hunting tower bankruptcy was not the credit of the caste, any more than are those acts of outlawry to which, from time to time, members of it are subjected. And did the aristocracy possess strict notions of equity, it is probable that a little more respect would be shown by them to the claims of their tradesmen than is indicated by their proverbially bad character as paymasters. Nay, even our highest officers of state participate in the general contamination. Did not the Mazzini affair show some laxity of principle? Was it nothing, as the Westminster Review put it, to teach that theft is permissible when officials wish to steal information from a letter, that lying is permissible if they desire to conceal the theft by resealing that letter, that forgery is permissible for the purpose of counterfeiting seals? And then our present ministers, are they any better than their predecessors? If so, how should we explain away the garbling of some of the West Indian despatches and the suppression of others? No, no, let not any one oppose the enfranchisement of the people on the score of their immorality, lest he be put to the blush by the exposure of his own offences, or the offences of his class. Let him that is guiltless cast the first stone. Vice, dishonesty, venality pervade all ranks, and if political power must be denied to working men because they are corrupt, it must be denied to all classes whatever for the same reason. Section 5. Some indeed allege that the masses are more vicious than the rest of the community. But those who express this opinion arrive at it very illogically. They glance at assize proceedings, read through the names and occupations in the calendar of prisoners, skim over statistics of crime, and because they meet with an immense preponderance of vagrants, farm servants, bricklayers, drovers, bargemen, porters, factory hands, and the like, they forthwith set down the peasant and artisan class as greatly inferior in moral character to every other class. They take no account of the fact that in number the laboring population is at least 6 times all the rest put together. They do not inquire whether, if the cases that appear in the police sheets of swindling advertisers, of false ticketing tradesmen, of embezzling clerks, of young gentlemen concerned in drunken sprees, attacks on the police, insults to women, and so on, were multiplied by 6. They would not approach in number the other cases daily reported. Were this done, however, were the crimes committed by each class reduced to a percentage upon the size of that class, there would be found much less inequality than is commonly thought to exist. Moreover, it should be remembered that the immorality of the middle and upper ranks assumes a different guise from that worn by the vices of the poor. Men comparatively well off are not likely to be guilty of those grosser offences seen amongst the lower orders, for their circumstances remove them almost beyond temptation to these. But the bad propensities may and do exist in full force notwithstanding, and enough of their workings may any day be seen in courts of law. Fraudulent bankruptcies, actions for debt, suits for the restitution of usurped rights, quarrels about wills, all these show the activity of passions which, under other conditions, might have produced acts technically called crimes. Men who, by legal chicanery, cheat others out of their property, or who refuse to discharge the claims justly made upon them until forced by law, are men who, in a lower walk of life, would have picked pockets or robbed hen roosts. We must measure morality by motives, not by deeds. And if we thus estimate the characters of the trading and richer grades, taking into account also the consideration above adverted to, number, we shall find that the data on the strength of which we attribute a special immorality to the laboring classes are by no means sufficient. Section 6. It is a pity that those who speak disparagingly of the masses have not wisdom enough or candor enough to make due allowance for the unfavorable circumstances in which the masses are placed. Suppose that after carefully weighing the evidence it should turn out that the working men do exhibit greater vices than those more comfortably off, does it therefore follow that they are morally worse? Are the additional temptations under which they labor to be left out of the estimate? Shall as much be expected at their hands as from those born into a more fortunate position? Ought the same demands to be made upon the possessors of 5 talents as upon the possessors of 10? Surely the lot of the hard-handed laborer is pitiable enough without having harsh judgments passed upon him. To be wholly sacrificed to other men's happiness, to be made a mere human tool, to have every faculty subordinated to the sole function of work, this, one would say, is alone a misfortune needing all sympathy for its mitigation. Consider well these endowments of his, these capacities, affections, tastes, and the vague yearnings to which they give birth. Think of him now with his caged-up desires, doomed to a daily, weekly, yearly round of painful toil, with scarcely any remission but for food and sleep. Observe how he is tantalized by the pleasures he sees his richer brethren partaking of, but from which he must be forever debarred. Note the humiliation he suffers from being looked down upon as of no account amongst men, and then remember that he has nothing to look forward to but a monotonous continuance of this till death. Is this a salutary state of things to live under? It is very easy for you, O respectable citizen, seated in your easy chair, with your feet on the fender, to hold forth on the misconduct of the people. Very easy for you to censure their extravagant and vicious habits. Very easy for you to be a pattern of frugality, of rectitude, of sobriety. What else should you be? Here you are surrounded by comforts, possessing multiplied sources of lawful happiness, with a reputation to maintain, an ambition to fulfill, and the prospect of a competency for your old age. A shame indeed it would be if with these advantages you were not well regulated in your behavior. You have a cheerful home, are warmly and cleanly clad, and fare, if not sumptuously every day, at any rate abundantly. For your hours of relaxation there are amusements. A newspaper arrives regularly to satisfy your curiosity. If your tastes are literary, books may be had in plenty, and there is a piano if you like music. You can afford to entertain your friends, and are entertained in return. There are lectures and concerts and exhibitions, accessible if you incline to them. You may have a holiday when you choose to take one, and can spare money for an annual trip to the seaside. And enjoying all of these privileges, you take credit to yourself for being a well-conducted man. Small praise to you for it. If you do not contract dissipated habits, where is the merit? You have few incentives to do so. It is no honor to you that you do not spend your savings in sensual gratification. You have pleasures enough without. But what would you do if placed in the position of the laborer? How would these virtues of yours stand in the wear and tear of poverty? Where would your prudence and self-denial be if you were deprived of all the hopes that now stimulate you, if you had no better prospect than that of the Dorsetshire farm servant with his 7 shillings a week, or that of the perpetually straitened stocking weaver, or that of the mill hand with his periodical suspensions of work? Let us see you tied to an irksome employment from dawn till dusk, fed on the meagre food, and scarcely enough of that, married to a factory girl ignorant of domestic management, deprived of the enjoyments which education opens up, with no place of recreation but the pothouse. And then let us see whether you would be as steady as you are. Suppose your savings had to be made, not, as now, out of surplus income, but out of wages already insufficient for necessaries, and then consider whether to be provident would be as easy as you at present find it. Conceive yourself one of a despised class contemptuously termed the great unwashed, stigmatized as brutish, stolid, vicious, suspected of harboring wicked designs, excluded from the dignity of citizenship, and then say whether the desire to be respectable would be as practically operative on you as now. Lastly, imagine that seeing your capacities were but ordinary, your education next to nothing, and your competitors innumerable, you despaired of ever attaining to a higher station. And then think whether the incentives to perseverance and forethought would be as strong as your existing ones. Realize these circumstances, O comfortable citizen, and then answer whether the reckless, disorderly habits of the people are so inexcusable. How offensive it is to hear some pert, self-approving personage, who thanks God that he is not as other men are, passing harsh sentence on his poor, hard-worked, heavily burdened fellow countrymen, including them all in one sweeping condemnation, because in their struggles for existence they do not maintain the same prim respectability as himself. Of all stupidities there are few greater, and yet few in which we more doggedly persist, than this of estimating other men's conduct by the standard of our own feelings. There is no more mischievous absurdity than this judging of actions from the outside as they look to us, instead of from the inside as they look to the actors. Nothing more irrational than to criticize deeds as though the doers of them had the same desires, hopes, fears, and restraints with ourselves. We cannot understand another's character except by abandoning our own identity, and realizing to ourselves his frame of mind, his want of knowledge, his hardships, temptations, and discouragements. And if the wealthier classes would do this before forming their opinions of the working man, their verdicts would savor somewhat more of that charity which covereth a multitude of sins. Section 7. After all, it is a pitiful controversy, this about the relative vices of rich and poor. 2 schoolboys taunting each other, with faults of which they were equally guilty, would best parody it. Whilst indignant radicalism denounces the vile aristocrats, these in their turn enlarge with horror on the brutality of the mob. Neither party sees its own sins. Neither party recognizes in the other itself in a different dress. Neither party can believe that it would do all the other does if placed in like circumstances. Yet a cool bystander finds nothing to choose between them, knows that these class recriminations are but the inflammatory symptoms of a uniformly diffused immorality. Label men how you please with titles of upper and middle and lower. You cannot prevent them being units of the same society, acted upon by the same spirit of the age, molded after the same type of character. The mechanical law that action and reaction are equal has its moral analog. The deed of one man to another tends ultimately to produce a like effect upon both, be the deed good or bad. Do but put them in relationship, and no division into castes, no differences of wealth, can prevent men from assimilating. Whoso is placed amongst the savage will in process of time get savage too. Let his companions be treacherous, and he will become treacherous in self-defense. Surround him with the kind-hearted, and he will soften. Amidst the refined he will acquire polish, and the same influences which thus rapidly adapt the individual to his society ensure, though by a slower process, the general uniformity of a national character. This is no unsupported theory. Look when or where we please, thickly strewn proofs may be gathered. The cruelties of the old Roman rulers were fully paralleled by those over which the populace gloated in their arenas. During the servile wars of the Middle Ages, barons tortured rebels, and rebels tortured barons with equally diabolical ferocity. Those massacres which took place a few years since in Galicia covered with infamy both the people who committed them and the government who paid for them at per head. The Assam chiefs, to whom the East India Company have allowed compensation for abandoning their established right of plunder, are neither better nor worse than the mass of the people, amongst whom joint stock robbing companies are common. A similar sameness is exhibited in Russia, where all are alike swindlers, from the prince marshal who cheats the troops out of their rations, the officers who rob the emperor of his stores, the magistrates who require bribing before they will act, the police who have secret treaties with the thieves, the shopkeepers who boast of their successful trickeries, down to the postmasters and rusky drivers with their endless impositions. In Ireland during the last century, whilst the people had their faction fights and secret revenge societies, dueling formed the amusement of the gentry, and was carried to such a pitch that the barrister was bound to give satisfaction to the witness he had bullied, or to the client who was dissatisfied with him. And let us not forget how completely this unity of character is exhibited by the Irish of today, amongst whom Orangemen and Catholics display the same truculent bigotry, amongst whom magistrates and people join in party riots, and amongst whom the improvidence of the peasantry is only to be paralleled by that of the landlords. Our own history furnishes like illustrations in plenty. The time when England swarmed with highwaymen and outlaws, and when the populace had that sneaking kindness for a bold robber still shown in some parts of the continent, was the time when kings also played the bandit, when they cheated their creditors by debasing the coinage, when they impressed laborers to build their palaces, Windsor Castle for instance, obliging them under pain of imprisonment to take the wages offered, and when they seized and sold men's goods, paying the owners less than a third of what the goods realized. During the age of religious persecution, Papists martyred Protestants, and Protestants martyred Baptists with equal cruelty, and Cavaliers and Roundheads treated each other with the same rancor. In the present day, dishonesty shows itself not less in the falsification of dockyard accounts or the cooking of railway reports than in burglary or sheep-stealing, whilst those who see heartlessness in the dealings of slop-tailors and their sweaters may also find it in the conduct of rich landlords who get double rent for poor allotment holders, and in that of respectable ladies who underpay half-starved seamstresses. Changes in tastes and amusements are similarly common to all. The contrast between the squire westerns and their descendants has its analogy amongst the people. As in Spain, a bullfight is still the favorite pastime of both the queen and her subjects. So in England 50 years ago, the cockpit and the prize ring were patronized alike by peer and pauper, and a reference to the sporting papers will show that the lingering instincts of the savage are at this moment exhibited by about an equal percentage of all classes. Thus, the alleged homogeneity of national character is abundantly exemplified, and so long as the assimilating influences productive of it continue at work, it is folly to suppose any one grade of a community can be morally different from the rest. In whichever rank you see corruption, be assured it equally pervades all ranks. Be assured it is the symptom of a bad social diathesis. Whilst the virus of depravity exists in one part of the body politic, no other part can remain healthy. End of chapter 20. Part 1.
Chapter 20, Part 2 of Social Statics by Herbert Spencer. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Social statics, or the conditions essential to human happiness specified, and the first of them developed, by Herbert Spencer. The Constitution of the State, Part 2. 8. When it is urged that the working classes ought not to be admitted within the pale of the Constitution because they are ignorant, it is tacitly assumed that the existing electors are enlightened, and quietly making this assumption, the opponents of popular enfranchisement argue at their ease that it would be extremely impolitic to swamp intelligent 10-pound householders, freeholders, and tenants at will by letting in upon them the masses lying in outer darkness. Painful as it may be, the pleasing illusion that our present constituency is thus honorably distinguished must be dispelled. If by ignorance is meant want of information on matters which, for the due performance of his function, the citizen should understand, and no other definition is to the point, then it is a great error to suppose that ignorance is peculiar to the unenfranchised. Were there no other illustrations, sufficient proof that this ignorance is shared by those on the register might be gathered from their conduct at elections. Much might be inferred from the tuft-hunting spirit exhibited in the choice of aristocratic representatives. It might be asked whether those are intelligent voters whose ears are tickled by the euphony of a title, whose eyes are attracted by heraldic emblazonry, or whose votes are determined by the acreage of a candidate's estates. Some doubts might be cast on the penetration of men, who, whilst they complain of the pressure of taxation, send to Parliament hordes of military and naval officers who have an interest in making that taxation still greater. Or the pretensions of the present monopolists of political power might be tested by quotations from the debates of a farmer's market ordinary, and from those of the assembly into which electoral wisdom is distilled. But without dilating upon these general considerations, let us examine a few of the opinions entertained by the mercantile classes upon state questions, and see how far these opinions entitle them to a reputation for enlightenment. Money is wealth was the dogma universally held by legislators and economists before the days of Adam Smith as a self-evident truth, and in conformity with the acts of the Parliament were by general consent framed to attract and retain in the country as much coin as possible. Mr. Mill, in the introduction to his recent elaborate work, assumes that this belief is now extinct. It may be so amongst philosophers, but it is still prevalent in the trading world. We continue to hear acts praised as tending to circulate money, and on analyzing the alarm periodically raised that the money is going out of the country, we find such an occurrence regarded as a disaster in itself, and not simply as indicating that the country is poor in some essential commodity. Is there not occasion for a little enlightenment here? Again, no small number of respectable people, seeing that increased consumption always accompanies prosperity, infer that consumption is in itself beneficial, is the cause of prosperity, instead of its collateral effect, and hence, on witnessing a fire or the mad extravagance of some spendthrift, they console themselves with the reflection that such things are good for trade. Dangerous voters these, if sound political knowledge is a needful qualification. Similarly diffused amongst the middle ranks is a notion that the withdrawal of a large part of the funds of the community by the non-producing classes is no real detriment to the rest, for that as the money thus abstracted is subsequently spent amongst the rest, it eventually comes to the same thing, as though it had not been abstracted at all. Even a professed political economist, Dr. Chalmers, maintains that the revenues of landowners form no deduction from the means of society, seeing that the expenditure of such revenues consists in a transference to the industrious of sustenance and support for their services. Which proposition amounts to this, that it matters not, in the end, whether A and his servants B, C, and D live on the produce of their own industry, or on the produce of other men's industry. Another mistake, current alike amongst rich and poor, is that the speculations of corn dealers are injurious to the public. So indignant are many well-meaning men at what they conceive to be a practice of intolerable cruelty, that it is scarcely possible to make them see how perfect freedom of trade is nationally advantageous in this as in all other cases. Their anger blinds them to the fact that were not the price raised immediately after a deficient harvest by the purchases of these large factors, there would be nothing to prevent the people from consuming food at their ordinary rate, which would end in the inadequate supply being eaten up long before the ripening of the next crop. They do not perceive that this mercantile operation is analogous in its effect to putting the crew of a vessel on diminished rations when the stock of provisions is found insufficient to last out the voyage. A somewhat serious error this for electors to labor under, especially as many of them would prevent the buying up of corn by legal penalties. What crude theories prevail also respecting the power of a legislature to encourage different branches of industry, agricultural interests, and other interests. It is not farmers only who labor under the mistake that their occupation can be made permanently more prosperous than the rest by act of Parliament. Educated townspeople, too, participate in the delusion, quite forgetting that the greater profitableness artificially given to any particular trade inevitably draws into that trade such an increased number of competitors as quickly to reduce its proffered advantages to the general level, and even for a time below that level. Is not the educator wanted behind the counter and on the farm, as well as in the workshop? Note again the wild ideas entertained on currency questions. We smile at the simplicity which in times past led a famine-pinched populace to ascribe the high price of bread to the covetousness of bakers and millers. Yet there is no little analogy between such a theory and that which attributes national distress to bad monetary arrangements. Just as the poor man, when made to feel the scarcity of food by having to pay double the usual sum for a loaf, straightway taxed the seller of the loaf with the evil, so do many traders to whom commercial depression comes in the shape of a difficulty in getting advances from their bankers or cash for their bills of exchange, conclude that the circulating medium is in fault. Being ignorant, like their hungry prototypes, that the primary cause of the mischief is a deficiency in the national stock of food or other commodities. To suppose that a state of general privation can be cured by the issue of bank notes is to err with the projector of perpetual motion who hopes to make power out of nothing. Thus the tu quoque argument, which we found so completely to neutralize the inference drawn from the alleged immorality of the labouring classes, is a not much less cogent answer to the objection urged against the extension of the suffrage on the ground of popular ignorance. If, because they are deficient in information, the people should continue unenfranchised, then for a like reason should the existing electoral body be disfranchised. If the two classes are to have their relative degrees of competence to wield political power determined by comparing the amounts of their knowledge, their political knowledge, mind, then the advantage on the side of the present holders of such power is quite insufficient to give them an exclusive claim to it. As we have just seen, a great proportion of them are in error on the most important public questions, on the nature of wealth, on what things are good for trade, on the relationship of producers and non-producers, on dealings in the people's food, on the encouragement of trade, on the influences of currency, and so forth. Where then is their great superiority over the non-electors? Have many artisans mistaken excessive competition for the cause of an evil, instead of taking it for what it is, the symptom of one? Why, they are countenanced in this error by not a few of the educated. Do working men hold wrong opinions concerning machinery? So likewise do nearly all the farmers, and no small number of tradesmen. Is the false impression that manufacturers can raise or lower wages at will prevalent amongst the masses? It is widely entertained, too, by their richer neighbours. How, then, can the ignorance of the people be urged as a reason for refusing them votes? 9. Those who cut short the arguments in favour of democracy by saying that it has been tried and found wanting, would do well to consider whether the governments they refer to really were democratic ones, whether a true democracy has ever been known, whether such a thing can be found even now. Of arrangements simulating it, the world has seen not a few. But that democracy itself has ever existed, that is, for a sufficient length of time to admit of its fruits being judged, or that it was possible for it so to have existed during the past condition of humanity, is denied. A return to definitions settles the matter at once. A democracy, properly so called, is a political organization modeled in accordance with the law of equal freedom. And if so, those cannot be called democracies under which, as under the Greek and Roman governments, from 4/5 to 11/12 of the people were slaves. Neither can those be called democracies which, like the constitutions of medieval Italy, conferred power on the burghers and nobles only. Nor can those even be called democracies which, like the Swiss states, have always treated a certain unincorporated class as political outlaws. Enlarged aristocracies these should be termed, not democracies. No matter whether they be a minority or a majority to whom power is denied, the exclusion of them is in spirit the same, and the definition of a democracy is equally broken. The man who steals a penny we call dishonest, as well as the man who steals a pound, and we do so because his act equally testifies to a certain defect of character. Similarly, we must consider a government aristocratic, be the class it excludes, large or small. They, however, make the strangest mistake who, referring as they commonly do to the United States, urge the existence of slavery as itself an argument against democracy. Put in a definite form, this would aptly serve the logician as a specimen absurdity. A pseudo-democracy is found not democratic enough, and it is therefore inferred that democracy is a bad thing. Whilst some Autolycus is eulogizing honesty and quoting himself as a sample of it, he is detected in the act of picking his neighbour's pocket, whereupon it is argued that honesty ought forthwith to be repudiated. With his mouth full of noble sentiments, and leading a seemingly moral life, a Joseph Surface deceives his friends, and on its being discovered that he is a villain, there arises the exclamation, "What a shocking thing is this morality!" But passing over what might further be said concerning the alleged failure of democracies, let it be granted that they have failed. Let it be granted that there have from time to time been forms of government approaching to the democratic, nay, that in the course of revolutions the thing itself has had a transient existence. Let all this be granted, it still proves nothing. For which is it amongst the endeavours of man that does not at first fail? Is not perseverance through a series of defeats the natural history of success? Does not the process we pass through in learning to walk afford us a type of all human experiences? Though we see a child make hundreds of bootless attempts to maintain its balance, we do not conclude that it is doomed to remain for ever upon all fours. Nor do we, in the conduct of its education, cease telling it to try again, because it has many times fallen short of a desired achievement. Doubtless it would be unwise to base an argument upon the assumed analogy between the growth of the individual and of the state. Though both being governed by the same laws of human development, there is probably a genuine analogy between them. But the simile may fairly be employed to hint that the failure of past efforts made by society to preserve the erect attitude of democracy by no means shows that such attitude is not the proper one. And in fact our theory anticipates such failures. We have already seen that a high form of government is rendered practicable only by a high type of character, that freedom can increase only as fast as control becomes needless, that the perfect man alone can realize the perfect state. A democracy, therefore, being the highest form that a government can assume, indicative, if not of the ultimate phase of civilization, still of the penultimate one, must of necessity fail in the hands of barbarous and semi-barbarous men. Whilst, then, it is maintained that nearly all these alleged failures of democracy are not failures of democracy at all, but of something else, it is argued that the fact of those comparatively genuine democracies set up during revolutions lapsing rapidly back into pre-existing arrangements is in no wise at variance with our position. 10. Whether in any given case a democracy is practicable is a question that will always find its own solution. The physiologist shows us that in an animal organism the soft parts determine the forms of the hard ones, and it is equally true that in the social organism the seemingly fixed framework of laws and institutions is moulded by the seemingly forceless thing, character. Social arrangements are the bones to that body of which the national morality is the life, and they will grow into free, healthy shapes or into sickly and cramped ones, according as that morality, that life, is vigorous or otherwise. The vital principle of society we have seen to be the law of equal freedom, and we have further seen that in the compound faculty originating a moral sense, there exists an agent enabling men to appreciate, to love, and to act up to this law. Chapters 4 and 5. We have seen that to realize the divine idea, greatest happiness, the human constitution must be such as that each man, confining himself within his own sphere of activity, shall leave intact the similar spheres of activity of others. Chapter 3. And we have further seen that an instinct of our own freedom and a sympathy which makes us respect the like freedom of our fellows compose a mechanism capable of establishing this state of things. If these feelings are undeveloped, a people's beliefs, laws, customs, and manners will be aggressive in their character. Let them act with due force, and the organization of the community, equally with the conduct of its members, will be in harmony with the social law. Political forms indicate the degree of efficiency with which this mental mechanism works, are in a manner supplementary to such mechanism, are bad and coercive if it is defective, become ameliorated in proportion as it acts well. And thus democracy, as one of the higher social forms, is of necessity identified both in origin and practicability with a dominant moral sense. This fact has been already more than once hinted, but it will be desirable now to examine more attentively than heretofore the grounds on which it is alleged. Observe first, then, that in the earlier stages of civilization, before the process of adaptation has yet produced much effect, the desire for political equality does not exist. There were no agitations for representative government amongst the Egyptians, or the Persians, or the Assyrians. With them all disputes were as to who should be tyrant. By the Hindus, a similar state of things is exhibited to the present hour. The Russians, too, are still under this phase, and in their utter carelessness of civil liberty, shun any one who preaches justice and condemns tyranny as a perverse malcontent. The like mental condition was shown during the earlier stages of our own progress. In the Middle Ages, fealty to a feudal lord was accounted a duty, and the assertion of personal freedom a crime. Rights of man were not then dreamed of. Revolutions were nothing but dynastic quarrels, not what they have been in later times, attempts to make government more popular. And if, after glancing at the changes that have taken place between the far past and the present, we reflect upon the character of modern ideas and agitations, on declarations of rights, liberty of the press, slave emancipation, removal of religious disabilities, reform bills, Chartism, etc., and consider how through all of them there runs a kindred spirit, and how this spirit is manifesting itself with constantly increasing intensity and universality, we shall see that these facts imply some moral change. And explicable as they are by the growth of this compound faculty responding to the law of equal freedom, it is reasonable to consider them as showing the mode in which such faculty seeks to place social arrangements in harmony with that law, or in other words, as illustrating the efforts of the moral sense to realize the democratic state. If a democracy is produced by this agency, so also is it rendered practicable by it. The popular form of government, as contrasted with the monarchical, is professedly one which places less restraint upon the individual. In speaking of it, we use such terms as free institutions, civil liberty, self-government, all implying this. But the diminution of external restraint can take place only at the same rate as the increase of internal restraint. Conduct has to be ruled either from without or from within. If the rule from within is not efficient, there must exist a supplementary rule from without. If, on the other hand, all men are properly ruled from within, government becomes needless, and all men are perfectly free. Now the chief faculty of self-rule being the moral sense, Chapter 5, the degree of freedom in their institutions which any given people can bear will be proportionate to the diffusion of this moral sense amongst them, and only when its influence greatly predominates can so large an instalment of freedom as a democracy become possible. Lastly, the supremacy of this same faculty affords the only guarantee for the stability of a democracy. On the part of the people, it gives rise to what we call a jealousy of their liberties, a watchful determination to resist anything like encroachment upon their rights, whilst it generates amongst those in power such a respect for these rights as checks any desire they may have to aggress. Conversely, let the ruled be deficient in the instinct of freedom, and they will be indifferent to the gradual usurpation of their privileges so long as it entails no immediate inconvenience upon them. And the rulers in such case, being deficient in sympathetic regard for these privileges, will be to a like extent unscrupulous in usurping. Let us observe in detail the different modes in which men thus contradistinguished comport themselves under a representative form of government. Amongst a people not yet fitted for such a form, citizens lacking the impulse to claim equal power with each other, become careless in the exercise of their franchise, doubt whether it is of any use to them, and even pride themselves on not interfering in public affairs. Provided their liberties are but indirectly affected, they will watch the passing of the most insidious measures with vacant unconcern. It is only barefaced aggressions that they can perceive to be aggressions at all. Placing as they do but little value upon their privileges, they are readily bribed. When threatened, instead of assuming that attitude of dogged resistance which the instinct of freedom dictates, they truckle. If tricked out of a right of citizenship, they are quite indifferent about getting it again, and indeed, when the exercise of it conflicts with any immediate interest, are glad to give it up, will even petition, as in times past did many of the corporate towns, both in England and Spain, that they may be excused from electing representatives. Meanwhile, in accordance with that law of social homogeneity lately dwelt upon, those in authority are in a like ratio ready to encroach. They intimidate, they bribe, they plot, and by degrees establish a comparatively coercive government. On the other hand, amongst a people sufficiently endowed with the faculty responding to the law of equal freedom, no such retrograde process is possible. The man of genuinely democratic feeling loves liberty as a miser loves gold, for its own sake and quite irrespective of its advantages. Page 95. What he thus highly values, he sleeplessly watches. He quickly detects any attempt at diminution of it, and he opposes aggression the moment it commences. Should any assume undue prerogatives, he straightway steps up to them and demands their authority for so doing. Transactions that seem in the remotest degree underhand awaken his suspicions, which are not to be laid so long as anything remains unexplained. He scents out an abuse with instinctive sagacity, and having found one, never rests until it is abolished. If in any proposed arrangement there be a latent danger to the liberties of himself and others, any germ of irresponsible power, he instantly discovers it and refuses his consent. He is alarmed by such a proposal as the disfranchisement of a constituency by the legislature, for it at once occurs to him that the measure thus levelled against one may be levelled against many. To call that responsible government under which a cabinet minister can entangle the nation in a quarrel about some paltry territory before they know anything of it, he sees to be absurd. It needs no chain of reasoning to show him that the assumption, by a delegated assembly, of the power to lengthen its own existence from 3 years to 7 is an infraction of the representative principle. He feels that it is so, and no plausible professions of patriotism, no boasting of honourable intentions, can check his opposition to the setting up of so dangerous a precedent. Still more excited is he when applied to for grants of public money, with the understanding that on a future occasion he shall be told how they have been spent. Flimsy excuses about exigencies of the state and the like cannot entrap him into so glaring an act of self-stultification. He listens to them frowningly, and maintaining as he does that the protection of men's rights is the chief, or rather the sole exigency of the state, sternly negatives the request. Thus is he ever on the watch to extirpate incipient oppression, to nip abuses in the bud, or, if such an expression is allowable, to stop encroachment before it begins. And when a community consists of men animated by the spirit thus exemplified, the continuance of liberal institutions is certain. Political freedom, therefore, is, as we say, an external result of an internal sentiment, is alike in origin, practicability, and permanence dependent on the moral sense, and it is only when this is supreme in its influence that so high a form of social organization as a democracy can be maintained. 11. And thus we arrive at the true answer to that question at present so widely agitated. Is a purely popular form of government practicable now? For as the sentiment by which a state of perfect political liberty is generated is also the one by which it is upheld, there immediately suggests itself the corollary that, when the sentiment is strong enough to generate it, it is strong enough to uphold it. Whenever, therefore, a people calmly arrives at the conclusion that democratic institutions are right, whenever they dispassionately determine that they shall be adopted, or, in other words, whenever the circumstances show that the setting up of such institutions is not an accident, but results from the ascendancy of the aforesaid sentiment, then and then alone are such institutions permanently possible. In the opinion, now happily so prevalent, that the pacific mode of working out political changes is the only efficient one, we have a collateral expression of this truth. Men see that freedom achieved by the sword is uniformly lost again, but that it is lasting when gained by peaceful agitation. Hence they very properly infer the propriety of carrying reform solely by means which the moral law recognizes, means which do not involve violations of it. Right as this conclusion may be, however, it is not philosophically understood. Men do not see why the thing is so. There is no truth in the usual supposition that the loss of liberties obtained by violence is a kind of retribution. It is not that bloodshed vitiates the free institutions it may help to set up, nor is it that when peacefully established such institutions are preserved by virtue of their being so established, but it is that the manner in which the change is wrought indicates the national character, and proves it to be respectively unfit or fit for the new social form. A brief examination of the moral conditions implied by these different kinds of revolution will show this. When an old regime is overthrown by force, no guarantee is given that the new one put in its place will satisfy the wants of the age. The occurrence is simply a demonstration that the miseries inflicted under this old regime were no longer bearable. To repeat the saying of Sully, quoted by Burke, and which is perfectly true when applied to convulsions of this nature, it is never from the desire to attack that the people rise, but from impatience under suffering. Now, anger against an agent inflicting pain is a passion exhibited by brutes as well as by men, and a social revolution wrought out by such a motive power is not likely to leave behind it a state of things specially adapted to the people's circumstances. That sudden display of ill temper with which a man dashes on the ground something that has given him much provocation, and yet the loss of which he will subsequently regret, serves in some measure to illustrate the conduct of a people thus excited. They are irritated, and justly so. The hold which authority has had over them is weakened. That sentiment of power worship, that loyalty, as we term it, which was but the index of a certain adaptation between their characters and the rule they had lived under, is for the time being in abeyance, is silenced, drowned in the rising tide of their wrath. And when, after they have destroyed the old framework of things, another becomes needful, it is very improbable that the one set up during this temporary state of excitement will be one really in harmony with their natural characters. Nay, indeed, it is sure to be out of harmony with their natural characters, for consider, the institutions they set up will bear the impress of the feeling then prevalent, a feeling widely different from that previously exhibited, and also from that which will come uppermost again by and by. Stimulated by transpiring events, the germs of those sentiments destined some day to establish genuine political freedom assume a precocious activity, seem much stronger and more general than they really are, whilst, on the contrary, those sentiments which upheld the preceding state of things are almost wholly dormant. The improvised form of government exactly answers to this exceptional condition of mind, and might work, could that condition be maintained. But as fast as the popular feeling ebbs back into its ordinary channels, so fast does the incongruity between the new arrangements and the old character make itself felt, and so fast is the retrogression. On viewing the facts through the foregoing theory of moral sense agency, it becomes still more manifest that free institutions obtained by violence are of necessity premature. For what are the requisite antecedents to one of these social convulsions? They are the torments of a widespread and deep-seated injustice. And of what character is this injustice the exponent? Evidently a character deficient in those sentiments which deter men from aggression, a character in which the faculties of the social man are as yet imperfectly developed, a character, that is, by which the law of equal freedom is not duly responded to. Hence the unscrupulous trespasses on the one part, and the culpable submission on the other, which by their accumulated results have induced so terrible a crisis. Well, though by a revolution the people may remake their government, they cannot remake themselves. Slightly changed, perhaps, they may be in the passing through a period of such fiery excitement, but in the main they are still the men they were. The old process will consequently repeat itself. The storm of passion having died away, there will again begin these encroachments and this indifference, and they will continue until, by a gradual imposition of fresh bonds, the nation has been reduced, not indeed to a condition as bad as before, but to a condition not greatly in advance of it. Of political amelioration specifically wrought out, exactly the opposite is predictable. These appertain to a higher phase of civilization. In the first place, they presuppose the popular suffering to be of a comparatively mild type, no longer unbearable, maddening, and other things equal, this indicates a diminished amount of injustice, and a diminished amount of injustice implies a more prevalent and energetic moral sense. Thus the very antecedents of a peaceful agitation serve in some measure to ensure the success of the free institutions obtained by it. But it is in the process by which one of these bloodless revolutions is brought about that the existence of the needful popular character is most clearly evinced. For in what consists the vitality of such a movement? What is the secret power that originates it, to which its growth is due, and by the help of which it triumphs? Manifestly this feeling that responds to the law of equal freedom. These pertinacious demands for political equality are simply the signs of its increasing activity, not hunger, nor the anxiety to escape from torture, nor the desire for vengeance is now the transforming force, but a calm, unswerving determination to get human liberties recognized. The carrying out one of these battles of opinion to a successful issue through long delays and discouragements, through ridicule and misrepresentation, implies a perennial source of energy quite different from mere insurrectionary rage. In place of a passing gust of anger, a persistent and ever-strengthening sentiment is here the acting agent. Agitation is its gymnasium. Men in whom it predominates cultivate it in the rest. They address it in speeches, they write articles to it, they convene meetings for its manifestation. It is aroused by denunciations of injustice, it is appealed to in the name of conscience, it is conjured by all that is fair and upright and equitable. Pictures of the slave and the tyrant are exhibited to excite its abhorrence. A state of pure freedom is described to it as the one to be loved and hoped for. And it is made sensible of the sacredness of human rights. After men's minds have been for many years thus exercised and stimulated, a sufficiently intense manifestation of feeling is produced, and then comes the reform. But this feeling mark proceeds from that same combination of faculties by which, as we have seen, free institutions are upheld and made practicable. One of these agitations, therefore, is a kind of apprenticeship to the liberties obtained by it. The power to get freedom becomes the measure of the power to use it. The law of social forms is that they shall be expressive of national character. They come into existence bearing its impress, and they live only so long as it supplies them with vitality. Now, a general dissatisfaction with old arrangements is a sign that the national character requires better ones, and for the people in pursuit of these better ones to have organized associations, maintained lecturers, and for session after session to have wearied the legislature with petitions, to have continued this too until the accumulated force of opinion has become irresistible, is to have given conclusive proof that the change brought about is really in harmony with the wants of the age. The new institutions do not now express an exceptional state of the popular mind, but express its habitual state, and hence are certain to be fitted to it. 12. Here then is encouragement for timid reformers. Men of true insight need none of these detailed considerations to steady their convictions by. The mathematician does not call for a pair of compasses to test a proved theorem with, nor does the man of healthy faith wait for more evidence after he hears what the moral law says. It is enough for him that a thing is right. He will never believe that the carrying out of what is right by right means can be injurious, and this is the only spirit worthy to be named religious. But as, unhappily, the many are not endowed with so trusting a belief, it is requisite to back the dictates of equity with supplementary arguments. The moral infidelity of the expediency school requires meeting, and it is To those infected by it that the above considerations are commended, as showing that they need not fear to exhibit whatever sympathy with democratic principles they possess, need not fear to throw their energies at once into the popular cause, for that when equitable institutions are equitably obtained, they must necessarily prosper. 13. Thus the claim deducible from the law of equal freedom, the claim possessed by each citizen to like political power with the rest, is not counterbalanced by any of those prudential considerations commonly urged against it. We find that so long as selfishness makes government needful at all, it must make every government corrupt, save one in which all men are represented. The assertion that conceding universal suffrage would be creating a comparatively immoral constituency proves to be quite unwarrantable, seeing that all classes are immoral, and when numbers and circumstances are taken into account apparently in an equal degree. A glance at the evidence shows that popular ignorance also is a two-edged objection. For in the knowledge which may be supposed needful for the right use of votes, the mass of those inside the pale of the Constitution are about as deficient as those outside of it. The argument that purely representative institutions have been tried and have failed is not only based upon inapplicable instances, but would prove nothing if substantiated. Lastly, in this, as in other cases, it turns out that the possibility of fulfilling the injunctions of the moral law is proportionate to the advance men have made towards the moral state, political arrangements inevitably adjusting themselves to the popular character, so that whilst we may say to the ardent Democrats, be sure that a democracy will be attained whenever the people are good enough for one, we may, on the other hand, say to those of little faith, fear not that a democracy, when peacefully attained, can be attained too soon. End of chapter 20, part 2.
Chapter 21, Part 1 of Social Statics by Herbert Spencer. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Recording by THBosc. Social Statics, or the conditions essential to human happiness specified, and the first of them developed, by Herbert Spencer. Chapter 21, The Duty of the State, Part 1. Section 1. As already said, morality stands towards government only in the nature of a limitation, behaves negatively with regard to it, not positively, replies to all inquiries by silently indicating the conditions of existence, constitution, and conduct, under which alone it may be ethically tolerated. And thus, ignoring government altogether, the moral law can give us no direct information as to what a government ought to do, can merely say what it ought not to do. That we are left with no precise knowledge beyond this may indeed be inferred from a preceding chapter. For if, as was shown, every man has a right to secede from the state, and if, as a consequence, the state must be regarded as a body of men voluntarily associated, there remains nothing to distinguish it in the abstract from any other incorporated society, nothing to determine its specific function, and we may conceive its members assigning to it any function that does not involve a breach of the moral law. Immediate guidance in this matter being thus impossible, we must follow such indirect ways of arriving at the truth as are open to us. The question is no longer one of pure ethics, and is therefore incapable of solution by any exact methods. Approximative ones only are available. Fortunately, there are several of these, and converging as they do to the same conclusion, that conclusion assumes something like the character of certainty. Let us now successively employ them. Section 2. Good and perfect and complete are words applicable to whatever is thoroughly fitted to its purpose. And by the word moral, we signify the same property in a man. A thing which entirely answers its end cannot be improved, and a man whose nature leads him to a spontaneous fulfillment of the divine will cannot be conceived better. To be quite self-sufficing, to have powers exactly commensurate with what ought to be done, is to be organically moral. Given the ordained object, happiness, given the conditions under which this happiness is to be compassed, and perfection consists in the possession of faculties exactly adapted to these conditions, whilst the moral law is simply a statement of that line of conduct by which the conditions are satisfied. Hence, to the rightly constituted man, all external help is needless, detrimental even, just as the healthy body wants no crutch, tonic, or stimulus, but has within itself the means of doing everything required of it. So the normally developed character asks no artificial aids, and indeed repudiates them as preoccupying the sphere for the exercise of faculties which the hypothesis supposes it to have. When, on the other hand, man's constitution and the conditions of his existence are not in harmony, there arise external agencies to supply the place of deficient internal faculties, and these temporary substitutes, being supplementary to the faculties, and assisting the imperfect man as they do to fulfill the law of his being, the moral law, as we call it, obtain a certain reflex authority from that law, varying with the degree in which they subserve its requirements. Whatever may be its special function, it is clear that government is one of these artificial aids, and the most important of them. Or the case may perhaps be more clearly stated thus: if government has any duty at all, that duty must be to perform a service of some kind, to confer a benefit. But every possible benefit or service which can be rendered to a man is comprehended under the general expression of assisting him to fulfill the law of his being. Whether you feed the hungry, or cure the diseased, or defend the weak, or curb the vicious, you do but enable or constrain them to conform to the conditions of complete happiness more nearly than they would otherwise do so. And causing conformity to the conditions of complete happiness is causing conformity to the moral law. If, therefore, all benefits that can be conferred on men are aids to the fulfillment of the moral law, the benefits to be conferred by government must be of this nature. So much being conceded, let us next inquire how the moral law may be most essentially subserved. Practicability manifestly underlies performance. That which makes an act feasible must take precedence of the act itself. Before the injunction, do this, there necessarily comes the postulate, it can be done. Before establishing a code for the right exercise of faculties, there must be established the condition which makes the exercise of faculties possible. Now, this condition which makes the exercise of faculties possible is power to pursue the objects on which they are to be exercised, the objects of desire, and this is what we otherwise call liberty of action, freedom. But that which makes the exercise of faculties possible is that which makes the fulfillment of the moral law possible, and freedom being thus grand prerequisite to the fulfillment of the moral law, it follows that if a man is to be helped in fulfilling the moral law, the first thing to be done is to secure to him this all-essential freedom. This aid must come before any other aid, is in fact that which renders any other aid practicable. For no faculty to which liberty of action is denied can be assisted in the performance of its function until liberty of action has been restored. Of all institutions, therefore, which the imperfect man sets up as supplementary to his nature, the chief one must have for its office to guarantee his freedom. But the freedom that can be guaranteed to each is bounded by the like freedom to be guaranteed to all others. This is necessitated both by the moral law and by the simultaneous claims made upon the institution itself by its clients. Hence, we must infer that it is the function of this chief institution, which we call a government, to uphold the law of equal freedom. To determine the duty of the state by reverting to a supposed understanding entered into by the founders of society, a social contract, we have already seen to be impracticable. Men did not deliberately establish political arrangements, but grew into them unconsciously, probably had no conception of an associated condition until they found themselves in it. Moreover, were the hypothesis of an original agreement reasonable, it could not help us, for it would be folly to assume that the duties imposed by a horde of savages on their chief, or council of chiefs, must necessarily be the duties of governments throughout all time. Nevertheless, if, instead of speculating as to what might have happened during the infancy of civilization, we consider what must have happened, something may be learnt. On turning to page 203, the reader will find it argued at length that for men to have remained in the associated state implies that on the whole they found it preferable to the isolated one, which means that they obtained a greater sum total of gratification under it, which means that it afforded them fuller exercise for their faculties, which means that it offered a safer guarantee for such exercise, more security for their claims to life and property, that is, for their rights. But if men could have continued in the associated state only because on the average it ensured their rights better than the previous one, then the insurance of their rights becomes the special duty which society in its corporate capacity has to perform towards individuals. That function by which a thing begins to exist we may safely consider its all-essential function. Now, whilst those many aids to gratification which civilization has brought us were yet undeveloped, society must have existed only because it protected its members in the pursuit of those things which afford satisfaction to the faculties. But to protect men in the pursuit of those things which afford satisfaction to the faculties is to maintain their rights. And if it was by maintaining the rights of its members that society began to be, then to maintain their rights must ever be regarded as its primary duty. Further confirmation may be drawn from the universal practice of mankind in this matter. Widely as people have differed respecting the proper bounds of legislative superintendence, all have held them to include the defense of the subject against aggression. Whilst in various countries and times 100 different functions have been assigned to the state, whilst there have probably been no two governments that have entirely agreed in the number and nature of their functions, whilst the things specially attended to by some have been wholly neglected by others, and thereby proved non-essential, there is one office, that of protector, which has been common to them all. Did this fact stand alone, it might by a stretch of incredulity be construed into an accident. But coinciding as it does with the foregoing inferences drawn from the nature of man's constitution and the necessary origin of society, we may safely take it as a further evidence that the duty of the state is to protect, to enforce the law of equal freedom, to maintain men's rights, or as we commonly express it, to administer justice. Section 3. The question, what is the thing to be done by a government, being answered, there arises the other, which is the most efficient mode of doing it. To the proposition, the administration of justice is the special duty of the state, there hangs the corollary, the state ought to employ the best methods of fulfilling that duty, and this brings us to the inquiry, what are they? By our hypothesis, the connection of each individual with the community as politically organized must be voluntary. In virtue of its very office, an institution which proposes to guarantee a man's freedom to exercise his faculties can only tender its services to him, cannot coerce him into the acceptance of them. If it does, it becomes self-contradicting, violates that very freedom which it proposes to maintain. Citizenship then being willingly assumed, we must inquire what agreement is thereby tacitly entered into between the state and its members. Two things are conceivable. There may either be an understanding that whoever applies to the judicial power for assistance shall defray the costs thereupon incurred by it on his behalf, or it may be provided that the payment of a constant contribution towards the expenses of this judicial power shall entitle the contributor to its services whenever he needs them. The first of these arrangements does not seem altogether practicable. The other is one to which existing systems partially assimilate. In either case, however, it is taken for granted that the parties will duly fulfill their promises, that equivalents of protection and taxation shall be exchanged, that on the one side, if the individual chooses to avail himself of state guardianship, he shall not refuse his fair share of state burdens, and on the other, that when the state has imposed the burdens, it shall not withhold the guardianship. Self-evident as this interpretation of the agreement, which citizenship presupposes, judicial practice is but little guided by it. Our system of jurisprudence takes a very one-sided view of the matter. It is indeed stringent enough in enforcing the claim of the state against the subject, but as to the reciprocal claim of the subject against the state, it is comparatively careless. That it recognizes the title of the taxpayer to protection is true, but it is also true that it does this but partially. From certain infringements of rights, arbitrarily classed as criminal, it is ready to defend every complainant. But against others not so classed, it leaves everyone to defend himself. The most trifling injury, if inflicted in a specified manner, is cognizable by the magistrate, and redress may be obtained free of charge. But if otherwise inflicted, the injury, no matter how serious, must be passively borne, unless the sufferer has plenty of money and a sufficiency of daring. Let a man have a hat knocked over his eyes, and the law will zealously espouse his cause, will mulct his assailant in a fine and costs, and will do this without charge. But if, instead of having been bonneted, he has been wrongfully imprisoned, he is politely referred to a solicitor, with the information that the offence committed against him is actionable, which means that if rich he may play double or quits with fate, and that if poor he must go without even this chance of compensation. Against picking of pockets, as ordinarily practiced, the ruling power grants its lieges gratuitous protection, but pockets may be picked in various indirect ways, and it will idly look on unless costly means are taken to interest it. It will rush to the defence of one who has been deprived of a few turnips by a half-starved tramp. But as to the estate on which these turnips grew, that may be stolen without risk, so long as the despoiled owner is left friendless and penniless. Footnote: It is true that a plaintiff who can swear that he is not worth £5 may sue in firma pauperis, but this privilege is almost a dead letter. Actions so instituted are usually found to fail, because those who conduct them, having to plead gratuitously, plead carelessly. End of footnote. Some complaints need only to be whispered, and it forthwith plays the parts of constable, lawyer, judge, and jailer, whilst to others it turns a deaf ear unless they are made through its bribed hangers-on. Now it is the injured man's champion, and now it throws down its weapons to sit as umpire, whilst oppressor and oppressed run and tilt at each other. Over such and such portions of a citizen's rights, it mounts guard and cries, "Who goes there?" to every intruder. But upon the rest anyone may trample without fear of being challenged by it. To a man with perceptions unblunted by custom, this mode of carrying out the agreement subsisting between himself and the state would seem strange enough. It is not impossible that he might call the transaction a swindle, might argue that his property had been taken from him under false pretenses. To what purpose, he might ask, did I submit myself to your laws, if I am now to be denied the advantages promised in return? Have I not complied with all the stipulations? You demanded allegiance, and I gave it. You said money was needful, and I paid the uttermost farthing of your exactions, heavy as they were. You required me to fulfill certain civil functions, and I fulfilled them cheerfully. Yet now, when I ask you to give me that for which I made these sacrifices, you shuffle. I suppose you were to act the part of the Argus-eyed and briarous-armed guardian, ever watching over my interests, ever ready to step in and defend them, so that whether sleeping or waking, absorbed in business or immersed in pleasure, I might have the gratifying consciousness of being carefully shielded from injury. Now, however, I find not only that my rights may be trespassed upon in many ways without attracting your notice, but that even when I tell you I have been wronged, and demand your interposition, you shut the door in my face, and will not listen until I have exorbitantly feed some of the servants who have access to your private ear. What am I to understand by this? Is it that your revenue is insufficient to defray the cost of dispensing justice in all cases? If so, why not say as much, and let us increase it? Is it that you cannot accomplish what you profess? If so, declare candidly what you are able to do and what not. But at any rate, let us have some intelligible understanding, and not this jumble of contradictions, this conflict of promise and performance, this taking of the pay without doing the duty. Section 4. That men should sit down so apathetically as they do under the present corrupt administration of justice is not a little remarkable. That we, with all our jealousy of abuses, with all our opportunities of canvassing, blaming, and amending the acts of the legislature, with all our readiness to organize and agitate, with the anti-corn law, slavery abolition, and Catholic emancipation victories fresh in remembrance, that we, the independent, determined, self-ruling English, should daily behold the giant abominations of our judicial system, and yet do nothing to rectify them, is really quite incomprehensible. It is not as though the facts were disputed. All men are agreed upon them. The dangers of law are proverbial. The names of its officers are used as synonyms for trickery and greediness. The decisions of its courts are typical of chance. In all companies you hear but one opinion, and each person confirms it by a fresh illustration. Now you are informed of £300 having been expended in the recovery of 40 shillings worth of property, and again of a cause that was lost because an affirmation could not be received in place of an oath. A right-hand neighbor can tell you of a judge who allowed an indictment to be objected to on the plea that the words, "in the year of our Lord," were not inserted before the date. And another to your left narrates how a thief lately tried for stealing a guinea pig was acquitted, because a guinea pig was shown to be a kind of rat, and a rat could not be property. At one moment the story is of a poor man whose rich enemy has deliberately ruined him by tempting him into litigation, and at the next it is of a child, who has been kept in prison for 6 weeks in default of sureties for her appearance as witness against one who had assaulted her. Footnote. The case occurred at Winchester in July 1849. End of footnote. This gentleman has been cheated out of half his property, but dared not attempt to recover it for fear of losing more, whilst his less prudent companion can parallel the experience of him who said that he had only twice been on the verge of ruin, once when he had lost a lawsuit, and once when he had gained one. On all sides you are told of trickery and oppression and revenge, committed in the name of justice, of wrongs endured for want of money wherewith to purchase redress, of rights unclaimed because contention with the powerful usurper was useless, of chancery suits that outlasted the lives of the suitors, of fortunes swallowed up in settling a title, of estates lost by an informality. And then comes a catalogue of victims, of those who have trusted and been deceived, grey-headed men whose hardly earned savings went to fatten the attorney, threadbare and hollow-cheeked insolvents who lost all in the attempt to get their due, some who had been reduced to subsist on the charity of friends, others who had died the death of a pauper, with not a few whose anxieties had produced insanity, or who in their desperation had committed suicide. Yet, whilst all parties echo each other's exclamations of disgust, these iniquities continue unchecked. Section 5. There are not wanting, however, men who defend this state of things, who actually argue that government should perform but imperfectly what they allow to be its special function, whilst on the one hand they admit that administration of justice is the vital necessity of civilized life. They maintain, on the other, that justice may be administered too well, for, say they, were law cheap, all men would avail themselves of it. Did there exist no difficulty in obtaining justice, justice would be demanded in every case of violated rights. 10 times as many appeals would be made to the authorities as now. Men would rush into legal proceedings on the slightest provocation, and litigation would be so enormously increased as to make the remedy worse than the disease. Such is the argument, an argument involving either a gross absurdity or an unwarrantable assumption. For observe, when this great multiplication of law proceedings under a gratuitous administration of justice is urged as a reason why things should remain as they are, it is implied that the evils attendant upon the rectification of all wrongs would be greater than are the evils attendant upon submission to those wrongs. Either the great majority of civil aggressions must be borne in silence as now, or must be adjudicated upon as then, and the allegation is that the first alternative is preferable. But if 10,000 litigations are worse than 10,000 injustices, then one litigation is worse than one injustice, which means that, as a general principle, an appeal to the law for protection is a greater evil than the trespass complained of, which means that it would be better to have no administration of justice at all. If for the sake of escaping this absurdity it be assumed that, as things are now, all great wrongs are rectified, that the costliness of law prevents insignificant ones only from being brought to the court, and that consequently the above inference cannot be drawn, then either denial is given to the obvious fact that, by the poverty they inflict, many of the greatest wrongs incapacitate their victims from obtaining redress, and to the obvious fact that the civil injuries suffered by the masses, though absolutely small, are relatively great. Or else it is taken for granted that on 9/10 of the population who are too poor to institute legal proceedings, no civil injuries of moment are ever inflicted. Nor is this all. It is not necessarily true that making the law easy of access would increase litigation. An opposite effect might be produced. The prophecy is vitiated by that very common mistake of calculating the result of some new arrangement on the assumption that all other things would remain as they are. It is taken for granted that under the hypothetical regime just as many transgressions would occur as at present, whereas any candid observer can see that most of the civil offences now committed are committed in consequence of the inefficiency of our judicial system, for sparing justice feeds iniquity. It is the difficulty that he knows there will be in convicting him which tempts the knave to behave knavishly. Were not the law so expensive and so uncertain, dishonest traders would never risk the many violations of it they now do. The trespasses of the wealthy against the poor would be rare, were it not that the aggrieved have practically no remedy. Mark how, to the man who contemplates wronging his fellow, our legal system holds out promises of impunity. Should his proposed victim be one of small means, there is the likelihood that he will not be able to carry on a lawsuit. Here is encouragement. Should he possess enough money, why even then, having, like most people, a great dread of litigation, he will probably bear his loss unresistingly. Here is further encouragement. Lastly, our plotter remembers that should his victim venture in action, judicial decisions are very much matters of accident, and that the guilty are often rescued by clever counsel. Here is still more encouragement. And so, all things considered, he determines to chance it. Now he would never decide thus were legal protection efficient. Were the administration of law prompt, gratuitous, and certain, those probabilities and possibilities which now beckon him on to fraudulent acts would vanish. Civil injuries wittingly committed would almost cease. Only in cases where both parties sincerely believe themselves right would judicial arbitration be called for, and the number of such cases is comparatively small. Litigation, therefore, so far from increasing on justice being made easy of obtainment, would probably decrease. End of Chapter 21, Part 1. Chapter 21, Part 2 of Social Statics by Herbert Spencer. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Recording by THBosc. Social statics, or the conditions essential to human happiness specified, and the first of them developed, by Herbert Spencer. Chapter 21. The Duty of the State, Part 2. Section 6. But after all, it is not the setting up of this or that system of jurisprudence which causes the intercourse of men with each other to be equitable or otherwise. The matter lies deeper. As with forms of government, so with forms of law. It is the national character that decides. The power of an apparatus primarily depends not on the ingenuity of its design, but on the strength of its materials. Be his plan never so well devised, his arrangement of struts and ties and bolts never so good, his balance of forces never so perfect. Yet if our engineer has not considered whether the respective parts of his structure will bear the strain to be put upon them, we must call him a bungler. Similarly with the institution maker. If the people with whom he has to deal are not of the requisite quality, no cleverness in his contrivance will avail anything. Let us never forget that institutions are made of men, that men are the struts, ties, and bolts out of which they are framed, and that, dovetail and brace them together as we may, it is their nature which must finally determine whether the institutions can stand. Always there will be some line of least resistance, along which, if the humanity they are wrought out of be not strong enough, they will give way, and having given way, will sink down into a less trying attitude. Thus it is, amongst other things, with judicial mechanisms. No matter how admirably devised, their results will be good only in proportion as the nation is good. The instrumentalities by which they are to act, judges, juries, constables, witnesses, gaolers, and the rest, must be units of the people, will, on the average, be marked by the same imperfections as the people, and though the system they are set to work out be perfect, yet will the badness of their characters degrade its acts down to a level with the general conduct of society. That justice can be well administered only in proportion as men become just, is a fact too generally overlooked. If they had but trial by jury, says someone, moralizing on the Russians, but they can't have it. It could not exist amongst them. Even if established, it would not work. They lack that substratum of honesty and truthfulness on which alone it can stand. To be of use, this, like any other institution, must be born of the popular character. It is not trial by jury that produces justice, but it is the sentiment of justice that produces trial by jury, as the organ through which it is to act. And the organ will be inert unless the sentiment is there. These social forms which we regard as so potential are things of quite secondary importance. What mattered it that the Roman plebeians were endowed with certain privileges when the patricians prevented them from exercising those privileges by ill treatment carried even to the death? What mattered it that our statute book contained equitable provisions, and that officers were appointed to enforce them when there needed a Magna Carta to demand that justice should neither be sold, denied, nor delayed? What matters it even now that all men are declared equal before law, when magistrates are swayed by class sympathies and treat a gentleman more leniently than an artisan? If we think that we can rectify the relationships of men at will, we deceive ourselves. What Sir James Mackintosh says of constitutions, that they are not made but grow, applies to all social arrangements. It is not true that once upon a time men said, "Let there be law," and there was law. Administration of justice was originally impracticable, utopian, and has become more and more practicable only as men have become less savage. The old system of settling disputes by personal contest and the new system of settling them by state arbitration have coexisted throughout all ages, the one little by little usurping the place of the other, outgrowing it. It was only after some advance had been made that the civil power could get recognized at all as a maintainer of rights. The feudal baron with castle and retainers maintained his own rights, and would have considered himself disgraced by asking legal aid. Even after he had agreed to regard his suzerain as umpire, it was still in the lists, and by the strength of his arm and his lance, that he made good his cause. And when we remember that equally amongst the lords and labourers this practice lingers even now, that we have still duels, which it is thought dishonourable for a gentleman to avoid by applying to a magistrate, that we have still pugilistic fights, which the people try to hide from the police, we are taught that it is impossible for a judicial system to become efficient faster than men become good. It is only after public morality has gained a certain ascendancy that the civil power gets strong enough to perform its simplest functions. Before this, it cannot even put down banditti. Border forays continue in spite of it, and it is bearded in its very strongholds as amongst ourselves by the thieves of Whitefriars but 2 centuries ago. Under early governments, the officers of law are less friends than enemies. Legal forms are habitually used for purposes of oppression. Causes are decided by favoritism, bribery, and backstairs intrigue. The judicial apparatus breaks down under the work it has to do, and shows us in a Jonathan Wild, a Judge Jeffreys, and even a Lord Chancellor Bacon, how inevitably its several parts are rendered inoperative by a generally diffused wickedness. Of course, the efficiency of present and future systems of jurisprudence must be determined by the same influences. Of our own legal arrangements, we may say, what Emerson has well said of institutions generally, that they are about as good as the characters of men permit them to be. When we read of orange magistrates, who become aggressors rather than protectors, of policemen who conspire with each other to obtain convictions that they may be promoted, and of the late Palace Court, whose officers habitually favored the plaintiff with the view of inducing men to enter suits there, we find that now, as of old, judicial protection is vitiated by the depravity of the age. Nevertheless, it is probable that we are ripe for something better than we have. The universal disgust with which law is regarded may be taken as evidence of this, as evidence, moreover, that a change is at hand. But it is not likely that the mode of administering justice lately pointed out as the proper one is immediately feasible. Seeing that men, by not having yet recognized it as theoretically right, show themselves considerably below the state to which it is natural. This, however, is no reason for not advocating its adoption. For what was said in the last chapter respecting an equitable form of government may be here said respecting an equitable system of law, that the power quietly to establish it is the measure of its practicability. Section 7. By dispersing that haze of political superstition through which the state and its appendages loom so large, the foregoing considerations suggest a somewhat startling question. For if when men's savageness and dishonesty render the administration of justice most necessary, it is impossible, if it becomes possible only in proportion as men themselves become just, and if that same universal uprightness, which permits the administration of justice to become perfect, also makes it needless, as it evidently must, then we may naturally ask, can the state really administer justice at all? Does it, looking at society as a whole, secure to the people any fuller enjoyment of their rights than they would have without it? May we not conclude that it takes away from men's liberties in one direction as much as it gives in another? Is it not a mere dead mechanism worked by a nation's moral sense, neither adding to nor deducting from the force of that moral sense, and consequently unable to alter the sum total of its effects? A strange idea, this, some will think, and so at first sight it seems. We have such a habit of regarding government in its protective character, and forgetting its aggressive one, that to ask whether the rights it secures are not about balanced by the rights it violates, seems almost laughable. Nevertheless, we shall find that on drawing up a debtor and creditor account, the absurdity of the doubt disappears. Passing over those ruling powers of the East, which in return for the small amount of security they guarantee, are in the habit of confiscating, under one pretense or another, any property not efficiently concealed by the unfortunate owners, and which, in some cases, push their exactions so far as to have to give back for seed in the spring a part of that crop they had taken from the husbandman at the previous harvest. Passing over, too, those middle-aged systems of government under which protection, such as it was, had to be purchased by the resignation of personal freedom, let us institute as favorable a comparison as possible. Let us take the relatively good governments we know now, and setting down on the one side the benefits conferred, and on the other the evils inflicted, let us strike a balance between them. Under the head of obligations may be entered the efficient curb which our police system puts upon offenses against person and property. Our courts of law, too, with all their defects, afford a partial defense against civil injuries, which needs setting down in the estimate, and to these must be added what far outweigh them both, that sense of habitual security, and that consequent ability to fearlessly carry on the business of life, which are produced by the mere presence of an active civil power. After deducting from these a heavy discount on the score of shortcomings, there unquestionably remains a large surplus of benefit for which the state may claim credit. Turn we now to the per contra statement. As the first item on the list, there stands that gigantic injustice inflicted upon 19/20ths of the community by the usurpation of the soil, by the breach of their rights to use of the earth. Chapter 9. For this the civil power is responsible, has itself been a party to the aggression, has made it legal, and still defends it as right. Next comes the trespass committed against the many, subordinating them to the few, and forcing them to obey laws to which their consent was never asked. Note again the tyrannies accompanying national defense, the impressments and militia drawings, the continuous abnegation of liberty in the persons of soldiers and sailors, ending not unfrequently in the sacrifice of their lives. Remember also how our rights are trenched upon by commercial restrictions, and how men are not only prevented from buying and selling where they please, but are debarred from following certain occupations until they have bought government permits. Nor let us forget the penalties that until lately so seriously transgressed religious freedom. Penalties which, as the Anti-State Church Association can show, have by no means disappeared. And all these together, with the many minor restrictions hedging us about, are accompanied by those never-ceasing incursions made upon our property by the tax-gatherer and the officers of customs and excise, by poor-rate collectors and church-wardens. Measuring wrongs as we must by the degree in which they limit the exercise of faculties, let us now add up the two accounts and contrast their sum totals. On the one side, government partially saves us, only partially, mind, from those assaults, robberies, murders, cheatings, and kindred injuries, to which, were there no such institution, the existing immorality of men would expose us. These we must imagine to be distributed over the community at large, and over the life of each citizen, and then conceive to what average restriction on the free exercise of faculties they would be equivalent. On the other side, government itself transgresses men's liberties by the monopoly of land, by the usurpation of power, by restrictions on trade, by the slavery and death of thousands of soldiers, by the ruin of hundreds it ought to protect, by favoritism to creeds and classes, by the civil functions it makes imperative, by petty restraints too numerous to name, but above all, by a remorseless taxation, which affecting 7/8 of the nation as it does, by abstracting a large percentage from earnings already insufficient for necessaries, virtually obliterates in great measure the spheres needed for the development of their natures. We have now to suppose these manifold limitations to the free exercise of faculties averaged like the others, and then to ask ourselves whether the two averages are or are not equal. Is the question after all so very irrational? Is not the answer doubtful? Nay, indeed. Consider it rightly, and the answer is not at all doubtful. It is very certain that government cannot alter the total amount of injustice committed. The absurdity is in supposing that it can, in supposing that by some ingenious artifice we may avoid the consequences of our own natures. The civil power no more does what to the careless eye it seems to do, than the juggler really performs his apparent miracles. It is impossible for man to create force. He can only alter the mode of its manifestation, its direction, its distribution. The power that propels his steamboats and locomotives is not his making. It was all lying latent in the coal. He telegraphs by an agent set free during the oxidation of zinc, but of which no more is obtained than is due to the number of atoms that have combined. The very energy he expends in moving his arms is generated by the chemical affinities of the food he eats. In no case can he do anything but avail himself of dormant forces. This is as true in ethics as in physics. Moral feeling is a force by which men's actions are restrained within certain prescribed bounds, and no legislative mechanism can increase its results one iota. By how much this force is deficient, by so much must its work remain undone. In whatever degree we lack the qualities needful for our state, in the same degree we must suffer. Nature will not be cheated. Whoso should think to escape the influences of gravitation by throwing his limbs into some peculiar attitude would not be more deceived than are those who hope to avoid the weight of their depravity by arranging themselves into this or that form of political organization. Every jot of the evil must in one way or other be born, consciously or unconsciously, either in a shape that is recognized or else under some disguise. No philosopher's stone of a constitution can produce golden conduct from leaden instincts. No apparatus of senators, judges, and police can compensate for the want of an internal governing sentiment. No legislative manipulation can eke out an insufficient morality into a sufficient one. No administrative sleight of hand can save us from ourselves. But must not this imply that government is of no use whatsoever? Not at all. Although unable to alter the sum total of injustice to be supported, it can still alter its distribution. And this is what it really does. By its aid, men, to a considerable extent, equalize the evil they have to bear, spread it out more uniformly over the whole community, and over the life of each citizen. Entire freedom to exercise the faculties, interrupted by entire deprivations of it, and marred by the perpetual danger of these deprivations, is exchanged for a freedom on which the restrictions are constant but partial. Instead of those losses of life, of limb, or of the means of subsistence, which, under a state of anarchy, all are liable to, and many suffer, a political organization commits universal aggressions of comparatively mild type. Wrongs that were before occasional, but crushing, are now unceasing, but bearable. The system is one of mutual assurance against moral disasters. Just as men, whilst they cannot prevent fires and shipwrecks, can yet guarantee each other against ruin from these, by bearing them in common and distributing the injuries entailed over long periods of time, so although by uniting together for judicial purposes men cannot diminish the amount of injustice to be borne, they can, and do, insure themselves against its otherwise fatal results. Section 8. When we agreed that it was the essential function of the state to protect, to administer the law of equal freedom, to maintain men's rights, we virtually assigned it to the duty, not only of shielding each citizen from the trespasses of his neighbors, but of defending him, in common with the community at large, against foreign aggressions. An invading force may violate people's rights as much as, or far more than, an equal body of felons. And our definition requires that government shall resist transgression in the one case as much as in the other. Protection. This is what men seek by political combination, and whether it be against internal or external enemies matters not. Unquestionably war is immoral, but so likewise is the violence used in the execution of justice. So is all coercion. Ethical law is as certainly broken by the deeds of judicial authorities as by those of the defensive army. There is, in principle, no difference whatever between the blow of a policeman's baton and the thrust of a soldier's bayonet. Both are infractions of the law of equal freedom in the persons of those injured. In either case we have force sufficient to produce submission, and it matters not whether the force be employed by a man in red or by one in blue. Policemen are soldiers who act alone. Soldiers are policemen who act in unison. Government employs the first to attack in detail 10,000 criminals who separately make war upon society, and it calls in the last when threatened by a like number of criminals in the shape of drilled troops. Resistance to foreign foes and resistance to native ones, having consequently the same object, the maintenance of men's rights and being effected by the same means, force, are in their nature identical, and no greater condemnation can be passed upon the one than upon the other. The doings of the battlefield merely exhibit in a concentrated form that immorality which is inherent in government, and attaches to all its functions. What is so manifest in its military acts is true of its civil acts, that it uses wrong to put down wrong. Defensive warfare, and of course it is solely to this that the foregoing argument applies, must therefore be tolerated as the least of two evils. There are indeed some who unconditionally condemn it, and would meet invasion by non-resistance. To such there are several replies. First, consistency requires them to behave in like fashion to their fellow citizens. They must not only allow themselves to be cheated, assaulted, robbed, wounded without offering active opposition, but must refuse help from the civil power, seeing that they who employ force by proxy are as much responsible for that force as though they employed it themselves. Again, such a theory makes specific relationships between men and nations look needlessly utopian. If all agree not to aggress, they must as certainly be at peace with each other as though they had all agreed not to resist, so that whilst it sets up so difficult a standard of behavior, the rule of non-resistance is not one whit more efficient as a preventive of war than the rule of non-aggression. Moreover, this principle of non-resistance is not deducible from the moral law. The moral law says, do not aggress. It cannot say, do not resist. For to say this would be to presuppose its own precepts broken. As explained at the outset, Chapter 1, morality describes the conduct of perfect men, and cannot include in its premises circumstances that arise from imperfection. That rule which attains to universal sway when all men are what they ought to be, must be the right rule, must it not? And that rule which then becomes impossible of fulfillment must be the wrong one? Well, in an ideal state, the law of non-aggression is obeyed by all, is the vital principle of everyone's conduct, is fully carried out, reigns, lives. Whereas in such a state the law of non-resistance necessarily becomes a dead letter. Lastly, it can be shown that non-resistance is absolutely wrong. We may not carelessly abandon our rights. We may not give away our birthright for the sake of peace. If it be a duty to respect other men's claims, so also is it a duty to maintain our own. That which is sacred in their persons is sacred in ours also. Have we not a faculty which makes us feel and assert our title to freedom of action, at the same time that, by a reflex process, it enables us to appreciate the like title in our fellows? Did we not find that this faculty can act strongly on behalf of others, only when it acts strongly on our own behalf? And must we assume that, whilst its sympathetic promptings are to be diligently listened to, its direct ones are to be disregarded? To suppose this is to suppose an incurable defect in our moral constitution, is to suppose that the very sentiment intended to lead us will itself mislead us. No, we may not be passive under aggression. In the due maintenance of our claims is involved the practicability of all our duties. Without liberty of action, without rights, we cannot fully exercise our faculties, and if we cannot fully exercise our faculties, we cannot fulfill the divine will. And if we allow ourselves to be deprived of that without which we cannot fulfill the divine will, we virtually neglect that will. But how, if all coercion is immoral? Will it not follow that it is immoral to use violence in opposing a trespasser? Certainly. then either alternative is wrong? Just so. The law of right conduct has been broken, and of this dilemma is the consequence. Action and reaction are equal. The blow dealt at morality in the person of the injured cannot end with itself. There must be a corresponding recoil. The first evil gives rise to an equivalent second, whether it is met by resistance or not. The assertion looks strange, will perhaps be incredible to many, nevertheless it must be made. And all we can say of this seeming paradox is, that it shows how actions lapse into a moral chaos when once the equilibrium of men's relationships is destroyed. Thus we find that the principle of non-resistance is not ethically true, but only that of non-aggression, that hence a government is justified in taking up a defensive attitude towards foreign enemies, and that the abstract criminality undoubtedly attaching to such a proceeding is the same criminality which pervades the administration of justice, is the same criminality of which government is itself a consequence. Section 9. Of international arbitration we must say, as of a free constitution or a good system of jurisprudence, that its possibility is a question of time. The same causes which once rendered all government impossible have hitherto forbidden this widest extension of it. A federation of peoples, a universal society, can exist only when man's adaptation to the social state has become tolerably complete. We have already seen that in the earliest stage of civilization, when the repulsive force is strong and the aggregative force weak, only small communities are possible. A modification of character causes these tribes and satrapies and gentes and feudal lordships and clans gradually to coalesce into nations, and a still further modification will allow of a still further union. That the time for this is now drawing nigh seems probable. We may gather as much from the favor with which such an arrangement is regarded. The recognition of its desirableness foreshadows its realization. In peace societies, in proposals for simultaneous disarmament, in international visits and addresses, and in the frequency with which friendly interventions now occur, we may see that humanity is fast growing towards such a consummation. Though hitherto impracticable, and perhaps impracticable at the present moment, a brotherhood of nations is being made practicable by the very efforts used to bring it about. These philanthropic enthusiasms, which the worldly wise think so ridiculous, are essential parts of the process by which the desideratum is being wrought out. Perhaps no fact is more significant of the change going on than the spread of that non-resistance theory lately noticed. That we should find sprinkled among us men who from the desire to receive this ultra-humane doctrine do violence to their perceptions of what is due to themselves, cannot but afford matter for congratulation. Unsound as the idea may be, its origin is good. It is a redundant utterance of that sympathy which transforms the savage man into the social man, the brutal into the benevolent, the unjust into the just, and taken in conjunction with other signs of the times, prophesies that a better relationship between nations is approaching. Meanwhile, in looking forward to some all-embracing federal arrangement, we must keep in mind that the stability of so complicated a political organization depends not upon the fitness of one nation, but upon the fitness of many. End of Chapter 21, Part 2.
Chapter 22, Part 1 of Social Statics by Herbert Spencer. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Social Statics, or the conditions essential to human happiness specified, and the first of them developed, by Herbert Spencer. Chapter 22. The limit of state duty. A function to each organ, and each organ to its own function, is the law of all organization. To do its work well, an apparatus must possess special fitness for that work, and this will amount to unfitness for any other work. The lungs cannot digest, the heart cannot respire, the stomach cannot propel blood. Each muscle and each gland must have its own particular nerve. There is not a fiber in the body but what has a channel to bring it food, a channel to take its food away, an agency for causing it to assimilate nutriment, an agency for stimulating it to perform its peculiar duty, and a mechanism to take away effete matter, not one of which can be dispensed with. Between creatures of the lowest type and creatures of the highest, we similarly find the essential difference to be that in the one the vital actions are carried on by a few simple agents, whilst in the other the vital actions are severally decomposed into their component parts, and each of these parts has an agent to itself. In organizations of another order the same principle is apparent. When the manufacturer discovered that by confining each of his employees wholly to one process he could immensely increase the productive powers of his establishment, he did but act upon this same rule of one function to one organ. If we compare the mercantile arrangements of a village with those of a city, we shall find that the hucksters of the one carry on many trades each, whilst every shopkeeper of the other confines himself to a single trade, showing us how a highly developed apparatus for the distribution of commodities is similarly distinguished by subdivision of duties. Language, too, exemplifies the same truth. Between its primitive state, in which it consisted of nothing but nouns, used vaguely to indicate all ideas indiscriminately, and its present state, in which it consists of numerous parts of speech, the process of growth has been that of gradually separating words into classes, serving different purposes. And just as fast as this process has advanced, has language become capable of completely fulfilling its end. May we not, then, suspect that the assigning of one function to one organ is the condition of efficiency in all instrumentalities? If, as far as we can see, such is the law not only of natural organizations, but of what in a superficial sense we call artificial ones, does it not seem probable that it is the universal law? Will it not be the law of institutions? Will it not be the law of the state? Must we not expect that with the government also special adaptation to one end implies non-adaptation to other ends? And is it not likely that by devolving on a government additional functions, the due discharge of its peculiar function will be sacrificed? And would not this imply that a government ought not to undertake such additional functions? But laying aside analogy, let us inquire whether it is not the fact that in assuming any office besides its original one, the state begins to lose the power of fulfilling that original one. What is it that we call the state? Men politically associated. How associated? Voluntarily. For what purpose? For mutual protection. Men voluntarily associated for mutual protection. This, then, is our definition. Now, when rightly ordered, the conditions on which this voluntary association offers its services must be such as enable it to afford the greatest amount of protection possible. If otherwise, if it insists on non-essential conditions which prevent some men from accepting its services, or on conditions which unnecessarily compromise the liberty of those men who do accept its services, it manifestly fails to that extent in performing its function. Now the moment the state undertakes a second office, it does all this. Men leagued together for a special object will never unanimously agree in the pursuit of any other object. So long as our joint stock protection society confines itself to guaranteeing the rights of its members, it is pretty certain to be coextensive with the nation. For whilst such an organization is needed at all, most men will sacrifice something to secure its guardianship. But let an additional duty be assigned to it, and there will immediately arise more or less schism. The dissenting minority may in such case consist of two parties, the one comprising those who have so great a repugnance to the contemplated arrangement as to resolve upon seceding rather than consent to it, and a larger party consisting of those who grumble at the imposition of additional charges for the doing what they do not wish to be done, but who think well to submit rather than give up the benefits of protection. Towards both these parties the state fails in its duty. The one it drives away by disadvantageous terms, and from the other it exacts sacrifices beyond what are needful for the performance of its original function, and by so doing becomes an aggressor instead of a protector. Observe how the case stands when put personally. "Your taxes are heavier this year than last," complains a citizen to the government. "How is it?" "The sums voted for these new schoolhouses, and for the salaries of the masters and mistresses, have increased the draft upon our exchequer," replies the government. "Schoolhouses, masters and mistresses, what have I to do with these? You are not charging me with the cost of them, are you?" "Yes." Why, I never authorized you to do so. True, but Parliament, or, in other words, the majority of the nation, has decided that the education of the young shall be entrusted to us, and has authorized us to raise such funds as may be necessary for fulfilling this trust. But suppose I wish to superintend the education of my children myself? You may do as you please, but you must pay for the privilege we offer, whether you avail yourself of it or not. Even if you have no children, you must still pay. And what if I refuse? Why, were we to act up to old precedents, we should punish you. But as things now stand, we shall content ourselves with giving notice that you have outlawed yourself. Nay, I have no wish to do that. I cannot at present dispense with your protection. Very well, then you must agree to our terms, and pay your share of the new tax. See now what a dilemma you place me in. As I dare not relinquish the protection I entered into political combination to obtain, I must either give you a part of my property for nothing, or, should I make a point of having some equivalent, I must cease to do that which my natural affections prompt. Will you answer me a few questions? Certainly. What is it that you, as a national executive, have been appointed for? Is it not to maintain the rights of those who employ you? Or, in other words, to guarantee to each the fullest freedom for the exercise of his faculties, compatible with the equal freedom of all others? It has been so decided. And it has been also decided that you are justified in diminishing this freedom only to such extent as may be needful for preserving the remainder, has it not? That is evidently a corollary. Exactly. And now let me ask you, what is this property, this money, of which in the shape of taxes you are demanding from me an additional amount? Is it not that which enables me to get food, clothing, shelter, recreation, or to repeat the original expression, that on which I depend for the exercise of most of my faculties? It is. Therefore, to decrease my property is to decrease my freedom to exercise my faculties, is it not? Clearly. Then this new impost of yours will practically decrease my freedom to exercise my faculties. Yes. Well, do you not now perceive the contradiction? Instead of acting the part of a protector, you are acting the part of an aggressor. What you were appointed to guarantee me and others, you are now taking away. To see that the liberty of each man to pursue the objects of his desires is unrestricted, save by the like liberty of all, is your special function. To diminish this liberty by means of taxes or civil restraints more than is absolutely needful for performing such function is wrong, because adverse to the function itself. Now your new impost does so diminish this liberty more than is absolutely needful, and is consequently unjustifiable. Thus we find, as was foretold, that whenever the state begins to exceed its office of protector, it begins to lose protective power. Not a single supplementary service can it attempt without producing dissent, and in proportion to the amount of dissent so produced by it, the state defeats the end for which it was established. Let it undertake many additional duties, and there will be scarcely a man who does not object to being taxed on account of one or more of them. Scarcely a man, therefore, to whom the state does not in some degree do the very opposite of what it is appointed to do. Now this thing which the state is appointed to do is the essential thing, the thing by which society is made possible, and these other things proposed to be done are non-essential, for society is possible without them. And as the essential ought not to be sacrificed to the non-essential, the state ought not to do anything but protect. Section 2. It will perhaps be urged, however, that the evil done by a government when it thus oversteps its original duty is only an apparent one, seeing that though it diminishes men's spheres of actions in one direction, it adds to them in another. All such supplementary functions, an objector may say, subserve in some way or other the wants of society. That is, they facilitate the satisfaction of men's desires. That is, they afford to men greater freedom for the exercise of their faculties. For if you argue that taking away a man's property diminishes his freedom to exercise his faculties, because it diminishes his means of exercising them, then you must in fairness admit that by procuring for him certain of the objects he desires, or by taking away the obstacles that lie between him and those objects, or by otherwise helping him to his ends, the state is increasing his power to exercise his faculties, and hence is practically increasing his freedom. To all which the answer is, that cutting away men's opportunities on one side to add to them on another is at best accompanied by a loss. let us remember that the force by which a society through its government works out certain results is never increased by administrative mechanisms, but that part of it escapes in friction. Government evidently cannot create any facilities for the exercise of faculties. All it can do is to redistribute them. It is easy to calculate what one of these artificial arrangements can effect. Set down the amount of power to satisfy his wants, which it takes from a citizen in extra taxes, deduct the serious waste occurring under official manipulations, and the remainder, transformed into some new shape, is all that can be returned to him. The transaction is consequently a losing one, so that, whilst in attempting to serve the public by undertaking supplementary functions, a government fails in its duty toward all who dissent, it does not really compensate for this by additional advantages afforded to the rest, to whom it merely gives, with one hand, less than it takes away with the other. Section 3. But in truth the transaction is a yet more detrimental one than it thus appears, for even the gift is a delusion, has a minus sign before it, unobserved perhaps by the many, but sufficiently visible to the analyst. The expediency philosophy, of which this general state superintendence is a practical expression, embodies the belief that government ought not only to guarantee men in the unmolested pursuit of happiness, but should provide the happiness for them and deliver it at their doors. Now no scheme could be more self-defeating, for no scheme could be more completely at variance with the constitution of things. Man, as briefly delineated at the outset, consists of a congeries of faculties, qualifying him for surrounding conditions. Each of these faculties, if normally developed, yields to him, when exercised, a gratification constituting part of his happiness, whilst, in the act of exercising it, some deed is done subserving the wants of the man as a whole, and affording to the other faculties the opportunity of performing in turn their respective functions, and of producing every one its peculiar pleasure, so that, when healthily balanced, each subserves all, and all subserve each. We cannot live at all unless this mechanism works with tolerable efficiency, and we can live entirely, that is, can have entire happiness, only when the reciprocity between capacities and requirements is perfect. As before said, the complete man is the self-sufficing man, the man who is in every point fitted to his circumstances, the man in whom there are desires corresponding not only to all the acts which are immediately advantageous, but to those which are remotely so. Evidently, one who is thus rightly constituted cannot be helped. To do anything for him by some artificial agency is to supersede certain of his powers, is to leave them unexercised, and therefore to diminish his happiness. To healthily developed citizens, therefore, state aid is doubly detrimental. It injures them both by what it takes and by what it does. By the revenues required to support its agencies, it absorbs the means on which certain of the faculties depend for their exercise, and by the agencies themselves it shuts out other faculties from their spheres of action. But men are not complete, they are not healthily developed, they have not capacities in harmony with their wants, and therefore, as matters stand, a government does not, by its interpositions, preoccupy offices which there are faculties to fill. Very true, but next to being what we ought to be, the most desirable thing is that we should become what we ought to be as fast as possible. We are undergoing the process of adaptation. We have to lose the characteristics which fitted us for our original state, and to gain those which will fit us for our present state. And the question to be asked, respecting these mechanical remedies for our deficiencies, is, do they facilitate the change? Certainly not. A moment's thought will convince us that they retard it. No one can need reminding that demand and supply is the law of life as well as the law of trade, that strength will show itself only where strength is called for, that an undeveloped capability can be developed only under the stern discipline of necessity. Would you draw out and increase some too feeble sentiment? Then you must set it to do, as well as it can, the work required of it. It must be kept ever active, ever strained, ever inconvenienced by its incompetency. Under this treatment it will, in the slow lapse of generations, attain to efficiency, and what was once its impossible task will become the source of a healthy, pleasurable, and desired excitement. But let a state instrumentality be thrust between such faculty and its work, and the process of adaptation is at once suspended. Growth ceases, and in its place commences retrogression. The embryo agency, now superseded by some commission, some board and staff of officers, straightway dwindles, for power is as inevitably lost by inactivity as it is gained by activity. Hence, humanity no longer goes on moulding itself into harmony with the natural requirements of the social state, but begins instead to assume a form fitting these artificial requirements. It is consequently stopped in its progress towards that self-sufficingness characteristic of the complete man, or in other words, is prevented from fulfilling the conditions essential to complete happiness. And thus, as before said, not only does a government reverse its function by taking away more property than is needful for protective purposes, but even what it gives in return for the excess so taken is in essence a loss. There is indeed one faculty, or rather combination of faculties, for whose shortcomings the state, as far as in it lies, may advantageously compensate; that, namely, by which society is made possible. It is clear that any being whose constitution to be moulded into fitness for new conditions of existence must be placed under these conditions. Or, putting the proposition specifically, it is clear that man can become adapted to the social state only by being retained in the social state. This granted, it follows that as man has been, and is still, deficient in those feelings which, by dictating just conduct, prevent the perpetual antagonism of individuals and their consequent disunion, some artificial agency is required by which their union may be maintained. Only by the process of adaptation itself can be produced that character which makes social equilibrium spontaneous. And hence, whilst this process is going on, an instrumentality must be employed, firstly to bind men into an associated state, and secondly to check all conduct endangering the existence of that state. Such an instrumentality we have in a government. And now mark, that whether we consider government from this point of view, or from that previously occupied, our conclusions respecting it are in essence identical. For when government fulfils the function here assigned it, of retaining men in the circumstances to which they are to be adapted, it fulfils the function which we on other grounds assigned it, that of protector; to administer justice, to mount guard over men's rights, to prevent aggression, is simply to render society possible, to enable men to live together, to keep them in contact with their new conditions. And seeing that the two definitions are thus at root the same, we shall be prepared for the fact that in whichever way we specify its duty, the state cannot exceed that duty without defeating itself. For, if regarded as a protector, we find that the moment it does anything more than protect, it becomes an aggressor instead of a protector; and if regarded as a help to adaptation, we find that when it does anything more than sustain the social state, it retards adaptation instead of hastening it. Section 5. Thus much for the positive evidence. Let us now enter upon the negative. The expediency philosophers say that government has other functions to fulfill besides that of upholding men's rights. If so, what are they? To the assertion that the boundary line of state duty as above drawn is at the wrong place, the obvious rejoinder is, show us where it should be drawn. This appeal the expediency philosophers have never yet been able to answer. Their alleged definitions are no definitions at all. As was proved at the outset, to say that government ought to do that which is expedient, or to do that which will tend to produce the greatest happiness, or to do that which will subserve the general good, is to say just nothing. For there is infinite disagreement respecting the natures of these desiderata. A definition of which the terms are indefinite is an absurdity. Whilst the practical interpretation of expediency remains a matter of opinion, to say that a government should do that which is expedient is to say that it should do what we think it should do. Still, then, our demand is a definition. Between the two extremes of its possible power, the everything and the nothing, with which a government may be entrusted, where is the proper limitation? Of the innumerable fields of action lying open to an uncontrolled legislature, which shall it occupy? Shall it extend its interference to the fixing of creeds, as in the old times? Or to overlooking modes of manufacture, farming operations, and domestic affairs, as it once did? Or to commerce, as of late? To education, as now? To public health, as some wish? To dress, as in China? To literature, as in Austria? To charity, to manners, to amusements? If not to all of them, to which of them? Should the perplexed inquirer seek refuge in authority, he will find precedents not only for these but for many more such interferences. If, like those who disapprove of master tailors having their work done off the premises, or like those who want to prevent the produce of industrial prisons displacing that of free artisans, or like those who would restrain charity school children from competing with seamstresses. He thinks it desirable to meddle with trade arrangements. There are plenty of exemplars for him. There is the law of Henry VII., which directed people at what fairs they should sell their goods; and that of Edward VI., which enacted a fine of £100 for a usurious bargain; and that of James I., which prescribed the quantity of ale to be sold for a penny; and that of Henry VIII., which made it penal to sell any pins but such as are double-headed, and have their heads soldered fast to the shank and well smoothed, the shank well shaven, the point well and round filed and sharpened. He has the countenance, too, of those enactments which fixed the wages of labour, and of those which dictated to farmers, as in 1533, when the sowing of hemp and flax was made compulsory, and of those which forbade the use of certain materials, as that now largely consumed article, logwood, was forbidden in 1597. If he approves of so extended a superintendence, perhaps he would adopt M. Louis Blanc's idea, that government should be considered as the supreme regulator of production, and having so adopted it, push state control as far as it was once carried in France, when manufacturers were pilloried for defects in the materials they employed, and in the texture of their fabrics; when some were fined for weaving of worsted, a kind of cloth which the law said should be made of mohair, and others because their camlets were not of the specified width; and when a man was not at liberty to choose the place for his establishment, nor to work at all seasons, nor to work for everybody. Is this considered too detailed an interference? Then perhaps greater favour will be shown to those German regulations, by which a shoemaker is prevented from following his craft until an inspecting jury has certified to his competence; which disable a man who has chosen one calling from ever adopting another; and which forbid any foreign tradesman from settling in a German town without a licence. And if work is to be regulated, is it not proper that work should be provided, and the idle compelled to perform a due amount of it? In which case, how shall we deal with our vagrant population? Shall we take a hint from the Fletcher of Saltoun, who warmly advocated the establishment of slavery in Scotland as a boon to so many thousands of our people who are at this day dying for want of bread? Or shall we adopt the analogous suggestion of Mr. Carlyle, who would remedy the distresses of Ireland by organizing its people into drilled regiments of diggers? The hours of labour, too, what must be done about these? Having acceded to the petition of the factory workers, ought we not to entertain that of the journeymen bakers? And if that of the journeymen bakers, why not, as Mr. Cobden asks, consider the cases of the glass-blowers, the nightmen, the iron-founders, the Sheffield knife-grinders, and indeed all other classes, including the hard-worked M.P.s themselves? And when employment has been provided, and the hours of labour fixed, and trade regulations settled, we must decide how far the state ought to look after people's minds and morals and health. There is this education question. Having satisfied the prevalent wish for government schools with tax-paid teachers, and adopted Mr. Ewart's plan for town libraries and museums, should we not canvass the supplementary proposal to have national lecturers? And if this proposal is assented to, would it not be well to carry out the scheme of Sir David Brewster, who desires to have men ordained by the state to the undivided functions of science, an intellectual priesthood, to develop the glorious truths which time and space embosom? Then, having established an intellectual priesthood to keep company with our religious one, a priesthood of physic, such as is advocated for by certain feeless medical men, and of which we have already the germ in our Union doctors, would nicely complete the trio. And when it had been agreed to put the sick under the care of public officials, consistency would of course demand the adoption of Mr. G. A. Walker's system of government funerals, under which those in authority are to take especial care that the poorest of our brethren shall have an appropriate and solemn transmission to the grave, and are to grant in certain cases gratuitous means of interment. Having carried out, thus far, the communist plan of doing everything for everybody, should we not consider the people's amusements, and, taking example from the opera subsidy in France, establish public ballrooms, and gratis concerts, and cheap theatres, with state-paid actors, musicians, and masters of the ceremonies, using care at the same time duly to regulate the popular taste, as indeed in the case of the Art Union subscribers our present government proposed to do? Speaking of taste naturally reminds us of dress, in which sundry improvements might be enforced, for instance, the abolition of hats. We should have good precedent either in Edward IV., who fined those wearing any gown or mantle not according to specification, and who limited the superfluity of people's boot toes, or in Charles II., who prescribed the material for his subjects' grave clothes. The matter of health, too, would need attending to, and in dealing with this might we not profitably consider those ancient statutes which protected people's stomachs by restricting the expenses of their tables? Or, remembering how injurious are our fashionable late hours, might we not advantageously take a hint from the old Norman practice, and fix the time at which people should put out their fires and go to bed? Or might we not, with benefit, act upon the opinion of Monsieur Beausobre, a statesman, who said it was proper to watch during the fruit season, lest the people eat that which is not ripe? And then, by way of making the superintendence quite complete, would it not be well to follow the example of that Danish king who gave directions to his subjects how they should scour their floors and polish their furniture? Multiply these questions into a volume full, add to them the endless subordinate ones to which in practice they must give rise, and some idea may be formed of the maze through which the expediency philosopher has to find his way. Where, now, is his clue? Again comes the inquiry, how does he propose to determine between what should be attempted and what should not? Which is his definition? If he would escape the charge of political empiricism, he must show us some scientific test by which he can in each case determine whether or not state superintendence is desirable. Between the one extreme of entire non-interference and the other extreme in which every citizen is to be transformed into a grown-up baby with bib and pap spoon, there lie innumerable stopping places, and he who would have the state do more than protect is required to say where he means to draw the line, and to give us substantial reasons why it must be just there and nowhere else. Section 6. After the difficulty of finding out the thing to be done, there comes the other difficulty of finding out the way to do it. Let us excuse the expediency philosopher one half of his task. Let us, for the occasion, assume something to be unanimously agreed to as a proper undertaking, and now suppose we inquire of him, "How about your means of accomplishing it?" Are you quite sure they will answer? Are you quite sure that your apparatus will not break down under its work? Quite sure that it will produce the result you wish? Quite sure that it will not produce some very different result? Quite sure that you will not get into one of those imbroglios that so many have lost themselves in? There is no lack of warnings. "Let us put down usury," said to themselves the rulers of the Middle Ages. They tried, and did just the reverse of what they intended, for it has turned out that all regulations interfering with the interest of money render its terms more rigorous and burdensome. "We will exterminate Protestantism," whispered the continental Catholics to each other. They tried, and instead of doing this they planted in England the germs of a manufacturing organization which has to a great extent superseded their own. It will be well to give the laboring classes fixed settlements, thought the poor law legislators, and having acted out this thought there eventually grew up the clearance system, with its overcrowded cottages and non-resident labor gangs. We must suppress these brothels, decided the authorities of Berlin in 1845. They did suppress them, and in 1848 the registrar's books and the hospital returns proved matters to be considerably worse than before. Suppose we compel the London parishes to maintain and educate the pauper children in the country, said statesmen in the time of George III. It would greatly tend to the preservation of the lives of the infant parish poor. So they passed the 7 George III E39, and by there began the business of child farming, ending in the Tooting tragedy. Are not such warnings worthy of attention? Or does the expediency philosopher value those facts only which are embodied in blue books and Board of Trade tables? Then, as to his administrative mechanisms, can he answer for the satisfactory working of them? The common remark that public business is worse managed than all other business is not altogether unfounded. Today he will find it illustrated in the doings of a department which makes a valuable estate like the New Forest a loss to the country of £3,000 a year, which allowed Salsey Forest to be wholly cut down and made way with by a dishonest agent, and which in 1848 had its accounts made up to March 1939 only. Tomorrow he may read of admiralty bunglings, of ships badly built, pulled to pieces, rebuilt and patched, of nearly £1 million spent on iron war steamers which are now found not to stand cannon shot, and of a sluggishness which puts the national dockyards about 7 years behind all others. Now the exposure is of an extravagance which builds jails at a cost of £1,200 per prisoner, and now of a carelessness which permits important legal records to rot amongst rubbish. Here is a sailor of whom the state demanded sixpence a month towards a hospital which was never provided, and whose pension from the Merchant Seamen's Fund is nothing like what it would have been from an ordinary assurance society. And there, on the other hand, is a mint-moneyer who gets more than £4,000 a year for doing what a tithe of the amount would amply pay for. Official delay is seen in the snail-paced progress of the museum catalogue, official mismanagement in the building of Houses of Parliament not fit for speaking in, and official perversity in the opposition uniformly made to improvement by the excise, the customs, and the post office authorities. Does the expediency philosopher feel no apprehensions on contemplating such evidence? Or, as one specially professing to be guided by experience, does he think that on the whole experience is in his favour? Perhaps he has not heard that of 10 mechanical inventions usually some 9 fail, and that before the 10th can be made to answer, endless obstacles that had never been dreamed of have to be surmounted. Or if he has heard this, does he think that the properties of humanity being so much easier to understand than those of iron and brass, and an institution constructed of living men being a simple thing, as compared with an inanimate mechanism, legislative schemes are not likely thus to miscarry? Section 7. It is a gross delusion to believe in the sovereign power of political machinery, says M. Guizot. True, and it is not only a gross delusion, but a very dangerous one. Give a child exaggerated notions of its parents' power, and it will by and by cry for the moon. Let a people believe in government omnipotence, and they will be pretty certain to get up revolutions to achieve impossibilities. Between their exorbitant ideas of what the state ought to do for them on the one side, and its miserable performances on the other, there will surely be generated feelings extremely inimical to social order, feelings which, by adding to the dissatisfaction otherwise produced, may occasion outbreaks that would not else have occurred. But this belief in the sovereign power of political machinery is not born with men, they are taught it. And how are they taught it? Evidently by these preachers of universal legislative superintendence, by the pretensions of statesmen themselves, and by having seen from their childhood all kinds of functions undertaken by government officials. The idea which, in his critique upon the late events in France, M. Guizot calls a gross delusion, is an idea which he, in common with others, has been practically inculcating. Following in the footsteps of his predecessors, he has kept in action, and in some cases even extended, that system of official supervision to which this idea owes its birth. Was it not natural that men, living under the regulation of legions of prefects, sub-prefects, inspectors, controllers, intendants, commissaries, and other civil employees, to the number of 535,000, men who were educated by the government and taught religion by it, who had to ask its consent before they could stir from home, who could not publish a handbill without a permit from the authorities, nor circulate a newspaper after the censor's veto, who daily saw it dictating regulations for railways, inspecting and managing mines, building bridges, making roads, and erecting monuments, who were led to regard it as the patron of science, literature, and the fine arts, and as the dispenser of honours and rewards, who found it undertaking the manufacture of gunpowder, superintending the breeding of horses and sheep, playing the part of public pawnbroker, and monopolizing the sale of tobacco and snuff, who saw it attending to everything from the execution of public works down to the sanitary inspection of prostitutes, was it not natural that men so circumstanced should acquire exalted ideas of state power? And having acquired such ideas, were they not likely to desire the state to compass for them unattainable benefits, to get angry because it did not do this, and to attempt by violent means the enforcement of their wishes? Evidently the reply must be affirmative. And if so, it is not too much to say that this overstepping of the proper sphere of government, leading as it does to that gross delusion, a belief in the sovereign power of political machinery, is the natural forerunner of such schemes as those of Blanc and Cabet, and of that confusion which the attempt to realize them by state agency must produce. There are other modes, too, in which social stability is endangered by this interference. It is a very expensive system. The further it is carried, the larger become the revenues required, and we all know that heavy taxation is inseparable from discontent. Moreover, it is in its nature essentially despotic. In governing everything, it unavoidably cramps men, and by diminishing their liberty of action, angers them. It galls by its infinity of ordinances and restrictions. It offends by professing to help those whom it will not allow to help themselves. And it vexes by its swarms of dictatorial officials who are forever stepping in between men and their pursuits. These regulations by which the French manufacturers were hampered during the last century, when the state decided on the persons to be employed, the articles to be made, the materials to be used, and the qualities of the products, when inspectors broke the looms and burnt the goods that were not made according to law, and when improvements were illegal and inventors were fired, had no small share in producing the Great Revolution. Nor, amongst the causes which conspired to overthrow the government of Louis Philippe, must we forget the irritation generated by an analogous supervision, under which a mine cannot be opened without the permission of the authorities, under which a bookseller or printer may have his business suspended by the withdrawal of his license, and under which it is penal to take a bucket of water out of the sea. Thus, if we regard government as a means of upholding the social state, we find that besides suffering a direct loss of power to perform its duty on attempting anything else, there are several subsidiary ways in which the assumption of additional functions endangers the fulfillment of its original function. End of Chapter 22, Part 1. Chapter 22, Part 2 of Social Statics by Herbert Spencer. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Social statics, or the conditions essential to human happiness, specified, and the first of them developed, by Herbert Spencer. Chapter 22, The Limit of State Duty. Section 8. But we have not sufficiently considered the infinite presumption discernible in this attempt at regulating all the doings of men by law. To make up for defects in the original constitution of things, this is the meaning of the scheme nakedly stated. It is said of a certain personage that he wished he had been consulted when the world was being made, for that he could have given good advice. And not a little historical celebrity has attached to this personage, in virtue of his so thought unparalleled arrogance. Shallow, shallow! Why, the greatest majority of our statesmen and politicians do as much every day. Advice, indeed, they do not stop at advice. They actively interpose, take into their own hands matters that God seems to be mismanaging, and undertake to set them right. It is clear to them that social wants and relationships have been so carelessly provided for that without their vigilant management all will go wrong. As for any silent influences by which imperfections are in process of being removed, they do not believe in them. But by a commission, a staff of officers, and a parliamentary grant, every deficiency shall be made good, and the errors of omniscience be rectified. In truth, it is a sad sight for any one who has been, what Bacon recommends, a servant and interpreter of nature, to see these political schemers with their clumsy mechanisms trying to supersede the great laws of existence. Such an one, no longer regarding the mere outsides of things, has learned to look for the secret forces by which they are upheld. After patient study, this chaos of phenomena into the midst of which he was born has begun to generalize itself to him, and where there seemed nothing but confusion, he can now discern the dim outlines of a gigantic plan. No accidents, no chance, but everywhere order and completeness. One by one, exceptions vanish, and all becomes systematic. Suddenly, what had appeared an anomaly answers to some intenser thought, exhibits polarity, and ranges itself along with kindred facts. Throughout, he finds the same vital principles ever in action, ever successful, and embracing the minutest details. Growth is unceasing, and though slow, all-powerful, showing itself here in some rapidly developing outline, and there, where the necessity is less, exhibiting only the fibrils of incipient organization. Irresistible as it is subtle, he sees in the worker of these changes a power that bears onwards peoples and governments regardless of their theories and schemes and prejudices, a power which sucks the life out of their lauded institutions, shrivels up their state parchments with a breath, paralyzes long venerated authorities, obliterates the most deeply graven laws, makes statesmen recant and puts prophets to the blush, buries cherished customs, shelves precedents, and which, before men are yet conscious of the fact, has wrought a revolution in all things, and filled the world with a higher life. Always towards perfection is the mighty movement, towards a complete development and a more unmixed good. subordinating in its universality all petty irregularities and fallings back, as the curvature of the earth subordinates mountains and valleys. Even in evils, the student learns to recognize only a struggling beneficence. But above all, he is struck with the inherent sufficingness of things, and with the complex simplicity of those principles by which every defect is being remedied, principles that show themselves alike in the self-adjustment of planetary perturbations, and in the healing of a scratched finger, in the balancing of social systems, and in the increased sensitiveness of a blind man's ear, in the adaptation of prices to produce, and in the acclimatization of a plant. Day by day he sees a further beauty. Each new fact illustrates more clearly some recognized law, or discloses some inconceived completeness, contemplation thus perpetually discovering him to a higher harmony, and cherishing in him a deeper faith. And now, in the midst of his admiration and his awe, the student shall suddenly see some flippant red tapist get upon his legs and tell the world how he is going to put a patch upon nature. Here is a man who, in the presence of all the wonders that encompass him, dares to announce that he and certain of his colleagues have laid their heads together and found out a way to improve upon the divine arrangements. Scarcely an idea have these meddlers got of what underlies the facts with which they propose to deal, as you shall soon find on sounding their philosophy. And yet, could they carry out their pretensions, we should see them self-appointed nurses to the universe. They have so little faith in the law of things, and so much faith in themselves, that were it possible they would chain earth and sun together, lest centripetal force should fail. Nothing but a parliament-made agency can be depended on, and only when this infinitely complex humanity of ours has been put under their ingenious regulations, and provided for by their supreme intelligence, will the world become what it ought to be. Such, in essence, is the astounding creed of these creation-menders. Section 9. Consider it, then, in what light we may, morally or scientifically, with reference to its practicableness, or as a question of political prudence, or even in its bearings upon religious faith. We find this theory, that a government ought to undertake other offices besides that of protector, to be an untenable theory. It has been shown that if the maintaining of rights be regarded as the special function of the state cannot fulfill any other function without a partial loss of power to fulfill its special one. When, from another point of view, the state is looked upon as an aid to adaptation, we still find that it cannot exceed its duty of guarding men's liberties, without becoming a hindrance to adaptation instead of an aid. It turns out that to abolish the limit of legislative interposition now contended for, is in fact to abolish all limits whatever, is to give the civil power a field of action to which no bounds can be fixed, save in some arbitrary and utterly unphilosophical way. Moreover, even, could certain supplementary affairs, considered fit for government supervision, be duly distinguished from the rest, there would still be the fact that all experience shows government to be an incompetent manager of such supplementary affairs. It is further urged that the system of extended official control is bad because unfavorable to social stability. And finally, that system is repudiated as involving an absurd and even impious presumption. Such, then, are the general arguments brought forward to prove that whilst the state ought to protect, it ought to do nothing more than protect. By the abstract thinker they may perhaps be deemed conclusive. There are others, however, with whom they will weigh comparatively little. And for the conviction of these it will be needful to examine in detail each of the several cases in which legislative superintendence is commonly advocated. Let us now proceed to do this. End of chapter 22. Part 2.
Chapter 23 of Social Statics by Herbert Spencer. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Recording by Karen Almeida, Bern, Switzerland. Social Statics, or the conditions essential to human happiness specified and the first of them developed by Herbert Spencer. Chapter 23. The Regulation of Commerce. Arrangements which alter the natural course of trade are of two kinds. They may be classed as either artificial stimuli or artificial restraints, bounties or restrictions. Of bounties must here be said specially what was said in the last chapter of factitious advantages generally, namely that a government cannot give them without indirectly reversing its function. not being requisite for the due maintenance of the citizen's rights, the taking away of his property for the purpose of encouraging certain branches of production, would be wrong even were collateral benefits given in exchange. And as, instead of affording him collateral benefits, the commercial derangements consequent upon it put additional limits to the exercise of his faculties, such a measure is doubly wrong. Now that the faith in mercantile bribes is nearly extinct, it is needless to enforce this abstract inference by any supplementary reasoning. Of restrictions, it scarcely needs saying that they are even more directly inequitable than bounties. Deducible as it is from the law of equal freedom, the right of exchange is as sacred as any other right, reference chapter 13, and exists as much between members of different nations as between members of the same nation. Morality knows nothing of geographical boundaries or distinctions of race. You may put men on opposite sides of a river or a chain of mountains, may else part them by a tract of salt water, may give them, if you like, distinct languages, and may even color their skins differently, but you cannot change their fundamental relationships. Originating as these do in the facts of man's constitution, they are unalterable by the accidents of external condition. The moral law is cosmopolite, is no respecter of nationalities, and between men who are the antipodes of each other, either in locality or anything else, there must still exist the same balance of rights as though they were next-door neighbors in all things. Hence, in putting a veto upon the commercial intercourse of two nations, or in putting obstacles in the way of that intercourse, a government trenches upon men's liberties of action, and by doing so, directly reverses its function. To secure for each man the fullest freedom to exercise his faculties, compatible with the like freedom of all others, we find to be the state's duty. Now, trade prohibitions and trade restrictions not only do not secure this freedom, but they take it away, so that, in enforcing them, the state is transformed from a maintainer of rights into a violator of rights. If it be criminal in a civil power commissioned to shield us from murder to turn murderer itself, if it be criminal in it to play the thief, though set to keep off thieves, then must it be criminal in it to deprive men in any way of liberty to pursue the objects of desire when it was appointed to ensure them that liberty. Whether it kills or robs or enslaves or shackles by trade regulations, its guilt is alike in kind and differs only in degree. In the one extreme, it wholly destroys the power to exercise the faculties. In the other, it does this partially, and in strict ethics, the same species of condemnation must be visited upon it in both cases. Not a few will be startled by this view of the matter. Let such reflect a while upon the antecedents and associations of this trade ruling. They will find, on doing so, that it is allied in both origin and practice to all other forms of wrong. More than once it has been pointed out that as unjust customs and institutions derive their viciousness from a moral defect in the people living under them, they must be uniformly pervaded by that viciousness. That as social laws, creeds, and arrangements consist merely of solidified character, the same character will be shown in all the social laws, creeds, and arrangements which coexist. And further, that any process of amelioration will affect them simultaneously. This truth was amply illustrated. We saw that tyranny in forms of government, tyranny in the conduct of lord to serf, tyranny in religious organizations and discipline, tyranny in the matrimonial relationship, and tyranny in the treatment of children, regularly flourished together and regularly decreased at a like rate. In the same category we must now put tyranny in commercial laws. Sinking those minor irregularities which pervade all nature's processes, we shall find that from the days when exportation was a capital crime, down to our own free trade era, there has been a constant ratio kept between the stringency of mercantile restraints and the stringency of other restraints, as there has between the increase of commercial liberty and the increase of general liberty. A few facts will sufficiently exemplify this. Take as one the instance just alluded to, in which, associated with autocratic rule in church, in state, and in feudal hall, we find Edward III, for the purpose of making foreigners come and buy in our markets, prohibiting his subjects from sending abroad any staple goods under penalty of death and confiscation, and further enacting that the law should be unalterable either by himself or his successors. Observe, too, how this same despotic spirit was exhibited in the regulations requiring these continental traders to reside during their stay with certain inspectors commissioned to see the cargoes sold within a specified time, and the proceeds reinvested in English goods and charged to transmit to the exchequer periodical statements of each merchant's bargains. Regulations, by the way, of which the abandonment was in after times lamented by the venerators of ancestral wisdom, much as the abolition of the sliding scale is mourned over by a certain party of our own day. Note again how, under the same regime, laborers were coerced into working for fixed wages, and then how, to keep the balance even, shopkeepers had the prices of provisions dictated to them. Mark further that when the most tyrannical of these ordinances fell into disuse, there still continued the less burdensome ones, such as those usury laws, orders to farmers, prescribings of the material for grave clothes, instructions to manufacturers, etc., referred to in the last chapter. But without going into further detail, without enlarging upon the fact that those intolerable restraints once borne by the manufacturing classes of France were contemporary with intense despotism at court and a still lingering feudalism in the provinces, without tracing the parallelism that exists between the political and commercial bondage, under which, in spite of their revolutions, the French still live, without pointing out at length the same connection of phenomena in Prussia, in Austria, and in other similarly ruled countries. Without doing all this, the evidence adduced sufficiently shows that the oppressiveness of nations' mercantile laws varies as the oppressiveness of its general arrangements and government, whilst, conversely, if we glance over the annals of progress, and then contemplate the changes that have taken place within these few years, or which are yet in progress, we cannot but remark a similar kinship between the manifestations of a juster feeling in political organization, in ecclesiastical affairs, in the family, and in our own commercial code. Thus, trade restrictions are of the same race with irresponsible government and slavery. An obtuse perception of, and an insufficient sympathy with, the claims of man are the parents of all tyrannies and dishonesties, bear they what name they may. Interferences with the freedom of exchange are as certainly their progeny as are the worst violations of human rights. They are constantly found in the society of these, and though not popularly classed as crimes, they are in both origin and nature closely related to them. There is another aspect under which these trade regulations, in common with many kindred contrivances for management of social affairs, may be regarded. They are all in essence idolatrous. The worship of dead, powerless things made with human hands is not extinct, as people flatter themselves, cannot be extinct, never will be entirely extinct. The elements of man's nature are persistent. The change is in their ratios. Typical remains of every disposition must continue traceable even to the remotest future. If on the one hand, it is an error to suppose that humanity has not altered at all, it is, on the other hand, an error to suppose that it has altered, or even will alter, so completely as to retain no traces of its bygone character. Scientifically defined, idolatry is a mode of thought under which all causation is attributed to entities. It results from the first generalization of the undeveloped intellect, which, having constantly seen results produced by visible, tangible objects, infers that all results are so produced. In the mind of the savage, every effect is believed to be due to a special worker, because special workers have been observed to precede effects in a multitude of instances. The laws of mental action necessitate that, as all known causes have presented themselves to him as personal agencies, all unknown causes must be conceived by him of the same nature. Hence the original fetishism. A stone thrown by an unseen hand, a piece of wood that, when heated, bursts into flame, or an animal found in the neighborhood of some natural catastrophe, is at once assumed to be the acting power. Here is a phenomenon, a visible change of state in some observed object. Past experience inevitably suggests that there is a worker of this change. Past experience also inevitably suggests that such worker is an entity. The entity to which the character of worker is ultimately ascribed will be that which past experience points out as most probable, and, in the absence of other entities, the character of worker will attach to the wood that gives out the flame, or to the stone that inflicts the blow. Thus the wood and stone, being looked upon as agents of unknown power capable of inflicting injury, are prayed to and propitiated. From the very first, however, there begins an accumulation of facts calculated to undermine this theory of things, and certain ultimately to overthrow it. For, whilst he regards all phenomena as the doings of living beings, the primitive man necessarily attributes to such beings qualities similar to those of beings he sees, men and brutes. Reasoning, as he must, from the known to the unknown, he is obliged to conceive the unknown generators of change to be like the known ones in all things. And we find that he does this. We find that he represents them by forms either human or bestial, or both, and that he imagines their passions and habits to be like his own. Now an attribute, possessed in common by all the beings known to him, is that of irregular volition. He sees no creature whose acts are so uniform that he can say positively what its future behavior will be. Hence, it happens that when certain natural events, originally ascribed by him to living agents, events such as the rising and setting of the sun and the falling of bodies to the earth, come to be perpetually repeated and follow the same antecedents without exception, his notion of personal agency is shaken. This perfect uniformity of action is at variance with his knowledge of all known beings, is at variance with his very conception of a being. And thus, in respect to the most familiar sequences, experience silently forces upon him the idea of a constant course of procedure, or what we express by the word law, and a belief in impersonal agency slowly supplants the original belief in personal agency. This revolution in his mode of thinking, though at first confined to the everyday instances of causation, extends in process of time to a wider and wider range of cases. The unceasing accumulation of facts, which begins when increase of population provides a multitude of observers, continually furnishes new illustrations of that uniformity of sequence which conflicts with the notion of special workers, and thus the domain of the so-called supernatural is step by step usurped by the so-called natural. Still, it is only in as far as uniformity of sequence is made abundantly manifest that the old theory is superseded. Though amongst the Greeks, Thales taught that there were laws of matter, he nevertheless considered that a lodestone had a soul, where the occurrence is unusual, that is, where the connection between antecedent and consequent is not familiar, that is, where circumstances do not discountenance the original belief in special workers, that belief is still held. Hence, it happens that, long after all ordinary phenomena have come to be considered as due to the properties of things, or, in other words, to impersonal agency, such an event as an eclipse or an earthquake is explained as a dragon eating the sun, or as a god turning over in his sleep. An epidemic is ascribed to witchcraft. A luminous whiff of marsh gas is regarded as a will-o'-the-wisp. A failure in the dairy or brew house is set down to a fairy malice. And there are myths about giants, causeways, and devil's bridges. where the connection between cause and effect is very remote or obscure, as in matters of fortune and in certain bodily affections. This disposition to attribute power to entities continues even after science has made great progress, and thus we find that in our own day the old fetishism still lingers in the regard shown to crooked sixpences, wart charms, and omens. It lingers, moreover, as already hinted, in less suspected forms. Many much reverenced social instrumentalities, also, have originated in this primitive necessity of ascribing all causation to special workers, this inability to detach the idea of force from an individual something. Just in proportion as natural phenomena are regarded by any people as of personal instead of impersonal origin, will the phenomena of national life be similarly construed. And indeed, since moral sequences are less obvious than physical ones, they will be thus construed even more generally. The old belief that a king could fix the value of coinage, and the cry raised at the change of style, "Give us our 11 days," obviously implied minds incapable of conceiving social affairs to be regulated by other than visible, tangible agencies. That there should be at work some unseen but universally diffused influence determining the buyings and sellings of citizens and the transactions of merchants from abroad in a way the most advantageous to all parties was an idea as foreign to such minds as was that of uniform physical causation to the primitive Greeks. And, conversely, as the primitive Greeks could understand the operations of nature being performed by a number of presiding individualities, so to the people of Middle Ages it was comprehensible that a proper production and distribution of commodities should be ensured by acts of Parliament and government officials. Whilst the due regulation of trade by a natural indestructible force was inconceivable to them, they could conceive trade to be duly regulated by a force resident in some material instrumentality put together by legislators, clothed in robes of office, painted by court flatterers, and decorated with jewels 5 words long. But with the complex phenomena of commerce, as with the simpler phenomena of the inorganic world, constancy of sequence has gradually undermined the theory that power dwells in entities. Irresistible evidence is at length establishing a belief in the law of supply and demand, as some thousands of years ago it established a belief in the law of gravitation, and the development of politico-economical science, being thus a further conquest of the faith in impersonal agencies over the faith in personal agencies, must be regarded as one of that series of changes which commenced with the first victory of natural philosophy over superstition. Fortunately, it is now needless to enforce the doctrine of commercial freedom by any considerations of policy. After making continual attempts to improve upon the laws of trade from the time of Solon downwards, men are at length beginning to see that such attempts are worse than useless. Political economy has shown us in this matter what indeed it is its chief mission to show, that our wisest plan is to let things take their own course. An increasing sense of justice, too, has assisted in convincing us. We have here learned what our forefathers learned in some cases, and what, alas, we have yet to learn in many more, that nothing but evil can arise from inequitable regulations. The necessity of respecting the principles of abstract rectitude, this it is that we have had another lesson upon. Look at it rightly, and we shall find that all the Anti-Corn Law League did, with its lectures, its newspapers, its bazaars, its monster meetings, and its tons of tracts, was to teach people, what should have been very clear to them without any such teaching, that no good can come of violating men's rights. By bitter experience and a world of talk, we have at length been made partially to believe as much. Be it true or not in other cases, we are now quite certain that it is true in trade. In respect to this, at least we have declared that, for the future, we will obey the law of equal freedom. End of chapter 23.
Chapter 24, Part 3 of Social Statics by Herbert Spencer. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Recording by Larry Wilson. Social Science, or the Conditions Essential to Human Happiness, specified and the first of them developed by Herbert Spencer. Religious Establishments. As a matter of routine, it is needful here to point out what the reader will have inferred from Chapter 22, that by devoting a portion of its revenues or part of the nation's property to the propagation of Christianity or any other creed, a government necessarily commits a wrong. If, as with ourselves, such government forcibly takes a citizen's money for the support of a national church, it is guilty of infringing the rights it ought to maintain, of trespassing upon that freedom to exercise the faculties which it was commissioned to guard. For, as already shown, by diminishing a subject's liberty of action more than is needful for securing the remainder, the civil power becomes an aggressor instead of a protector. If, on the other hand, the right to ignore the state is recognized, as in considering the question abstractedly, we must suppose it to be then by insisting upon conditions which drive some men to abandon its aid, and which unnecessarily restrict the freedom of those who do not, the state fails to that extent in discharging its duty. Hence, specifically applying the principle lately set forth in general terms, we find that a government cannot undertake the teaching of a religious faith without either directly reversing its function or partially incapacitating itself for the performance of that function. In the conduct of English churchmen, we have a curious illustration of the way in which men will readopt, when it is thinly disguised, a belief they had indignantly cast from them. That same Romish dogmatism against which our clergy exclaim with such vehemence, they themselves defend when it is exercised on behalf of their own creed. Every state church is essentially popish. We also have a Vatican, St. Stephen's. It is true that our archpriest is a composite one. It is true that with us the triple tiara is separated into its parts, one for monarch, one for peers, and one for commons. But this fact makes no difference. In substance, popery is the assumption of infallibility. It matters not in principle whether this assumption is made by one man or by an assembly of men. No doubt the astounding announcement, "You must believe what we say is right and not what you think is right," comes less offensively from the lips of a parliamentary majority than from those of a single individual. But there still arises the question, by what authority do these men assert this? Whence do they derive their infallibility? That in establishing any religion a government does claim to be infallible scarcely needs proof. Before a church organization can be set to work, a distinct understanding as to what is to do must be arrived at. Before state-paid ministers can be set to preach, it must first be decided what they are to preach. And who is to say? Clearly the state. Either it must itself elaborate a creed, or it must depute some men or men to do so. It must in some way sift out truth from error, and cannot escape the responsibility attending this. If it undertakes itself to settle the doctrines to be taught, it is responsible. If it adopts a ready-made set of doctrines, it is equally responsible. And if it selects its doctrines by proxy, it is still responsible, both as appointing those who chose it and as approving their choice. Hence, to say that a government ought to set up and maintain a system of religious instruction is to say that it ought to pick out from amongst the various tenets that men hold or have held those which are right, and that when it has done this, when it has settled between the Roman Catholic, the Greek, the Lutheran, and the Anglican creeds, or between Puseyite, High Church, and evangelical ones, when it has decided whether we should be baptized during infancy or at a mature age, whether the truth is with Trinitarians or Unitarians, whether men are saved by faith or by works, whether pagans go to hell or not, whether ministers should preach in black or white, whether confirmation is scriptural, whether or not saints' days should be kept, and, as we have lately seen it debating, whether baptism does or does not regenerate. When, in short, it has settled all those controversies which have split mankind into innumerable sects, it ought to assert that its judgment is incapable of error, is unquestionable, is beyond appeal. There is no alternative. Unless the state say this, it convicts itself of the most absurd inconsistency. Only on the supposition of infallibility can its ecclesiastical doings be made to seem tolerable. How else shall it demand rates and tithes of the dissenter? What answer can it make to his expostulations? Are you quite sure about these doctrines of yours? Inquires the dissenter. No, replies the state, not quite sure, but nearly so. Then it is just possible you may be wrong, is it not? Yes. And it is just possible that I may be right, is it not? Yes. Yet you threaten to inflict penalties upon me for nonconformity. You seize my goods, you imprison me if I resist, and all to force from me the means to preach up doctrines which you admit may be false, and by implication to preach down doctrines which you admit may be true. How do you justify this? No reply. Evidently, therefore, if the state persists, the only position open to it is that its judgment cannot be mistaken, and its doctrines cannot be erroneous. And now observe that if it says this, it stands committed to the whole Roman Catholic discipline as well as to its theory. Having a creed that is beyond the possibility of doubt, and being commissioned to disseminate that creed, the state is in duty bound to employ the most efficient means of doing this, is bound to put down all adverse teachers as usurping its function and hindering the reception of its unquestionable doctrine, is bound to use as much force as may be needed for doing this, is bound therefore to imprison, to fine, and if necessary to inflict severer penalties, so that error may be exterminated and truth be triumphant. There is no halfway. Being charged to put men in the way to heaven, it cannot without sin permit some to be led the other way. If rather than punish a few on earth, it allow many to be eternally damned for misbelief, it is manifestly culpable. Evidently, it must do all, or it must do nothing. If it does not claim infallibility, it cannot in reason set up a national religion. And if by setting up a national religion it does claim infallibility, it ought to coerce all men into the belief of that religion. Thus, as was said, every state church is essentially popish. But there has been gradually dawning upon those who think the conviction that a state church is not so much a religious as a political institution. Who does not see, inquires Locke, speaking of the clergy, that these men are more ministers of the government than ministers of the gospel? Probably in Locke's time there were few who did see this, but there are now many. Nor indeed is the fact altogether denied, as you shall hear from some politic supporter of religious establishments during and after dinner confidence. Between ourselves, will whisper such a one, these churches and parsons and all the rest of it are not for sensible men, such as you and I. We know better. We can do without all that. But there must be something of the kind to keep the people in order. And then he will go on to show what influential restraints religious services are, how they encourage subordination and contentment, and how the power which the clergy obtain over their parishioners strengthens the hands of the civil ruler. That some such view widely prevails may be gathered from the acts and proposals of our statesmen. How otherwise can we understand that avowed willingness in the political leaders of all parties to endow the Roman Catholic Church in Ireland if the religious public of England would let them? Or what but a political motive can the States Lieutenant the East India Company, have for giving an annual subsidy of 23,000 rupees to the Temple of Juggernaut, reimbursing itself by a tax upon the pilgrims? Or why else should the Ceylon government take upon itself to be curator of Buddha's tooth and to commission the Buddhist priests? Of the clergy who, on the other hand, commonly advocate a state church as being needful for the upholding of religion, it may be said that by doing this they condemn their own case, pass sentence upon their creed as worthless, and bring themselves in guilty of hypocrisy. What? Will they allow this faith, which they value so highly, to die a natural death if they are not paid for propagating it? Must all these people about whose salvation they profess such anxiety be left to go to perdition if livings and canonries and bishoprics are abolished? Has that apostolic inspiration of which they claim to be the inheritors brought with it so little apostolic zeal that there would be no preaching were it not for parsonages and tithes? But they who on ordination declared themselves inwardly moved by the Holy Ghost now find that they are inwardly moved only by the chink of gold. This would be called slander coming from any but themselves. And then their flocks, what say they of these? Do these care so little for the faith they have been taught that its maintenance cannot be entrusted to them after centuries of church culture? Has Christianity so little root in men's hearts that but for government watering pots it must wither away? Are we to understand that these perpetual prayers and sacraments, these homilies and exhortations, these visitings and scripture readings have not even generated as much enthusiasm as can keep itself alive? Have 10,000 sermons a week done so little that the hearers will not contribute a sum sufficient for the sustentation of a ministry? Why, if this be true, what is the system good for? These advocates do but open their briefs, and then straightway argue themselves out of court. They labor to prove either how powerless is the faith they teach, or how miserably they teach it. The sum and substance of their plea for the state propagation of this creed is that it has failed in animating its ministers with its own spirit of self-sacrifice and failed to arouse in its devotees a spark of its own generosity. It is needless, however, in this year of grace 1850, with its Gorham controversies, Puseyite divisions, and with its Romish and rationalist secessions, with confusion inside the church and a hostile association outside, to debate the question at greater length. Events are proving to most of the reflective, even to many of the clergy themselves, that a state support of any particular faith is wrong, and that in England at least it must shortly cease. For those who do not yet see this, there are already volumes of argument to which addition is almost superfluous. The conclusions above come to that the state cannot establish a religion without assuming infallibility, and that to argue an establishment of it is needful is to condemn the religion itself, will sufficiently enforce for present purposes our abstract proposition. End of chapter 24, part 3.
Chapter 25 of Social Statics by Herbert Spencer. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Social Statics, or the conditions essential to human happiness, specified and the first of them developed, by Herbert Spencer. Chapter 25, Poor Laws. 1. In common with its other assumptions of secondary offices, the assumption by a government of the office of reliever general to the poor is necessarily forbidden by the principle that a government cannot rightly do anything more than protect. In demanding from a citizen contributions for the mitigation of distress, contributions not needed for the due administration of men's rights, the state is, as we have seen, reversing its function and diminishing that liberty to exercise the faculties which it was instituted to maintain. Possibly unmindful of the explanations already given, some will assert that by satisfying the wants of the pauper, a government is in reality extending his liberty to exercise his faculties, inasmuch as it is giving him something without which the exercise of them is impossible, and that hence, though it decreases the rate-payer's sphere of action, it compensates by increasing that of the rate-receiver. But this statement of the case implies a confounding of two widely different things. To enforce the fundamental law, to take care that every man has freedom to do all that he wills, provided he infringes not the equal freedom of any other man, this is the special purpose for which the civil power exists. Now, ensuring to each the right to pursue within the specified limits the objects of his desires without let or hindrance is quite a separate thing from ensuring him satisfaction. Of two individuals, one may use his liberty of action successfully, may achieve the gratifications he seeks after, or accumulate what is equivalent to many of them, property, whilst the other, having like privileges, may fail to do so. But with these results the state has no concern. All that lies within its commission is to see that each man is allowed to use such powers and opportunities as he possesses, and if it takes from him who has prospered to give to him who has not, it violates its duty towards the one to do more than its duty towards the other. Or, repeating the idea elsewhere expressed, it breaks down the vital law of society, that it may effect what social vitality does not call for. 2. The notion popularized by Cobbett that everyone has a right to a maintenance out of the soil leaves those who adopt it in an awkward predicament. Do but ask them to specify, and they are set fast. Assent to their principle, tell them you will assume their title to be valid, and then, as a needful preliminary to the liquidation of their claim, ask for some precise definition of it. Inquire, what is a maintenance? They are dumb. Is it, say you, potatoes and salt, with rags and a mud cabin, or is it bread and bacon in a two-roomed cottage? Will a joint on Sundays suffice, or does the demand include meat and malt liquor daily? Will tea, coffee, and tobacco be expected, and if so, how many ounces of each? Are bare walls and brick floors all that is needed, or must there be carpets and paper hangings? Are shoes considered essential, or will the Scotch practice be approved? Shall the clothing be of fustian? If not, of what quality must the broadcloth be? In short, just point out where, between the two extremes of starvation and luxury, this something called a maintenance lies. Again, they are dumb. You expostulate. You explain that nothing can be done until the question is satisfactorily answered. You show that the claim must be reduced to a detailed, intelligible shape before a step can be taken towards its settlement. How else, you ask, shall we know whether enough has been awarded, or whether too much? Still they are dumb, and indeed there is no possible reply for them. Opinions they may offer in plenty, but not a precise, unanimous answer. One thinks that a bare subsistence is all that can fairly be demanded. Here is another who hints at something beyond mere necessaries. A third maintains that a few of the enjoyments of life should be provided for, and some of the more consistent, pushing the doctrine to its legitimate result, will rest satisfied with nothing short of community of property. Who now shall decide amongst these conflicting notions? Or rather, how shall their propounders be brought to an agreement? Can any one of them prove that his definition is tenable and the other's not? Yet he must do this if he would make out a case. Before he can prosecute his claim against society in the high court of morality, he must file his bill of particulars. If he accomplishes this, he is entitled to a hearing. If not, he must evidently be non-suited. The right to labour, that French translation of our poor law doctrine, may be similarly treated. A criticism parallel to the foregoing would place its advocates in a parallel dilemma. But there is another way in which the fallacy of this theory, either in its English or its continental form, may be made manifest, a way that may here be fitly employed. At first, let us make sure of the meaning wrapped up in this expression, right to labor. Evidently, if we would avoid mistakes, we must render it literally, right to the labor. For the thing demanded is not the liberty of laboring. This no one disputes, but it is the opportunity of laboring, the having remunerative employment provided, which is contended for. Now, without dwelling upon the fact that the word right, as here used, bears a signification quite different from its legitimate one, that it does not here imply something inherent in man, but something depending upon external circumstances, not something possessed in virtue of his faculties, but something springing out of his relationship to others, not something true of him as a solitary individual, but something which can be true of him only as one of a community, not something antecedent to society, but something necessarily subsequent to it, not something expressive of a claim to do, but of a claim to be done unto. Without dwelling upon this, let us take the expression as it stands, and see how it looks when reduced to its lowest terms. When the artisan asserts his right to have work provided for him, he presupposes the existence of some power on which devolves the duty of providing such work. What power is this? The government, he says. But the government is not an original power, it is a deputed one, is subject therefore to the instruction of its employer, must do that only which its employer directs, and can be held responsible for nothing save the performance of its employer's behests. Now who is its employer? Society. Strictly speaking, therefore, the assertion of our artisan is that it is the duty of society to find work for him. But he is himself a member of society, is consequently a unit of that body who ought, as he says, to find work for every man, has hence a share in the duty of finding work for every man. Whilst, therefore, it is the duty of all other men to find work for him, it is his duty to help in finding work for all other men. And hence, if we indicate his fellows alphabetically, his theory is that A, B, C, D, and the rest of the nation are bound to employ him, that he is bound in company with B, C, D, and the rest to employ A, that he is bound in company with A, C, D, and the rest to employ B, is bound with A, B, D, and the rest to employ C, with A, B, C, and the rest to employ D, and so on, with each individual of the half score or score millions of whom the society may be composed. Thus do we see how readily imaginary rights are distinguishable from real ones. They need no disproof, they disprove themselves. The ordeal of a definition breaks the illusion at once. Bubble-like, they will bear a cursory glance, but disappear in the grasp of any one who tries to lay hold of them. Meanwhile, we must not overlook the fact that, erroneous as are these poor law and communist theories, these assertions of a man's right to a maintenance and of his right to have work provided for him, they are nevertheless nearly related to a truth. They are unsuccessful efforts to express the fact that whoso is born onto this planet of ours thereby obtains some interest in it, may not summarily be dismissed again, may not have his existence ignored by those in possession. In other words, they are attempts to embody that thought which finds its legitimate utterance in the law: all men have equal rights to the use of the earth. The prevalence of these crude ideas is natural enough. A vague perception that there is something wrong about the relationship in which the great mass of mankind stand to the soil and to life was sure eventually to grow up. After getting from under the grosser injustice of slavery, men could not help beginning in course of time to feel what a monstrous thing it was that 9 people out of 10 should live in the world on sufferance, not having even standing room, save by allowance of those who claimed the earth's surface. Could it be right that all these human beings should not only be without claim to the necessaries of life, should not only be denied the use of those elements from which such necessaries are obtainable, but should further be unable to exchange their labor for such necessaries, except by leave of their more fortunate fellows? Could it be that the majority had thus no better title to existence than one based upon the goodwill or convenience of the minority? Could it be that these landless men had been missent to this earth, where all the seats were already taken? Surely not. And if not, how ought matters to stand? To all which questions, now forced upon men's minds in more or less definite shapes, there come, amongst other answers, these theories of a right to a maintenance and a right of labour. Whilst, therefore, they must be rejected as untenable, we may still recognize in them the imperfect utterances of the moral sense in its efforts to express equity. 3. The wrong done to the people at large by robbing them of their birthright, their heritage in the earth, is indeed thought by some a sufficient excuse for a poor law, which is regarded by such as an instrumentality for distributing compensation. There is much plausibility in this construction of the matter, but as a defense of national organizations for the support of paupers, it will not bear criticism. Even were there no better reason for demurring to the supposed compromise, it might still be objected that to counterbalance one injury by inflicting another, and to perpetuate these mutual injuries without knowing whether they are or are not equivalents, is at best a very questionable policy. Why organize a diseased state? Some time or other this morbid constitution of things, under which the greater part of the body politic is cut off from direct access to the source of life, must be changed. Difficult, no doubt, men will find it to establish a normal condition. There is no knowing how many generations may pass away before the task is accomplished, but accomplished it will eventually be. All arrangements, however, which disguise the evils entailed by the present inequitable relationship of mankind to the soil, postpone the day of rectification. A generous poor law is openly advocated as the best means of pacifying an irritated people. Workhouses are used to mitigate the more acute symptoms of social unhealthiness. Parish pay is hush money. Whoever, then, desires the radical cure of national maladies, but especially of this atrophy of one class and hypertrophy of another, consequent upon unjust land tenure, cannot consistently advocate any kind of compromise. But a poor law is not the means of distributing compensation, neither in respect of those from whom it comes, nor in respect of those to whom it goes, does pauper relief fulfill the assumed purpose. According to the hypothesis, poor's rates should bear wholly upon the land, but they do not, and at least that part of them which bears upon the land should come from the usurpers or their descendants, but it does not. According to the hypothesis, the burden should not fall upon the innocent, but it does, for poor's rates were imposed after landed property had in many cases changed hands by purchase. According to the hypothesis, the burden should not fall upon those already defrauded, but it does, for the majority of ratepayers belong to the non-land-owning class. According to the hypothesis, all men kept out of their inheritance should receive a share of this so-called compensation, but they do not, for only here and there one gets any of it. In no way, therefore, is the theory carried out. The original depredators are beyond reach. The guiltless are taxed in their place. A large proportion of those already robbed are robbed afresh, and of the rest only a few receive the proceeds. 4. The usual reason assigned for supporting a poor law is that it is an indispensable means of mitigating popular suffering. Given by a churchman, such a reason is natural enough, but coming, as it often does, from a dissenter, it is strangely inconsistent. Most of the objections raised by the dissenter to an established religion will tell with equal force against established charity. He asserts that it is unjust to tax him for the support of a creed he does not believe. May not another as reasonably protest against being taxed for the maintenance of a system of relief he disapproves? He denies the right of any bishop or council to choose for him which doctrines he shall accept and which he shall reject. Why does he not also deny the right of any commissioner or vestry to choose for him who are worthy of his charity and who are not? If he dissents from a national church on the ground that religion will be more general and more sincere when voluntarily sustained, should he not similarly dissent from a poor law on the ground that spontaneous beneficence will produce results both wider and better? Might not the corruption which he points out as neutralizing the effects of a state-taught creed be paralleled by those evils of pauperism accompanying a state provision for the poor? Should not his nonconformity in respect to faith be accompanied by nonconformity in respect to good works? Certainly his present opinions are incongruous beyond all reconciling. He resists every attempt to interfere with the choice of his religion, but submits to despotic dictation as to the exercise of that religion. Whilst he denies the right of a legislature to explain the theory, he yet argues the necessity of its direction in the practice. It is inconceivable that these positions can be harmonized. Whoso believes that spiritual destitution is to be remedied only by a national church may with some show of reason propose to deal with physical destitution by an analogous instrumentality. But the advocate of voluntarism is bound to stand by his principle in the one case as much as in the other. 5. Whether the sufferings of the unfortunate shall be soothed in obedience to the gentle whisperings of benevolence, or whether fear of the harsh threats of law shall be the motive for relieving them, is indeed a question of no small importance. In deciding how misery is best alleviated, we have to consider not only what is done for the afflicted, but what is the reactive effect upon those who do it. The relationship that springs up between benefactor and beneficiary is, for this present state of the world, a refining one. Having power to muzzle a while those propensities of the savage which yet linger in us, corrective as it is of that cold, hard state of feeling in which the everyday business of life is pursued, and drawing closer as it does those links of mutual dependence which keep society together, charity is in its nature essentially civilizing. The emotion accompanying every generous act adds an atom to the fabric of the ideal man. As no cruel thing can be done without character being thrust a degree back towards barbarism, so no kind thing can be done without character being moved a degree forward towards perfection. Doubly efficacious, therefore, are all assuagings of distress instigated by sympathy, for not only do they remedy the particular evils to be met, but they help to mould humanity into a form by which such evils will one day be precluded. Far otherwise is it with law-enforced plans of relief. These exercise just the opposite influence. The quality of mercy or pity is not strained, says the poet, but a poor law tries to make men pitiful by force. It droppeth as the gentle rain from heaven, continues the poet. By a poor law it is wrung from the unwilling. It blesses him that gives and him that takes, adds the poet. A poor law makes it curse both, the one with discontent and recklessness, the other with complainings and often renewed bitterness. This turning of balm into poison must have been remarked by the most careless. Watch a ratepayer when the collector's name is announced. You shall observe no kindling of the eye at some thought of happiness to be conferred, no relaxing of the mouth as though selfish cares had for the moment been forgotten, no softening of the voice to tell of compassionate emotion. No, none of these, but rather shall you see contracted features, a clouded brow, a sudden disappearance of what habitual kindliness of expression there may be. The tax paper is glanced over half in fear and half in vexation. There are grumblings about the short time that has elapsed since the last rate. The purse comes slowly from the pocket. Every coin is grudgingly parted with, and after the collector, who is treated with bare civility, has made his exit, some little time passes before the usual equanimity is regained. Is there anything in this to remind us of the virtue which is twice blessed? Note again how this Act of Parliament charity perpetually supersedes men's better sentiments. Here is a respectable citizen, with enough and to spare, a man of some feeling, liberal if there is need, generous even if his pity is excited. A beggar knocks at his door, or he is accosted in his walk by some wayworn tramp. What does he do? Does he listen, investigate, and if proper assist? No. He commonly cuts short the tale with, "I have nothing for you, my good man. You must go to your parish." And then he shuts the door, or walks on, as the case may be, with evident unconcern. Should it strike him the next moment that there was something very woe-begone in the petitioner's look, this uncomfortable thought is met by the reflection that so long as there is a poor law, he cannot starve, and that it will be time enough to consider his claims when he applies for relief. Thus does the consciousness that there exists a legal provision for the indigent act as an opiate to the yearnings of sympathy. Had there been no ready-made excuse, the behaviour would probably have been different. Commiseration, pleading for at least an inquiry into the case, would most likely have prevailed, and in place of an application to the Board of Guardians, ending in a pittance coldly handed across the pay-table to be thanklessly received, might have commenced a relationship good for both parties, a generosity humanizing to the one, and a succour made doubly valuable to the other by a few words of consolation and encouragement, followed, it may be, by a lift into some self-supporting position. In truth, there could hardly be found a more efficient device for estranging men from each other and decreasing their fellow-feeling than this system of state almsgiving. Being kind by proxy, could anything be more blighting to the finer instincts? Here is an institution through which, for a few shillings periodically paid, the citizen may compound for all kindness owing from him to his poorer brothers. Is he troubled with twinges of conscience? Here is an anodyne for him, to be had by subscribing so much in the pound on his rental. Is he indifferent as to the welfare of others? Why then, in return for punctual payment of rates, he shall have absolution for hardness of heart. Look, here is the advertisement. Gentlemen's benevolence done for them, in the most business-like manner, and on the lowest terms. Charity doled out by a patent apparatus, warranted to save all soiling of fingers and offence to the nose. Good works undertaken by contract, infallible remedies for self-reproach always on hand, tender feelings kept easy at per annum. And thus we have the gentle, softening, elevating intercourse that should be habitually taking place between rich and poor, superseded by a cold, hard, lifeless mechanism bound together by dry parchment acts and regulations, managed by commissioners, boards, clerks, and collectors, who perform their respective functions as tasks, and kept a-going by money forcibly taken from all classes indiscriminately. In place of the music breathed by feelings attuned to kind deeds, we have the harsh creaking and jarring of a thing that cannot stir without creating discord, a thing whose every act, from the gathering of its funds to their final distribution, is prolific of grumblings, discontent, anger, a thing that breeds squabbles about authority, disputes as to claims, browbeatings, jealousies, litigations, corruption, trickery, lying, ingratitude, a thing that supplants and therefore makes dormant men's nobler feelings, whilst it stimulates their baser ones. And now mark how we find illustrated in detail the truth elsewhere expressed in the abstract, that whenever a government oversteps its duty, the maintaining of men's rights, it inevitably retards the process of adaptation. For what faculty is it whose work a poor law so officiously undertakes? Sympathy, the very faculty above all others needing to be exercised, the faculty which distinguishes the social man from the savage, the faculty which originates the idea of justice, which makes men regardful of each other's claims, which renders society possible. The faculty of whose growth civilization is a history, on whose increased strength the future ameliorations of man's state mainly depend, and by whose ultimate supremacy human morality, freedom, and happiness will be secured. Of this faculty, poor laws partially supply the place, by doing which they diminish the demands made upon it, limit its exercise, check its development, and therefore retard the process of adaptation. 6. Pervading all nature, we may see at work a stern discipline, which is a little cruel, that it may be very kind. That state of universal warfare maintained throughout the lower creation, to the great perplexity of many worthy people, is at bottom the most merciful provision which the circumstances admit of. It is much better that the ruminant animal, when deprived by age of the vigour which made its existence a pleasure, should be killed by some beast of prey, than that it should linger out a life made painful by infirmities, and eventually die of starvation. By the destruction of all such, not only is existence ended before it becomes burdensome, but room is made for a younger generation capable of the fullest enjoyment. And moreover, out of the very act of substitution, happiness is derived for a tribe of predatory creatures. Note further that their carnivorous enemies not only remove from herbivorous herds individuals past their prime, but also weed out the sickly, the malformed, and the least fleet or powerful, by the aid of which purifying process, as well as by the fighting, so universal in the pairing season, all vitiation of the race through the multiplication of its inferior samples is prevented, and the maintenance of a constitution completely adapted to surrounding conditions, and therefore most productive of happiness, is ensured. The development of the higher creation is a progress towards a form of being capable of a happiness undiminished by these drawbacks. It is in the human race that the consummation is to be accomplished. Civilization is the last stage of its accomplishment, and the ideal man is the man in whom all the conditions of that accomplishment are fulfilled. Meanwhile, the well-being of existing humanity and the unfolding of it into this ultimate perfection are both secured by that same beneficence, though severe discipline to which the animate creation at large is subject, a discipline which is pitiless in the working out of good, a felicity pursuing law which never swerves for the avoidance of partial and temporary suffering. The poverty of the incapable, the distresses that come upon the imprudent, the starvation of the idle, and those shoulderings aside of the weak by the strong, which leave so many in shallows and in miseries, are the decrees of a large, far-seeing benevolence. It seems hard that an unskilfulness which with all his efforts he cannot overcome should entail hunger upon the artisan. It seems hard that a labourer incapacitated by sickness from competing with his stronger fellows should have to bear the resulting privations. It seems hard that widows and orphans should be left to struggle for life or death. Nevertheless, when regarded not separately but in connection with the interests of universal humanity, these harsh fatalities are seen to be full of the highest beneficence, the same beneficence which brings to early graves the children of diseased parents, and singles out the low-spirited, the intemperate, and the debilitated as the victims of an epidemic. There are many very amiable people over whom, in so far as their feelings are concerned, we may fitly rejoice, who have not the nerve to look this matter fairly in the face. Disabled as they are by their sympathies with present suffering, from duly regarding ultimate consequences, they pursue a course which is very injudicious, and in the end even cruel. We do not consider it true kindness in a mother to gratify her child with sweetmeats that are certain to make it ill. We should think it a very foolish sort of benevolence which led a surgeon to let his patient's disease progress to a fatal issue rather than inflict pain by an operation. Similarly, we must call those spurious philanthropists who, to prevent present misery, would entail greater misery upon future generations. All defenders of a poor law must, however, be classed amongst such. That rigorous necessity which, when allowed to act on them, becomes so sharp a spur to the lazy, and so strong a bridle to the random, these paupers' friends would repeal, because of the wailings it here and there produces. Blind to the fact that under the natural order of things, society is constantly excreting its unhealthy, imbecile, slow, vacillating, faithless members, these unthinking though well-meaning men advocate an interference which not only stops the purifying process, but even increases the vitiation, absolutely encourages the multiplication of the reckless and incompetent by offering them an unfailing provision, and discourages the multiplication of the competent and provident by heightening the prospective difficulty of maintaining a family. And thus, in their eagerness to prevent the really salutary sufferings that surround us, these sigh-wise and groan foolish people bequeath to posterity a continually increasing curse. Returning again to the highest point of view, we find that there is a second and still more injurious mode in which law-enforced charity checks the process of adaptation. To become fit for the social state, man has not only to lose his savageness, but he has to acquire the capacities needful for civilized life. Power of application must be developed. Such modification of the intellect as shall qualify it for its new tasks must take place, and above all, there must be gained the ability to sacrifice a small immediate gratification for a future great one. The state of transition will of course be an unhappy state. Misery inevitably results from incongruity between constitution and conditions. All these evils which afflict us and seem to the uninitiated the obvious consequences of this or that removable cause are unavoidable attendants on the adaptation now in progress. Humanity is being pressed against the inexorable necessities of its new position, is being moulded into harmony with them, and has to bear the resulting unhappiness as best it can. The process must be undergone, and the sufferings must be endured. No power on earth, no cunningly devised laws of statesmen, no world-rectifying schemes of the humane, no communist panaceas, no reforms that men ever did broach or ever will broach, can diminish them one jot. Intensified they may be and are, and in preventing their intensification the philanthropic will find ample scope for exertion, but there is bound up with the change a normal amount of suffering which cannot be lessened without altering the very laws of life. Every attempt at mitigation of this eventuates in exacerbation of it. All that a poor law or any kindred institution can do is to partially suspend the transition, to take off for a while from certain members of society the painful pressure which is effecting their transformation. At best, this is merely to postpone what must ultimately be borne, but it is more than this. It is to undo what has already been done, for the circumstances to which adaptation is taking place cannot be superseded without causing a retrogression, a partial loss of the adaptation previously effected, and as the whole process must sometime or other be passed through, the lost ground must be gone over again, and the attendant pain borne afresh. Thus, besides retarding adaptation, a poor law adds to the distresses inevitably attending it. At first sight, these considerations seem conclusive against all relief to the poor, voluntary as well as compulsory, and it is no doubt true that they imply a condemnation of whatever private charity enables the recipients to elude the necessities of our social existence. With this condemnation, however, no rational man will quarrel. that careless squandering of pence which has fostered into perfection a system of organized begging, which has made skilful mendicancy more profitable than ordinary manual labour, which induces the simulation of palsy, epilepsy, cholera, and no end of diseases and deformities, which has called into existence warehouses for the sale and hire of impostors' dresses, which has given to pity-inspiring babes a market value of 9d. per day, the unthinking benevolence which has generated all this cannot but be disapproved by every one. Now it is only against this injudicious charity that the foregoing argument tells. To that charity which may be described as helping men to help themselves it makes no objection, countenances it rather. And in helping men to help themselves there remains abundant scope for the exercise of a people's sympathies. Accidents will still supply victims on whom generosity may be legitimately expended. Men thrown upon their backs by unforeseen events, men who have failed for want of knowledge inaccessible to them, men ruined by the dishonesty of others, and men in whom hope long delayed has made the heart sick, may with advantage to all parties be assisted. Even the prodigal, after severe hardship, has branded his memory with the unbending conditions of social life to which he must submit, may properly have another trial afforded him. And although by these ameliorations the process of adaptation must be remotely interfered with, yet in the majority of cases it will not be so much retarded in one direction as it will be advanced in another. 7. Objectionable as we find a poor law to be, even under the supposition that it does what it is intended to do, diminish present suffering, how shall we regard it on finding that in reality it does no such thing, cannot do any such thing? Yet, paradoxical as the assertion looks, this is absolutely the fact. Let but the observer cease to contemplate so fixedly one side of the phenomenon, pauperism and its relief, and begin to examine the other side, rates and the ultimate contributors of them, and he will discover that to suppose the sum total of distress diminishable by act of Parliament bounty is a delusion. A statement of the case in terms of labour and produce will quickly make this clear. Here, at any specified period, is a given quantity of food and things exchangeable for food in the hands or at the command of the middle and upper classes. A certain portion of this food is needed by these classes themselves, and is consumed by them at the same rate, or very near it, be there scarcity or abundance. Whatever variation occurs in the sum total of food and its equivalents must therefore affect the remaining portion, not used by these classes for personal sustenance. This remaining portion is given by them to the people in return for their labour, which is partly expended in the production of a further supply of necessaries, and partly in the production of luxuries. Hence, by how much this portion is deficient, by so much must the people come short. Manifestly, a redistribution by legislative or other agency cannot make that sufficient for them which was previously insufficient. It can do nothing but change the parties by whom the insufficiency is felt. If it gives enough to some who else would not have enough, it must inevitably reduce certain others to the condition of not having enough, and thus, to the extent that a poor law mitigates distress in one place, it unavoidably produces distress in another. Should there be any one to whom this abstract reasoning is unsatisfactory, a concrete statement of the case will perhaps remove their doubts. A poor's rate collector takes from the citizen a sum of money equivalent to bread and clothing for one or more paupers. Had not this sum been so taken, it would either have been used to purchase superfluities, which the citizen now does without, or it would have been paid by him into a bank, and lent by the banker to a manufacturer, merchant, or tradesman. That is, it would ultimately have been given in wages, either to the producer of the superfluities, or to an operative paid out of the banker's loan. But this sum having been carried off as poor's rate, whoever would have received it as wages must now to that extent go without wages. The food which it represented having been taken to sustain a pauper, the artisan to whom that food would have been given in return for work done must now lack food. And thus, as at first said, the transaction is simply a change of the parties by whom the insufficiency of food is felt. Nay, the case is even worse. Already it has been pointed out that by suspending the process of adaptation, a poor law increases the distress to be borne at some future day. And here we shall find that it also increases the distress to be borne now. For be it remembered that of the sum taken in any year to support paupers, a large portion would otherwise have gone to support laborers employed in new reproductive works, land drainage, machine building, etc. An additional stock of commodities would by and by have been produced, and the number of those who go short would consequently have been diminished. Thus the astonishment expressed by some that so much misery should exist, notwithstanding the distribution of 15 millions a year by endowed charities, benevolent societies, and poor law unions, is quite uncalled for, seeing that the larger the sum gratuitously administered, the more intense will shortly become the suffering. Manifestly, out of a given population, the greater the number living on the bounty of others, the smaller must be the number living by labor. And the smaller the number living by labor, the smaller must be the production of food and other necessaries, and the smaller the production of necessaries, the greater must be the distress. 8. We find, then, that the verdict given by the law of state duty against a public provision for the indigent is enforced by sundry independent considerations. A critical analysis of the alleged rights for upholding which a poor law is defended shows them to be fictitious. Nor does the plea that a poor law is a means of distributing compensation for wrongs done to the disinherited people turn out to be valid. The assumption that only by law-administered relief can physical destitution be met proves to be quite analogous to the assumption that spiritual destitution necessitates a law-administered religion, and consistency requires those who assert the sufficiency of voluntary effort in the one case to assert it in the other also. The substitution of a mechanical charity for charity prompted by the heart is manifestly unfavorable to the growth of men's sympathies, and therefore adverse to the process of adaptation. Legal bounty further retards adaptation by interposing between the people and the conditions to which they must become adapted, so as partially to suspend those conditions. And to crown all, we find not only that a poor law must necessarily fail to diminish popular suffering, but that it must inevitably increase that suffering, both directly by checking the production of commodities, and indirectly by causing a retrogression of character which painful discipline must at some future day make good. End of chapter 25. Chapter 26, Part 1 of Social Statics by Herbert Spencer. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Social statics, or the conditions essential to human happiness specified, and the first of them developed by Herbert Spencer. National Education 1. In the same way that our definition of state duty forbids the state to administer religion or charity, so likewise does it forbid the state to administer education. Inasmuch as the taking away by government of more of a man's property than is needful for maintaining his rights is an infringement of his rights, and therefore a reversal of the government's function towards him, and inasmuch as the taking away of his property to educate his own or other people's children is not needful for the maintaining of his rights, the taking away of his property for such a purpose is wrong. Should it be said that the rights of the children are involved, and that state interposition is required to maintain these, the reply is that no cause for such interposition can be shown until the children's rights have been violated, and that their rights are not violated by a neglect of their education. For, as repeatedly explained, what we call rights are merely arbitrary subdivisions of the general liberty to exercise the faculties, and that only can be called an infringement of rights which actually diminishes this liberty, cuts off a previously existing power to pursue the objects of desire. Now, the parent who is careless of a child's education does not do this, The liberty to exercise the faculties is left intact. Omitting instruction in no way takes from a child's freedom to do whatsoever it wills in the best way it can, and this freedom is all that equity demands. Every aggression, be it remembered, every infraction of rights, is necessarily active, whilst every neglect, carelessness, omission is as necessarily passive. Consequently, however wrong the non-performance of a parental duty may be, however much it is condemned by that secondary morality, the morality of beneficence, it does not amount to a breach of the law of equal freedom, and cannot therefore be taken cognizance of by the state. 2. Were there no direct disproof of the frequently alleged right to education at the hands of the state, the absurdities in which it entangles its assertors would sufficiently show its invalidity. Conceding for a moment that the government is bound to educate a man's children, then what kind of logic will demonstrate that it is not bound to feed and clothe them? If there should be an Act of Parliament provision for the development of their minds, why should there not be an Act of Parliament provision for the development of their bodies? If the mental wants of the rising generation ought to be satisfied by the state, why not their physical ones? The reasoning which is held to establish the right to intellectual food will equally well establish the right to material food. Nay, will do more, will prove that children should be altogether cared for by government. For if the benefit, importance, or necessity of education be assigned as a sufficient reason why government should educate, then may the benefit, importance, or necessity of food, clothing, shelter, and warmth be assigned as a sufficient reason why government should administer these also, so that the alleged right cannot be established without annulling all parental responsibility whatever. Should further refutation be thought needful, there is the ordeal of a definition. We lately found this ordeal fatal to the assumed right to a maintenance. We shall find it equally fatal to this assumed right to education. For what is an education? Where, between the teaching of a dame school and the most comprehensive university curriculum, can be drawn the line separating that portion of mental culture which may be justly claimed of the state from that which may not be so claimed? What peculiar quality is there in reading, writing, and arithmetic, which gives the embryo citizen a right to have them imparted to him, but which quality is not shared in by geography and history and drawing and the natural sciences? Must calculation be taught because it is useful? Why, so is geometry, as the carpenter and mason will tell us. So is chemistry, as we may gather from dyers and bleachers. So is physiology, as is abundantly proved by the ill health written in so many faces. Astronomy, mechanics, geology, and the various connate sciences, should not these be taught too? They are all useful. Where is the unit of measure by which we may determine the respective values of different kinds of knowledge? Or, assuming them determined, how can it be shown that a child may claim from the civil power knowledge of such and such values, but not knowledge of certain less values? When those who demand a state education can say exactly how much is due, can agree upon what the young have a right to, and what not, it will be time to listen. But until they accomplish this impossibility, their plea cannot be entertained. 3. A sad snare would these advocates of legislative teaching betray themselves into, could they substantiate their doctrine. For what is meant by saying that a government ought to educate the people? Why should they be educated? What is the education for? Clearly to fit the people for social life, to make them good citizens. And who is to say what are good citizens? The government. There is no other judge. And who is to say how these good citizens may be made? The government. There is no other judge. Hence the proposition is convertible into this: a government ought to mold children into good citizens, using its own discretion in settling what a good citizen is, and how the child may be molded into one. It must first form for itself a definite conception of a pattern citizen, and having done this, must elaborate such system of discipline as seems best calculated to produce citizens after that pattern. This system of discipline it is bound to enforce to the uttermost, for if it does otherwise, it allows men to become different from what in its judgment they should become, and therefore fails in that duty it is charged to fulfill. Being thus justified in carrying out rigidly such plans as it thinks best, every government ought to do what the despotic governments of the continent and of China do. That regulation under which in France private schools cannot be established without a license from the minister, and can be shut up by a simple ministerial order, is a step in the right direction, but does not go far enough, seeing that the state cannot permit its mission to be undertaken by others without endangering the due performance of it. The forbidding of all private schools whatever, as until recently in Prussia, is nearer the mark. Austrian legislation, too, realizes with some consistency the state education theory. By it, a tolerably stringent control over the mental culture of the nation is exercised. Much thinking being held at variance with good citizenship, the teaching of metaphysics, political economy, and the like is discouraged. Some scientific works are prohibited, and a reward is offered for the apprehension of those who circulate Bibles, the authorities in the discharge of their function preferring to entrust the interpretation of that book to their employees, the Jesuits. But in China alone is the idea carried out with logical completeness. There the government publishes a list of works which may be read, and considering obedience the supreme virtue, authorizes such only as are friendly to despotism. Fearing the unsettling effects of innovation, it allows nothing to be taught but what proceeds from itself. To the end of producing pattern citizens, it exerts a stringent discipline over all conduct. There are rules for sitting, standing, walking, talking, and bowing, laid down with the greatest precision. Scholars are prohibited from chess, football, flying kites, shuttlecock, playing on wind instruments, training beasts, birds, fishes, or insects, all which amusements, it is said, dissipate the mind and debase the heart. Now, a minute dictation like this, which extends to every action and will brook no nay, is the legitimate realization of this state education theory. Whether the government has got erroneous conceptions of what citizens ought to be, or whether the methods of training it adopts are injudicious, is not the question. According to the hypothesis, it is commissioned to discharge a specified function. It finds no ready prescribed way of doing this. It has no alternative, therefore, but to choose that way which seems to it most fit. And as there exists no higher authority either to dispute or confirm its judgment, it is justified in the absolute enforcement of its plans, be they what they may. As from the proposition that government ought to teach religion, there springs the other proposition that government must decide what is religious truth and how it is to be taught. So the assertion that government ought to educate necessitates the further assertion that it must say what education is and how it shall be conducted, and the same rigid popery which we found to be a logical consequence in the one case follows in the other also. 4. There are few sayings more trite than this, that love of offspring is one of our most powerful passions. To become a parent is an almost universal wish. The intensity of affection exhibited in the glistening eye, the warm kiss, and the fondling caress, in the untiring patience and the ever-ready alarm of the mother, is a theme on which philosophers have written and poets have sung in all ages. Every one has remarked how commonly the feeling overmasters all others. Observe the self-gratulation with which maternity witnesses her first-born's unparalleled achievements. Mark the pride with which the performances of each little brat are exhibited to every visitor as indicating a precocious genius. Consider again the deep interest which in later days a father feels in his children's mental welfare, and the anxiety he manifests to get them on in life. The promptings of his natural affection being oft times sharpened by the reflection that the comfort of his old age may perchance be dependent upon their success. Now, servants and interpreters of nature have usually supposed these feelings to be of some use. Hitherto they have always thought that the gratification accruing to a mother from the forwardness of her little ones serves as a stimulus to the proper culture of their minds, that the honour which the father expects to derive from the distinction of his sons acts as an incentive to their improvement, and that the anticipation by parents of the distress which ill-trained children may one day entail constitutes an additional spur to the proper management of them. In these strong affections and mutual dependencies, observers believed they saw an admirably arranged chain of influences calculated to secure the mental and physical development of successive generations, and in the simplicity of their faith had concluded that these divinely appointed means were fully sufficient for this purpose. It would appear, however, according to the state educationists, that they have been mistaken. It seems that this apparatus of feelings is wholly insufficient to work out the desideratum, that this combination of affections and interests was not provided for such a purpose, or what is the same thing, that it has no purpose at all. And so, in default of any natural provision for supplying the exigency, legislators exhibit to us the design and specification of a state machine, made up of masters, ushers, inspectors, and councils, to be worked by a due proportion of taxes, and to be plentifully supplied with raw material in the shape of little boys and girls, out of which it is to grind a population of well-trained men and women who shall be useful members of the community. 5. But it is argued that parents, and especially those whose children most need instructing, do not know what good instruction is. In the matter of education, says Mr. Mill, the intervention of government is justifiable because the case is one in which the interest and judgment of the consumer are not sufficient security for the goodness of the commodity. It is strange that so judicious a writer should feel satisfied with such a worn-out excuse. This alleged incompetency on the part of the people has been the reason assigned for all state interferences whatever. It was on the plea that buyers were unable to tell good fabrics from bad, that those complicated regulations which encumbered the French manufacturers were established. The use of certain dyes here in England was prohibited because of the insufficient discernment of the people. Directions for the proper making of pins were issued under the idea that experience would not teach the purchasers which were best. Those examinations as to competency which the German handicraftsmen undergo are held needful as safeguards to the consumers. A stock argument for the state teaching of religion has been that the masses cannot distinguish false religion from true. There is hardly a single department of life over which, for similar reasons, legislative supervision has not been or may not be established. Here is Mr. H. Hodson Rugg, M.R.C.S., publishing a pamphlet to point out the injury inflicted upon poor ignorant householders by the adulteration of milk, and proposing as a remedy that there shall be government officers to test the milk and to confiscate it when not good, police to inspect the ventilation of cowsheds and to order away invalid cattle, and a government cow infirmary with veterinary surgeon attached. Tomorrow someone else may start up to tell us that bad bread is still more injurious than bad milk, equally common, quite as difficult to distinguish, and that consequently bakehouses ought to be overlooked by the authorities. Next, there will be wanted officials with hydrometers and chemical reagents to dabble in the vats of the porter breweries. In the wake of these must, of course, follow others commissioned to watch the doings of wine merchants, and so on, until, in the desire to have all processes of production duly inspected, we approach a condition somewhat like that of the slave states, in which, as they say, one half of the community is occupied in seeing that the other half does its duty. And for each additional interference, the plea may be, as it always has been, that the interest and judgment of the consumer are not sufficient security for the goodness of the commodity. Should it be said that the propriety of legislative control depends upon circumstances, that respecting some articles the judgment of the consumer is sufficient, whilst respecting other articles it is not, and that the difficulty of deciding upon its quality places education amongst these last, the reply again is that the same has been said on behalf of all meddlings in turn. Plenty of trickeries, plenty of difficulties in the detection of fraud, plenty of instances showing the inability of purchasers to protect themselves, are quoted by the advocates of each proposed recourse to official regulation. And in each case it is urged that here, at any rate, official regulation is required. Yet does experience disprove these inferences one after another, teaching us that in the long run the interest of the consumer is not only an efficient guarantee for the goodness of the things consumed, but the best guarantee. Is it not unwise, then, to trust for the 100th time in one of these plausible but deceptive conclusions? Is it not rational, rather, to infer that, however much appearances are to the contrary, the choice of the commodity, education, like the choice of all other commodities, may be safely left to the discretion of buyers? Still more reasonable will this inference appear on observing that the people are not, after all, such incompetent judges of education as they seem. Ignorant parents are generally quick enough to discern the effects of good or bad teaching, will note them in the children of others, and act accordingly. Moreover, it is easy for them to follow the example of the better instructed and choose the same schools. Or they may get over the difficulty by asking advice, and there is generally some one both able and willing to give the uneducated parent a trustworthy answer to his inquiry about teachers. Lastly, there is the test of price. With education, as with other things, price is a tolerably safe index of value. It is one open to all classes, and it is one which the poor instinctively appeal to in the matter of schools, for it is notorious that they look coldly at very cheap or gratuitous instruction. But even admitting that, whilst this defect of judgment is not virtually so extreme as is alleged, it is nevertheless great. The need for interference is still denied. The evil is undergoing rectification, as all analogous ones are or have been. The rising generation will better understand what good education is than their parents do, and their descendants will have clearer conceptions of it still. Whoso thinks the slowness of the process a sufficient reason for meddling, must, to be consistent, meddle in all other things. For the ignorance, which in every case serves as an excuse for state interposition, is a very gradual cure. The errors both of consumers and producers often take generations to set right. Improvements in the carrying on of commerce, in manufactures, and especially in agriculture, spread almost imperceptibly. Take rotation of crops for an example. And if this tardiness is a valid argument for interference in one case, why not in others? Why not have farms superintended by government? Because it may take a century for farmers generally to adopt the plans suggested by modern science. Did we duly realize the fact that society is a growth and not a manufacture, a thing that makes itself and not a thing that can be artificially made, we should fall into fewer mistakes, and we should see that, amongst other imperfections, this incompetence of the masses to distinguish good instruction from bad is being outgrown. 6. When, in the matter of education, the interest and judgment of the consumer are said not to be sufficient security for the goodness of the commodity, and when it is argued that government superintendence is therefore needful, a very questionable assumption is made. The assumption, namely, that the interest and judgment of a government are sufficient security. Now, there is good reason to dispute this, nay, even to assert that, taking the future into account, they offer much less security. The problem is how best to develop minds, a problem amongst the most difficult, may we not say the most difficult. Two things are needful for its solution. First, to know what minds should be fashioned into. Next, to know how they may be so fashioned. From the work to be done, turn we now to the proposed doers of it. Men of education, as the word goes, they no doubt are. Well-meaning, many of them, thoughtful, some, philosophical, a few. Men, however, for the most part born with silver spoons in their mouths, and prone to regard human affairs as reflected in these somewhat distortedly. Very comfortable lives are led by the majority of them, and hence things as they are find favour in their eyes. For their tastes, they are shown in the subordination of national business to the shooting of grouse and the chasing of foxes. For their pride, it is in wide estates or long pedigrees, and should the family coat of arms bear some such ancient motto as "Strike hard," or "Firth fortune and fill the fetters," it is a great happiness. As to their ideal of society, it is either a sentimental feudalism, or it is a state something like the present, under which the people shall be respectful to their betters, and content with that station of life to which it has pleased God to call them. Or it is a state arranged with the view of making each labourer the most efficient producing tool, to the end that the accumulation of wealth may be the greatest possible. Add to this that their notions of moral discipline are shown in the maintenance of capital punishment, and in the sending of their sons to schools where flogging is practised, and where they themselves were brought up. Now, could the judgment of such respecting the commodity, education, be safely relied on? Certainly not. Still less might their interest be trusted. Though at variance with that of the people, it would inevitably be followed in preference. The self-seeking, which consciously or unconsciously sways rulers in other cases, would sway them in this likewise, could not fail to do so, whilst the character of men is what it is. With taxation unequally distributed, with such a glaringly unjust apportionment of representatives to population, with a nepotism that fills lucrative places with Greys and Elliots, with a staff of 100 admirals more than are wanted, with lavish pensions to the undeserving, with a system of retrenchment which discharges common men and retains officers, and with such votes as those given by the military, the naval, the landed, and the clerically related members of Parliament, we may be quite sure that a state education would be administered for the advantage of those in power, rather than for the advantage of the nation. To hope for anything else is to fall into the old error of looking for grapes from thorns. Nothing can be more truly utopian than expecting that, with men and things as they are, the influences which have vitiated all other institutions would not vitiate this one. Thus, even were it true that in the matter of education, the interest and judgment of the consumer are not sufficient security for the goodness of the commodity, the wisdom of superseding them by the interest and judgment of a government is by no means obvious. It may indeed be said that the argument proves only the unfitness of existing governments to become national teachers, and not the unfitness of a government normally constituted, whereas the object of inquiry being to determine what a government should do, the hypothesis must be that the government is what it should be. To this the reply is that the nature of the allegation to be met necessitates a descent to the level of present circumstances. It is on the defective interest and judgment of the people, as they now are, that the plea for legislative superintendence is based, and consequently, in criticizing this plea, we must take government as it now is. We cannot reason as though government were what it should be. since before it can become so, any alleged deficiency of interest and judgment on the part of the people must have disappeared. 7. The impolicy of setting up a national organization for cultivating the popular mind and commissioning the government to superintend this organization is further seen in the general truth that every such organization is in spirit conservative and not progressive. All institutions have an instinct of self-preservation growing out of the selfishness of those connected with them. Being dependent for their vitality upon the continuance of existing arrangements, they naturally uphold these. Their roots are in the past and the present, never in the future. Change threatens them, modifies them, eventually destroys them. Hence to change they are uniformly opposed. On the other hand, education, properly so called, is closely associated with change, is its pioneer, is the never-sleeping agent of revolution, is always fitting men for higher things and unfitting them for things as they are. Therefore, between institutions whose very existence depends upon man continuing what he is, and true education, which is one of the instruments for making him something other than he is, there must always be enmity. From the time of the Egyptian priesthood downwards, the conduct of corporations, whether political, ecclesiastical, or educational, has given proof of this. Some 300 years B.C., unlicensed schools were forbidden by the Athenian Senate. In Rome, the liberty of teaching was attacked twice before the Christian era, and again afterwards by the Emperor Julian. The existing continental governments show by their analogous policy how persistent the tendency is. In the universality of censorships we see the same fact further illustrated. The celebrated saying of the Empress Catherine to her Prime Minister well exhibits the way in which rulers regard the spread of knowledge, and whenever governments have undertaken to educate, it has been with the view of forestalling that spontaneous education which threatened their own supremacy. Witness the case of China, where diligently impressed ideas such as, "Oh, how magnificent are the affairs of government! Oh, what respect is due to the officers of government!" sufficiently indicate the intention. Witness again the case of Austria, where, in accordance with the will of the Emperor Francis, the training of the popular mind was entrusted to the Jesuits, that they might counteract the propagandism of liberty by the propagandism of superstition. Nor have there been wanting signs of a like spirit here in England. That attempt in Cobbett's day to put down cheap literature by an act which prevented weekly publications from being sold for less than sixpence unmistakably indicated it. It was again exhibited in the reluctance with which the newspaper stamp duty was reduced when resistance had become useless. And we may still see it in the double-facedness of a legislature which professes to favour popular enlightenment, and yet continues to raise £1.25 million sterling yearly from taxes on knowledge. How unfriendly all ecclesiastical bodies have been to the spread of education everyone knows. The obstinacy shown by the Brahmin in fighting against the truths of modern science, the fanaticism with which the Mahometan doctor ignores all books but the Koran, and the prejudice fostered by the religious institutions of our own country against the very name of philosophy, are kindred illustrations of the conduct which this self-conserving instinct produces. In that saying of the monks, "We must put down printing, or printing will put down us," the universal motive was plainly expressed, as it was, again, through the mouth of that French bishop who denounced the Bell and Lancaster systems as inventions of the devil. Nor let any one conclude that the educational zeal latterly manifested by church clergy indicates a new animus. Those who remember the bitterness with which Sunday schools were at first assailed by them, and those who mark how keenly they now compete with dissenters for the children of the poor, can see clearly enough that they are endeavouring to make the best of a necessity, that having a more or less defined consciousness of the inevitability of educational progress, they wish to educate the people in allegiance to the Church. Still more manifest becomes this obstructive tendency on considering that the very organizations devised for the spreading of knowledge may themselves act as suppressors of it. Thus it is said that Oxford was one of the last places in which the Newtonian philosophy was acknowledged. We read again in the Life of Locke that there was a meeting of the heads of houses at Oxford, where it was proposed to censure and discourage the reading of this essay on the human understanding. And after various debates, it was concluded that without any public censure, each head of a house shall endeavour to prevent its being read in his own college. At Eton, too, in Shelley's time, chemistry was a forbidden thing, even to the banishment of chemical treatises. So uniformly has it been the habit of these endowed institutions to close the door against innovations, that they are amongst the last places to which any one looks for improvements in the art of teaching, or a better choice of subjects to be taught. The attitude of the universities towards natural science has been that of contemptuous non-recognition. College authorities have long resisted, either actively or passively, the making of physiology, chemistry, geology, etc. subjects of examination, and only of late, under pressure from without and under the fear of being supplanted by rival institutions, have new studies been gingerly taken to. Now, although vis inertiae may be very useful in its place, although the resistance of office holders has its function, although we must not quarrel with this instinct of self-preservation which gives to institutions their vitality, because it also upholds them through a lingering decrepitude, we may yet wisely refuse to increase its natural effect. It is very necessary to have in our social economy a conservative force as well as a reforming one, that there may be progress for the resultant. But it is highly impolitic to afford the one an artificial advantage over the other. To establish a state education is to do this, however. The teaching organization itself, and the government which directs it, will inevitably lean to things as they are, and to give them control over the national mind is to give them the means of repressing aspirations after things as they should be. Just that culture which seems compatible with their own preservation will these institutions allow, whilst just that culture which, by advancing society, threatens to sap their own foundations, or, in other words, just that culture which is most valuable, they will oppose. The sanguine will perhaps hope that, though this has been the rule hitherto, it will not be the rule in future. Let them not deceive themselves. So long as men pursue private advantage at the expense of the common weal, that is to say, so long as government is needful at all, so long will this be true. Less marked the tendency will no doubt be in proportion as men are less unjustly selfish. But to whatever extent they lack perfect conscientiousness, to the same extent will vested interests sway them, and to the same extent will institutions resist change. End of chapter 26, part 1. Chapter 26, part 2 of Social Statics by Herbert Spencer. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Social statics, or the conditions essential to human happiness, specified, and the first of them developed, by Herbert Spencer. 8. Did the reader ever watch a boy in the first heat of a gardening fit? The sight is an amusing and not uninstructive one. Probably a slice of a border, some couple of square yards or so, has been made over to him for his exclusive use. No small accession of dignity and not a little pride of proprietorship does he exhibit. So long as the enthusiasm lasts, he never tires of contemplating his territory, and every companion and every visitor with whom the liberty can be taken is pretty sure to be met with the request, "Come and see my garden." Note chiefly, however, with what anxiety the growth of a few scrubby plants is regarded. 3 or 4 times a day will the little urchin rush out to look at them. How provokingly slow their progress seems to him. Each morning on getting up he hopes to find some marked change, and lo, everything appears just as it did the day before. When will the blossoms come out? For nearly a week has some forward bud been promising him the triumph of a first flower, and still it remains closed. Surely there must be something wrong. Perhaps the leaves have stuck fast. Ah, that is the reason, no doubt. And so, 10 to 1, you shall some day catch our young florist very busily engaged in pulling open the calyx, and it may be trying to unfold a few of the petals. Somewhat like this childish impatience is the feeling exhibited by not a few state educationists. Both they and their type show a lack of faith in natural forces, almost an ignorance that there are such forces. In both there is the same dissatisfaction with the ordained rate of progress, and by both artificial means are used to remedy what are conceived to be nature's failures. Within these few years, men have all at once been awakened to the importance of instructing the people. That to which they were a while since indifferent or even hostile has suddenly become an object of enthusiasm. With all the ardour of recent converts, with all a novice's inordinate expectations, with all the eagerness of a lately aroused desire, do they await the hoped-for result, and with the unreasonableness ever attendant upon such a state of mind, are dissatisfied, because the progress from general ignorance to universal enlightenment has not been completed in a generation. One would have thought it sufficiently clear to everybody that the great changes taking place in this world of ours are uniformly slow. Continents are upheaved at the rate of a foot or two in a century. The deposition of a delta is the work of tens of thousands of years. The transformation of barren rock into life-supporting soil takes countless ages. If any think society advances under a different law, let them read. Has it not required the whole Christian era to abolish slavery in Europe, as far at least as it is abolished? Did not 100 generations live and die while picture writing grew into printing? Have not science and commerce and mechanical skill increased at a similarly tardy pace? Yet are men disappointed that a pitiful 50 years has not sufficed for thorough popular enlightenment. Although within this period an advance has been made far beyond what the calm thinker would have expected, far beyond what the past rate of progress in human affairs seemed to prophesy, yet do these so impatient people summarily condemn the voluntary system as a failure. A natural process, a process spontaneously set up, a process of self-unfolding which the national mind had commenced, is pooh-poohed because it has not wrought a total transformation in the course of what constitutes but a day in the life of humanity. And then, to make up for nature's incompetency, the unfolding must be hastened by legislative fingerings. 9. There is indeed one excuse for attempts to spread education by artificial means, namely, the anxiety to diminish crime, of which education is supposed to be a preventive. We hold, says Mr. Macaulay, that whoever has the right to hang has the right to educate. And in a letter relative to the Manchester district system, Miss Martineau writes, "Nor can I see that political economy objects to the general rating for educational purposes. As a mere police tax, this rating would be a very cheap affair. It would cost us much less than we now pay for juvenile depravity." In both which remarks this prevalent belief is implied. Now, with all respect to the many high authorities holding it, the truth of this belief may be disputed. We have no evidence that education, as commonly understood, is a preventive of crime. Those perpetually reiterated newspaper paragraphs in which the ratios of instructed to uninstructed convicts are so triumphantly stated prove just nothing. Before any inference can be drawn, it must be shown that these instructed and uninstructed convicts come from two equal sections of society, alike in all other respects but that of knowledge, similar in rank and occupation, having similar advantages, labouring under similar temptations. But this is not only not the truth, it is nothing like the truth. The many ignorant criminals belong to a most unfavourably circumstanced class, whilst the few educated ones are from a class comparatively favoured. As things stand, it would be equally logical to infer that crime arises from going without animal food, or from living in badly ventilated rooms, or from wearing dirty shirts. For were the inmates of a jail to be catechized, it would doubtless be found that the majority of them had been placed in these conditions. Ignorance and crime are not cause and effect. They are coincident results of the same cause. To be wholly untaught is to have moved amongst those whose incentives to wrongdoing are strongest. To be partially taught is to have been one of a class subject to less urgent temptations. To be well taught is to have lived almost beyond the reach of the usual motives for transgression. Ignorance, therefore, at least in the statistics referred to, simply indicates the presence of crime-producing influences, and can no more be called the cause of crime than the falling of a barometer can be called the cause of rain. So far, indeed, from proving that morality is increased by education, the facts prove, if anything, the reverse. Thus we are told in a report by the Reverend Joseph Kingsmill, head chaplain of Pentonville Prison, that the proportion borne by the educated to the uneducated convicts is fully as high as that which exists between the educated and the uneducated classes in the general population. Although, as just explained, we might reasonably expect that, having had fewer temptations, the educated convicts would bear a smaller ratio to their class. Again, it has been shown from government returns that the number of juvenile offenders in the metropolis has been steadily increasing every year since the institution of the Ragged School Union, and that whereas the number of criminals who cannot read and write has decreased from 24,856 in 1844 to 22,968 in 1848, or no less than 1,888 in that period, the number of those who can read and write imperfectly has increased from 33,337 to 36,229, or 2,857 in the same time. Morning Chronicle, April 25, 1850. Another contributor to the series of articles on labor and the poor, from which the above statement is quoted, remarks that the mining population in the North are exceedingly low in point of education and intelligence, and yet they contradict the theories generally entertained upon the connection of ignorance with crime by presenting the least criminal section of the population of England. Morning Chronicle, December 27, 1849. And speaking of the women employed in the iron works and collieries throughout South Wales, he says, "Their ignorance is absolutely awful, yet the returns show in them a singular immunity from crime." Morning Chronicle, March 21, 1850. If these testimonies are thought insufficient, they may be enforced by that of Mr. Fletcher, who has entered more elaborately into this question than perhaps any other writer of the day. Summing up the results of his investigation, he says, 1. In comparing the gross commitments for criminal offences with the proportion of instruction in each district, there is found to be a small balance in favour of the most instructed districts in the years of most industrial depression, 1842-4, but a greater one against them in the years of less industrial depression, 1845-7, while in comparing the more with the less instructed portions of each district, the final result is against the former at both periods, though fourfold at the latter what it is at the former. 2. No correction for the ages of the population in different districts to meet the excess of criminals at certain younger periods of life will change the character of this superficial evidence against instruction, every legitimate allowance of the kind having already been made in arriving at these results. 3. Down to this period, therefore, the comparison of the criminal and educational returns of this, any more than of any other country of Europe, has afforded no sound statistical evidence in favor and as little against the moral effects associated with instruction as actually disseminated among the people. To all which evidence may be added that of Messrs. Guerin and Dupin, who have shown that the most highly educated districts in France are the most criminal districts. The fact is that scarcely any connection exists between morality and the discipline of ordinary teaching. Mere culture of the intellect, and education as usually conducted amounts to little more, is hardly at all operative upon conduct. Creeds pasted upon the memory, good principles learnt by rote, lessons in right and wrong, will not eradicate vicious propensities, though people, in spite of their experience as parents and as citizens, persist in hoping they will. All history, both of the race and of individuals, goes to prove that in the majority of cases precepts do not act at all. And where they seem to act, it is not by them, but by pre-existing feelings which respond to them, that the effects are really produced. Intellect is not a power, but an instrument, not a thing which itself moves and works, but a thing which is moved and worked by forces behind it. To say that men are ruled by reason is as irrational as to say that men are ruled by their eyes. Reason is an eye, the eye through which the desires see their way to gratification. And educating it only makes it a better eye, gives it a vision more accurate and more comprehensive, does not at all alter the desires subserved by it. However far-seeing you make it, the passions will still determine the directions in which it shall be turned, the objects on which it shall dwell. Just those ends which the instincts or sentiments propose will the intellect be employed to accomplish, culture of it having done nothing but increase the ability to accomplish them. Probably some will urge that enlightening men enables them to discern the penalties which naturally attach to wrongdoing, and in a certain sense this is true, but it is only superficially true. Though they may learn that the grosser crimes commonly bring retribution in one shape or other, they will not learn that the subtler ones do. Their sins will merely be made more Machiavellian. If, as Coleridge says, a knave is a fool with a circumbendibus, then by instructing the knave you do but make the circumbendibus a wider one. Did much knowledge and piercing intelligence suffice to make men good, then Bacon should have been honest, and Napoleon should have been just. Where the character is defective, intellect, no matter how high, fails to regulate rightly, because predominant desires falsify its estimates. Nay, even a distinct foresight of evil consequences will not restrain when strong passions are at work. How else does it happen that men will get drunk, though they know drunkenness will entail on them suffering and disgrace, and, as with the poor, even starvation? How else is it that medical students who know the diseases brought on by dissolute living better than other young men are just as reckless and even more reckless? How else is it that the London thief, who has been at the treadmill a dozen times, will steal again as soon as he is at liberty? How else is it that people who have all their lives long been taught Christianity will not behave as Christians, though they believe that dire penalties are entailed by behaving otherwise? It is indeed strange that, with the facts of daily life before them in the street, in the counting house, and in the family, thinking men should still expect education to cure crime. If armies of teachers, regarded with a certain superstitious reverence, have been unable to purify society in all these 18 centuries, it is hardly likely that other armies of teachers, not so regarded, will be able to do it. If natural persuasion, backed by supernatural authority, will not induce men to do as they would be done by, it is hardly likely that natural persuasion alone will induce them. If hopes of eternal happiness and terrors of eternal damnation fail to make human beings virtuous, it is hardly likely that the commendations and reproofs of the schoolmaster will succeed. There is, in fact, a quite sufficient reason for failure, no less a reason than the impossibility of the task. The expectation that crime may presently be cured, whether by state education or the silent system or the separate system or any other system, is one of those utopianisms fallen into by people who pride themselves on being practical. Crime is incurable save by that gradual process of adaptation to the social state which humanity is undergoing. Crime is the continual breaking out of the old unadapted nature, the index of a character unfitted to its conditions, and only as fast as the unfitness diminishes can crime diminish. To hope for some prompt method of putting down crime is in reality to hope for some prompt method of putting down all evils, laws, governments, taxation, poverty, caste, and the rest. For they and crime have the same root. Reforming men's conduct without reforming their natures is impossible, and to expect that their natures may be reformed otherwise than by the forces which are slowly civilizing us is visionary. Schemes of discipline or culture are of use only in proportion as they organically alter the national character, and the extent to which they do this is by no means great. It is not by humanly devised agencies, good as these may be in their way, but it is by the never-ceasing action of circumstances upon men, by the constant pressure of their new conditions upon them, that the required change is mainly effected. Meanwhile, it may be remarked that whatever moral benefit can be effected by education must be effected by an education which is emotional rather than perceptive. If, in place of making a child understand that this thing is right and the other wrong, you make it feel that they are so, if you make virtue loved and vice loathed, if you arouse a noble desire and make torpid an inferior one, if you bring into life a previously dormant sentiment, if you cause a sympathetic impulse to get the better of one that is selfish, if, in short, you produce a state of mind to which proper behavior is natural, spontaneous, instinctive, you do some good. But no drilling in catechisms, no teaching of moral codes can effect this. Only by repeatedly awakening the appropriate emotions can character be changed. Mere ideas received by the intellect, meeting no response from within, having no roots there, are quite inoperative upon conduct, and are quickly forgotten upon entering into life. Perhaps it will be said that a discipline like this, now described as the only efficient one, might be undertaken by the state. No doubt it might, but from all legislative attempts at emotional education may Heaven defend us. 10. Yet another objection remains. Just as we found on close examination that by poor laws a government cannot really cure distress, but can only shift it from one section of the community to another, so, astounding as the assertion looks, we shall find that a government cannot, in fact, educate at all, but can only educate some by uneducating others. If, before agitating the matter, men had taken the precaution to define education, they would probably have seen that the state can afford no true help in the matter. But having unfortunately neglected to do this, they have confined their attention solely to the education given at school, and have forgotten to inquire how their plans bear upon the education which commences when school days end. It is not indeed that they do not know this discipline of daily duty to be valuable, more valuable in fact than the discipline of the teacher. You may often hear them remark as much, but with the eagerness usual amongst schemers, they are so absorbed in studying the action of their proposed mechanism as to overlook its reaction. Now, of all qualities, which is the one men most need? To the absence of what quality are popular distresses mainly attributable? What is the quality in which the improvident masses are so deficient? Self-restraint, the ability to sacrifice a small present gratification for a prospective great one. A labourer endowed with due self-restraint would never spend his Saturday night's wages at the public house. Had he enough self-restraint, the artisan would not live up to his income during prosperous times and leave the future unprovided for. More self-restraint would prevent imprudent marriages and the growth of a pauper population. And were there no drunkenness, no extravagance, no reckless multiplication, social miseries would be trivial. Consider next how the power of self-restraint is to be increased. By a sharp experience alone can anything be done. Those in whom this faculty needs drawing out, educating, must be left to the discipline of nature, and allowed to bear the pains attendant on their defective character. The only cure for imprudence is the suffering which imprudence entails. Nothing but bringing him face to face with stern necessity, and letting him feel how unbending, how unpitying are her laws, can improve the man of ill-governed desires. As already shown, all interposing between humanity and the conditions of its existence, cushioning off consequences by poor laws or the like, serves but to neutralize the remedy and prolong the evil. Let us never forget that the law is adaptation to circumstances, be they what they may, and if, rather than allow men to come in contact with the real circumstances of their position, we place them in artificial, in false circumstances, they will adapt themselves to these instead, and will in the end have to undergo the miseries of a readaptation to the real ones. Of all incentives to self-restraint, perhaps none is so strong as the sense of parental responsibility, and if so, to diminish that sense is to use the most effectual means of preventing self-restraint from being developed. We have ample proof of this in the encouragement of improvident marriages by a poor law, and the effect which a poor law produces by relieving men from the final responsibility of maintaining their children must be produced in a smaller degree by taking away the responsibility of educating their children. The more the state undertakes to do for his family, the more are the expenses of the married man reduced at the cost of the unmarried man, and the greater becomes the temptation to marry. Let not any think that the offer of apparently gratuitous instruction for his offspring would be of no weight with the working man deliberating on the propriety of taking a wife. Whoever has watched the freaks which strong passion plays in the councils of the intellect has marked how it will bully into silence the weaker feelings that oppose it, how it will treat slightingly the most conclusive adverse evidence, whilst in urging the goodness of its own cause, trifles light as air are confirmations strong as proofs of Holy Writ. Whoever has marked this can hardly doubt that, in the deliberations of such an one, the prospect of public training for children would in no small degree affect the decision. Nay, indeed, it would afford a positive reason for giving way to his desires. Just as a man at an expensive dinner will eat more than he knows is good for him, on the principle of having his money's worth, so would the artisan find one excuse for marrying in the fact that unless he did so he would be paying education rates for nothing. Nor is it only thus that a state education would encourage men to obey present impulses. An influence unfavorable to the increase of self-control would be exercised by it throughout the whole of parental life. That powerful restraint which the anxiety to give children schooling now imposes upon the improvident tendencies of the poor would be removed. Many a man who, as things are, can but just keep the mastery over some vicious or extravagant propensity, and whose most efficient curb is the thought that if he gives way it must be at the sacrifice of that book learning which he is ambitious to give his family, would fall, were this curb weakened, would not only cease to improve in power of self-control as he is now doing, but would probably retrograde and bequeath his offspring to a lower instead of a higher phase of civilization. Hence, as was said, a government can educate in one direction only by uneducating in another, can confer knowledge only at the expense of character. It retards the development of a quality universally needed, one in the absence of which poverty and recklessness and crime must ever continue, and all that it may give a smattering of information. What a contrast is there between these futile contrivances of men and the admirable silent working mechanisms of nature. Nature, with a perfect economy, turns all forces to account. She makes action and reaction alike useful. This strong affection for progeny becomes in her hands the agent of a double culture, at once to fashion parent and child into the desired form. And beautiful is it to see how the most powerful of instincts is made the means of holding men under a discipline to which perhaps nothing else could make them submit. Yet this skilfully devised arrangement statesmen propose to dislocate, confidently opining that their own patent apparatus will answer a great deal better. 11. Thus, in the present, as in other cases, we find the dictate of the abstract law enforced by secondary considerations. The alleged right to education at the hands of the state proves to be untenable. First, as logically committing its supporters to other claims too absurd for consideration, and again as being incapable of definition. Moreover, could the claim be established, it would imply the duty of government despotically to enforce its system of discipline, and the duty of the subject to submit. That education ought not to be dealt in after the same manner as other things, because in its case the interest and judgment of the consumer are not sufficient security for the goodness of the commodity, is a plea with most suspicious antecedents, having been many times employed in other instances and many times disproved. Neither is the implied assumption that the interest and judgment of a government would constitute a sufficient security admissible. On the contrary, experience proves that the interests of a government and of all the institutions it may set up are directly opposed to education of the most important kind. Again, to say that legislative teaching is needful because other teaching has failed presupposes a pitiably narrow view of human progress, and further involves the strange skepticism that, though natural agencies have brought the enlightenment of mankind to its present height, and are even now increasing it at an unparalleled rate, they will no longer answer. The belief that education is a preventive of crime, having no foundation either in theory or fact, cannot be held an excuse for interference. And to crown all, it turns out that the institution so much longed for is a mere dead machine, which can only give out in one form the power it absorbs in another, minus the friction, a thing which cannot stir towards effecting this kind of education without abstracting the force now accomplishing that, a thing, therefore, which cannot educate at all. End of chapter 26, part 2.
Chapter 27 of Social Statics by Herbert Spencer. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Recording by THBosc. Social Statics, or the conditions essential to human happiness specified, and the first of them developed. By Herbert Spencer. Chapter 27. Government Colonization. Section 1. A colony being a community, to ask whether it is right for the state to found and govern colonies is practically to ask whether it is right for one community to found and govern other communities. And this question, not being one in which the relationships of a society to its own authorities are alone involved, but being one into which there enter the interests of parties external to such society, is in some measure removed out of the class of questions hitherto considered. Nevertheless, our directing principle affords satisfactory guidance in this case as well as in the others. That a government cannot undertake to administer the affairs of a colony, and to support for it a judicial staff, a constabulary, a garrison, and so forth, without trespassing against the parent society, scarcely needs pointing out. Any expenditure for these purposes, be it like our own some 3.5 million sterling a year, or but a few thousands, involves a breach of state duty. The taking from men property beyond what is needful for the better securing of their rights, we have seen to be an infringement of their rights. Colonial expenditure cannot be met without property being so taken. Colonial expenditure is therefore unjustifiable. An objector might indeed allege that by maintaining in a settlement or subordinate legislature, the parent legislature does but discharge towards the settlers its original office of protector, and that the settlers have a claim to protection at its hands. But the duty of a society towards itself, that is, of a government towards its subjects, will not permit the assumption of such a responsibility. For as it is the function of a government to administer the law of equal freedom, it cannot, without reversing its function, tax one portion of its subjects at a higher rate than is needful to protect them, that it may give protection to another portion below prime cost, and to guard those who emigrate at the expense of those who remain, is to do this. Manifestly, the guardianship which a nation in its corporate capacity extends to each of its members is limited by conditions. The citizen must defray his share of the expenses, must agree to perform certain political duties, and must reside within specified geographical boundaries. If he prefers to go elsewhere, it may be presumed that he has duly considered, on the one hand, the benefits promised by his contemplated emigration, and on the other, the evils attending loss of citizenship, and that the prospective advantages of a change preponderate. At any rate, he cannot show that, by refusing to send out officers to antipodes to take care of him, society violates a recognized or implied contract. Moreover, colonial government, properly so called, cannot be carried on without transgressing the right of the colonists. For if, as generally happens, the colonists are dictated to by authorities sent out from the mother country, then the law of equal freedom is broken in their persons as much as by any other kind of autocratic rule. If again they are allowed to administer their own affairs, the parent state retaining only a veto power, there is still injustice in the assumption of greater freedom by the members of the old community than is conceded to those of the new one. And if the new community is as completely self-governed as the old one, then, politically speaking, it is not a colony at all, but a separate nation. In one way, however, legislative union between a parent state and its colonies may be maintained without breach of the law, namely by making them integral parts of one empire, severally represented in a united assembly commissioned to govern the whole. But theoretically, just as such an arrangement may be, and even carried out though it is by France, it is still too palpably impolitic for serious consideration. To propose that, whilst the English joined in legislating for the people of Australia, of the Cape, of New Zealand, of Canada, of Jamaica, and of the rest, these should in turn legislate for the English and for each other, is much like proposing that the butcher should superintend the classification of the draper's goods, the draper draw up a tariff of prices for the grocer, and the grocer instruct the baker in making bread. Hence, the political union of a parent state with a colony is inadmissible, seeing that, as usually maintained, such union necessarily infringes the rights of the members of both communities, and seeing that it cannot be made just without at the same time being made absurdly unfit. Section 2. It was exceedingly cool, of Pope Alexander VI to parcel out the unknown countries of the earth between the Spaniards and the Portuguese, granting to Spain all discovered and undiscovered heathen lands lying west of a certain meridian drawn through the Atlantic, and to Portugal those lying east of it. Queen Elizabeth, too, was somewhat cool when she empowered Sir Humphrey Gilbert to discover and take possession of remote and heathen countries, and to exercise rights, royalties, and jurisdiction in such countries and seas adjoining. Nor did Charles II show less coolness, when he gave to Winthrop, Mason, and others power to kill, slay, and destroy, by all fitting ways, enterprises, and means whatsoever, all and every such person or persons as shall at any time hereafter attempt or enterprise the destruction, invasion, detriment, or annoyance of the inhabitants of the proposed plantation of Connecticut. Indeed, all colonizing expeditions down to those of our own day, with its American annexations, its French occupations of Algiers and Tahiti, and its British conquests of Sind and the Punjab, have borne a very repulsive likeness to the doings of buccaneers. As usual, however, these unscrupulous acts have brought deserved retributions. Insatiate greediness, a mere blind impulse to clutch whatever lies within reach, has generated very erroneous beliefs, and betrayed nations into most disastrous deeds. Men are rich in proportion to their acres, argued politicians. An increase of estate is manifestly equivalent to an increase of wealth. What, then, can be clearer than the acquirement of new territory must be a national advantage? So misled by the analogy, and spurred on by acquisitiveness, we have continued to seize province after province in utter disregard of the losses uniformly entailed by them. In fact, it has been inconceivable that they do entail losses. That the addition of anything must enrich seems so self-evident a truth, that it has never struck men to ask what happens when the thing added is a minus quantity. And even now, though doubt is beginning to dawn upon the public mind, the instinctive desire to keep hold is too strong to permit a change of policy. Our predicament is like that of the monkey in the fable, who, putting his hand into a jar of fruit, grasps so large a quantity that he cannot get his hand out again, and is obliged to drag the jar about with him, never thinking to let go what he has seized. When we shall attain to something more than the ape's wisdom remains to be seen. Happily, the old piratical spirit is on the decline. A conquest is no longer gloried in as a national aggrandizement. Our last Indian annexation was lamented as an unfortunate necessity. Experience is fast teaching us that distant dependencies are burdens and not acquisitions. And thus, this earliest motive for state colonization, the craving for wider possessions, will very soon be destroyed by the conviction that territorial aggression is as impolitic as it is unjust. Section 3. Whilst the mere propensity to thieve, commonly known under some grandiloquent alias, disguised by glittering falsehoods and made sublime in men's eyes by the largeness of its aims, has been the real prompter of colonizing invasions, from those of Cortez and Pizarro downwards, the ostensible purpose of them has been either the spread of religion or the extension of commerce. In modern days, the latter excuse has been the favorite one. To obtain more markets, this is what people have said aloud to each other, was the object aimed at. And though second to the widening of the empire, it has been to the compassing of this object that colonial legislation has been mainly directed. Let us consider the worth of such legislation. Those holy men, of whom the Middle Ages were so prolific, seem to have delighted in exhibiting their supernatural powers on the most trifling occasions. It was a common feat with them, when engaged in church building, magically to lengthen a beam which the carpenter had made too short. Some were in the constant habit of calling down fire from heaven to light their candles. When at a loss where to deposit his habiliments, Saint Gore of Treves would transform a sunbeam into a hat peg. And it is related of Saint Columbanus that he wrought a miracle to keep the grubs from his cabbages. Now, although these examples of the use of vast means for the accomplishment of insignificant ends are not quite paralleled by the exertions of governments to secure colonial trade, the absurdity attaching to both differs only in degree. An expenditure of power ridiculously disproportionate to the occasion is their common characteristic. In the one case, as in the other, an unnatural agency is employed to effect what a natural agency would effect as well. Trade is a simple enough thing that will grow up wherever there is room for it. But according to statesmen, it must be created by a gigantic and costly machinery. That trade only is advantageous to a country which brings in return for what is directly and indirectly given a greater worth of commodities than could otherwise be obtained. But statesmen recognize no such limit to its benefits. Every new outlet for English goods, kept open at no matter what cost, they think valuable. Here is some scrubby little island or wild territory, unhealthy or barren or inclement or uninhabited even, which by right of discovery, conquest, or diplomatic maneuvering may be laid hands on. Possession is forthwith taken. A high salaried governor is appointed. Officials collect round him, then follow forts, garrisons, guardships. From these by and by come quarrels with neighboring peoples, incursions, war. And these again call for more defensive works, more force, more money. And to all protests against this reckless expenditure, the reply is, "Consider how it extends our commerce." If you grumble at the sinking of £800,000 in fortifying Gibraltar and Malta, at the outlay of £130,000 a year for the defense of the Ionian Islands, at the maintenance of 1,200 soldiers in such a good-for-nothing place as the Bermudas, at the garrisoning of St. Helena, Hong Kong, Heligoland, and the rest, you are told that all this is needful for the protection of our commerce. If you object to the expenditure of £110,000 per annum on the government of Ceylon, it is thought a sufficient answer that Ceylon buys manufactures from us to the gross value of £240,000 yearly. Any criticisms you may pass upon the policy of retaining Canada at an annual cost of £800,000 are met by the fact that this amounts to only 30% upon the sum which the Canadians spend on our goods. Footnote. For those and other such facts, see Sir W. Molesworth's speeches delivered during the sessions of 1848 and 1849. Should you, under the fear that the East India Company's debt may some day be saddled upon the people of England, lament the outlay of £17,000,000 over the Afghan war, the sinking of £1,000,000 a year in Sind, and the swallowing up of untold treasure in the subjugation of the Punjab, there still comes the everlasting excuse of more trade. A Bornean jungle, the deserts of Caffraria, and the desolate hills of the Falkland Islands, all are occupied upon this plea. The most profuse expenditure is forgiven, if but followed by an insignificant demand for merchandise, even though such demand be but for the supply of a garrison's necessities, glass for barrack windows, starch for officers' shirts, and lump sugar for the governor's table, all of which you shall find carefully included in Board of Trade tables, and rejoiced over as constituting an increase in our exports. Section 4. But not only do we expend so much to gain so little, we absolutely expend it for nothing. Nay, indeed, in some cases to achieve a loss. All profitable trade with colonies will come without the outlay of a penny for colonial administration, must flow to us naturally, and whatever trade will not flow to us naturally is not profitable, but the reverse. If a given settlement deals solely with us, it does so from one of two causes. Either we make the articles its inhabitants consume at a lower rate than any other nation, or we oblige its inhabitants to buy those articles from us, though they might obtain them for less elsewhere. Manifestly, if we can undersell other producers, we should still exclusively supply its markets, were the settlement independent. If we cannot undersell them, it is equally certain that we are indirectly injuring ourselves and the settlers too. For as McCulloch says, each country has some natural or acquired capabilities that enable her to carry on certain branches of industry more advantageously than anyone else. But the fact of a country being undersold in the markets of her colonies shows conclusively that, instead of having any superiority, she labors under a disadvantage as compared with others, in the production of the peculiar articles in demand in them. And hence, in providing a forced market in the colonies for articles that we should not otherwise be able to dispose of, we really engage a portion of the capital and labor of the country in a less advantageous channel than that into which it would naturally have flowed. And if to the injury we do ourselves by manufacturing goods which we could more economically buy, is added the injury we suffer in pacifying the colonists by purchasing from them commodities obtainable on better terms elsewhere, we have before us the twofold loss which these much coveted monopolies entail. Thus are we again taught how worthy of all reverence are the injunctions of equity, and how universal is their applicability. Just that commercial intercourse with colonies which may be had without breaking these injunctions brings gain, whilst just that commercial intercourse which cannot be so had brings loss. Section 5. Passing from home interests to colonial interests, we still meet nothing but evil results. It is a prettily sounding expression, that of mother country protection, but a very delusive one. If we are to believe those who have known the thing rather than the name, there is but little of the maternal about it. In the Declaration of American Independence, we have a candid statement of experience on this point. Speaking of the king, the personification of the parent state, the settlers say, "He has obstructed the administration of justice by refusing his assent to laws for establishing judiciary powers. He has erected a multitude of new offices, and sent hither swarms of officers to harass our people and eat out their substance. He has kept among us in times of peace standing armies, without the consent of our legislatures. He has combined with others to subject us to a jurisdiction foreign to our Constitution and unacknowledged by our laws, giving his assent to their pretended acts of legislation, for quartering large bodies of armed troops among us, for protecting them by a mock trial from punishment for any murders which they should commit on the inhabitants of these states, for cutting off our trade with all parts of the world, for imposing taxes upon us without our consent, for depriving us in many cases of benefits of trial by jury, etc., etc., etc. Now, though tyrannies so atrocious as these do not commonly disgrace colonial legislation in the present day, we have but to glance over the newspapers published in our foreign possessions to see that the arbitrary rule of the colonial office is no blessing. Chronic irritation, varying in intensity from that of which petitions are symptomatic to that exhibited in open rebellions, is habitually present in these 46 scattered dependencies which statesmen have encumbered us with. 2 outbreaks in 15 years pretty plainly hint the feeling of the Canadas, a feeling still extant and growing, as recent events testify. Within the same period, the Cape Boers have revolted thrice, and we have just had a tumultuous agitation and a violent paper war about convicts. In the West Indies, there is universal discontent. Jamaica advices tell of stopped supplies and state machinery at a deadlock. Guiana sends like news. Here quarrels about retrenchment, there insurrectionary riots, and angers everywhere. The name of Ceylon calls to mind the insolence of a titled governor on the one side, and on the other the bitterness of insulted colonists. In the Australian settlements, criminal immigration has been the sore subject, whilst from New Zealand there comes protest against official despotism. All winds bring the same tale of a negligence caring for no expostulations, impertinence without end, blunderings, disputes, delays, corruption. Canadians complain of having been induced by proffered privilege to sink their capital in flour mills, which subsequent legislation made useless, with an ever-varying amount of protection. Sugar planters say they do not know what to be at. South Africa bears witness to a mismanagement that at one time makes enemies of the Griquas, and at another entails a Kaffir war. The emigrants of New Zealand lament over a seat of government absurdly chosen, money thrown away upon useless roads, and needful works left undone. South Australia is made bankrupt by its governor's extravagance. Lands are apportioned so as to barbarize the settlers by dispersion, and laborers are sent out in excess and left to beg. Our Chinese trade gets endangered by the insulting behavior of military officers to the natives, and the authorities of Labuan make their first settlement in a pestilential swamp. Nevertheless, these odd results of mother country protection need not surprise us, if we consider by whom the duties of maternity are discharged. dotted here and there over the earth at distances varying from 1,000 to 14,000 miles, and to and from some of which takes 3/4 of a year to send a question and get back an answer, are 46 communities, consisting of different races placed in different circumstances. And the affairs of these numerous far-removed communities, their commercial, social, political, and religious interests, are to be cared for by whom? By 6 functionaries and their 23 clerks, sitting at desks in Downing Street, being at the rate of 0.13 of a functionary and a half a clerk to each settlement. Is it not then sufficiently clear that this state colonization is as indefensible on the score of colonial welfare as on that of home interests? May we not reasonably doubt the propriety of people on one side of the earth being governed by officials on the other? Would not these transplanted societies probably manage their affairs better than we can do it for them? At any rate, our benevolent anxiety on their behalf may be at rest, should it turn out that they would willingly dispense with our superintendence. All that the most romantic generosity can require from us is the tender of our good offices, and should these be declined, our consciences may feel fully discharged of any assumed duty. Now, on polling the inhabitants of each colony on the question whether England should continue legislating for them or not, we should be pretty certain to get the answer that, were it the same thing to us, they would much rather legislate for themselves. Section 6. Great, however, as are the evils entailed by government colonization upon both parent state and settlers, they look insignificant when compared with those it inflicts upon the aborigines of the conquered countries. The people of Java believe that the souls of Europeans pass at death into the bodies of tigers, and it is related of a Hispaniolan chief that he hoped not to go to heaven when he heard that there would be Spaniards there. Significant facts these, darkly suggestive of many an unrecorded horror. But they hint nothing worse than history tells of. Whether we think of the extinct West Indies tribes, who were worked to death in mines, or of the Cape Hottentots, whose masters punished them by shooting small shot into their legs, or of those 9,000 Chinese whom the Dutch massacred one morning in Batavia, or of the Arabs, lately suffocated in the caves of Dabra by the French, we do but call to mind solitary examples of the treatment commonly received by subjugated races from so-called Christian nations. Should anyone flatter himself that we English are guiltless of such barbarities, he may soon be shamed by a narrative of our doings in the East. The Anglo-Indians of the last century, birds of prey and of passage, as they were styled by Burke, showed themselves only a shade less cruel than their prototypes of Peru and Mexico. Imagine how black must have been their deeds, when even the directors of the company admitted that the vast fortunes acquired in the inland trade have been obtained by a scene of the most tyrannical and oppressive conduct that was ever known in any age or country. Conceive the atrocious state of society described by Vansittart, who tells us that the English compelled the natives to buy or sell at just what rates they pleased, on pain of flogging or confinement. Judge to what a pass things must have come, when in describing a journey, Warren Hastings says, "Most of the petty towns and serais were deserted at our approach. A cold-blooded treachery was the established policy of the authorities. Princes were betrayed into war with each other, and one of them having been helped to overcome his antagonist was then himself dethroned for some alleged misdemeanor. Always some muddied stream was at hand as a pretext for official wolves. Dependent chiefs holding coveted lands were impoverished by exorbitant demands for tribute, and their ultimate inability to meet these demands was construed into a treasonable offense, punished by deposition. Even down to our own day, kindred iniquities are continued." Footnote. See Sir Alexander Burns's Dispatches. Down to our own day, too, are continued the grievous salt monopoly, and the pitiless taxation that wrings from the poor ryots nearly half the produce of the soil. Down to our own day continues the cunning despotism, which uses native soldiers to maintain and extend native subjugation. A despotism under which, not many years since, a regiment of sepoys was deliberately massacred for refusing to march without proper clothing. Down to our own day, the police authorities league with wealthy scamps, and allow the machinery of the law to be used for purposes of extortion. Down to our own day, so-called gentlemen will ride their elephants through the crops of impoverished peasants, and will supply themselves with provisions from the native villages without paying for them. And down to our own day, it is common with the people in the interior to run into the woods at sight of a European. No one can fail to see that these cruelties, these treacheries, these deeds of blood and rapine, for which European nations in general have to blush, are mainly due to the carrying on of colonization under state management, and with the help of state funds and state force. It is quite needless to point to the recent affair at Wairau in New Zealand, or to the Kaffir War, or to our perpetual aggressions in the East, or to colonial history at large in proof of this, for the fact is self-evident. A schoolboy, made overbearing by the consciousness that there is always a big brother to take his part, typifies the colonist, who sees in his mother country a bully ever ready to back and defend him. Unprotected emigrants, landing amongst a strange race, and feeling themselves the weaker party, are tolerably certain to behave well, and a community of them is likely to grow up in amicable relationship with the natives. But let these emigrants be followed by regiments of soldiers. Let them have a fort built, and cannons mounted. Let them feel that they have the upper hand, and they will no longer be the same men. A brutality will come out, which the discipline of civilized life had kept under, and not unfrequently they will prove more vicious than they even knew themselves to be. Various evil influences conspire with their own bad propensities. The military force guarding them has a strong motive to foment quarrels, for war promises prize money. To the civil employees, conquest holds out a prospect of more births and quicker promotion, a fact which must bias them in favor of it. Thus, an aggressive tendency is encouraged in all, a tendency which is sure to show itself in acts, and to betray the colonists into some of those atrocities that disgrace civilization. Section 7. As though to round off the argument more completely, history presents us with the proof that whilst government colonization is accompanied by endless miseries and abominations, colonization naturally carried on is free from these. Notwithstanding the misconduct he is accused of, to William Penn belongs the honor of having shown men that the kindness, justice, and truth of its inhabitants are better safeguards to a colony than troops and fortifications and the bravery of governors. In all points, Pennsylvania illustrates the equitable, as contrasted with the inequitable, mode of colonizing. It was founded not by the state, but by private individuals. It needed no mother country protection, for it committed no breaches of the moral law. Its treaty with the Indians, described as the only one ever concluded which was not ratified by an oath, and the only one that was never broken, served it in better stead than any garrison. For the 70 years during which the Quakers retained the chief power, it enjoyed an immunity from that border warfare, with its concomitant losses and fears and bloodshed, to which other settlements were subject. On the other hand, its people maintained a friendly and mutually beneficial intercourse with the natives, and, as a natural consequence of complete security, made unusually rapid progress in material prosperity. That a like policy would have been similarly advantageous in other cases may reasonably be inferred. No one can doubt, for instance, that had the East India Company been denied military aid and state-conferred privileges, both its own affairs and the affairs of Hindostan would have been in a far better condition than they are now. Insane longing for empire would never have burdened the company with the enormous debt which at present paralyzes it. The energy that has been expended in aggressive wars would have been employed in developing the resources of the country. Unenervated by monopolies, trade would have been much more successful. The native rulers, influenced by a superior race on friendly terms with them, would have facilitated improvements. And we should not have seen, as now, rivers unnavigated, roads not bridged or metalled, and the proved capabilities of the soil neglected. Private enterprise would long ago have opened up these sources of wealth, as in fact it is at length doing, in spite of the discouragements thrown in its way by conquest-loving authorities. And had the settlers thus turned their attention wholly to the development of commerce, and conducted themselves peaceably, as their defenseless state would have compelled them to do, England would have been better supplied with raw materials, the markets for her goods would have enlarged, and something appreciable towards the civilization of the East would have been accomplished. Section 8. In many ways, then, does experience enforce the verdict pronounced by the law of state duty against state colonization. It turns out that extension of empire is not synonymous with increase of wealth, but that, on the contrary, aggressions bred of the desire for territorial gain entail loss. The notion that we secure commercial benefits by legislative connection with colonies is a proved delusion. At best, we throw away the whole sum which colonial government costs us, whilst we may, and often do, incur further loss by establishing an artificial trade. The plea for protection to the settlers must be abandoned, seeing that this so-called protection is in practice oppression, and seeing that the settlers, from whose judgment on the matter there is no appeal, hint very plainly their wish to dispense with it. As for the aborigines, it is manifest that the cruelties inflicted on them have been mainly due to the backing of emigrants by the parent state. And lastly, we have conclusive proof, not only that voluntary colonization is practicable, but that it is free from those many evils attendant upon colonization managed by a government. End of chapter 27.
Chapter 28, Part 1 of Social Statics by Herbert Spencer. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Social statics, or the condition essential to human happiness, specified, and the first of them developed. By Herbert Spencer. Sanitary Supervision, Part 1. The current ideas respecting legislative interference in sanitary matters do not seem to have taken the form of a definite theory. The Eastern Medical Association of Scotland does indeed hold that it is the duty of the state to adopt measures for protecting the health as well as the property of its subjects, and the Times lately asserted that the Privy Council is chargeable with the health of the empire. But no considerable political party has adopted either of these dogmas by way of a distinct confession of faith. Nevertheless, the opinions that widely prevail on questions of sewage, water supply, ventilation, and the like, fully commit their advocates to the belief these dogmas embody. That it comes within the proper sphere of government to repress nuisances is evident. He who contaminates the atmosphere breathed by his neighbor is infringing his neighbor's rights. Men having equal claims to the free use of the elements, having faculties which need this free use of the elements for their due exercise, and having that exercise more or less limited by whatever makes the elements more or less unusable, are obviously trespassed against by any one who unnecessarily vitiates the elements and renders them detrimental to health or disagreeable to the senses. And in the discharge of its function as protector, a government is obviously called upon to afford redress to those so trespassed against. Beyond this, however, it cannot lawfully go. As already shown in several kindred cases, for a government to take from a citizen more property than is needful for the efficient defense of that citizen's rights is to infringe his rights, is consequently to do the opposite of what it, the government, is commissioned to do for him, or in other words, is to do wrong. And hence all taxation for sanitary superintendence coming, as it does within this category, must be condemned. 2. This theory, of which boards of health and the like are embodiments, is not only inconsistent with our definition of state duty, but is further open to strictures similar to and equally fatal with those made in analogous cases. If by saying that it is the duty of the state to adopt measures for protecting the health of its subjects, it is meant, as it is meant by the majority of the medical profession, that the state should interpose between quacks and those who patronize them, or between the druggist and the artisan who wants a remedy for his cold, if it is meant that to guard people against empirical treatment, the state should forbid all unlicensed persons from prescribing, then the reply is that to do so is directly to violate the moral law. Men's rights are infringed by these as much as by all other trade interferences. The invalid is at liberty to buy medicine and advice from whomsoever he pleases. The unlicensed practitioner is at liberty to sell these to whomsoever will buy. On no pretext whatever can a barrier be set up between them without the law of equal freedom being broken, and least of all may the government, whose office it is to uphold that law, become a transgressor of it. Moreover, this doctrine, that it is the duty of the state to protect the health of its subjects, cannot be established for the same reason that its kindred doctrines cannot, namely, the impossibility of saying how far the alleged duty shall be carried out. Health depends upon the fulfillment of numerous conditions, can be protected only by ensuring that fulfillment. If, therefore, it is the duty of the state to protect the health of its subjects, it is its duty to see that all the conditions of health are fulfilled by them. Shall this duty be consistently discharged? If so, the legislature must enact a national dietary, prescribe so many meals a day for each individual, fix the quantities and qualities of food, both for men and women, state the proportion of fluids, when to be taken and of what kind, specify the amount of exercise and define its character, describe the clothing to be employed, determine the hours of sleep, allowing for the difference of age and sex, and so on with all other particulars necessary to complete a perfect synopsis for the daily guidance of the nation. And to enforce these regulations it must employ a sufficiency of duly qualified officials empowered to direct every one's domestic arrangements. If, on the other hand, a universal supervision of private conduct is not meant, then there comes the question, where, between this and no supervision at all, lies the boundary up to which supervision is a duty, to which question no answer can be given. 3. There is a manifest analogy between committing to government guardianship the physical health of the people and committing to it their moral health. The two proceedings are equally reasonable, may be defended by similar arguments, and must stand or fall together. If the welfare of men's souls can be fitly dealt with by acts of Parliament, why then the welfare of their bodies can be fitly dealt with likewise. He who thinks the state commissioned to administer spiritual remedies may consistently think that it should administer material ones. The disinfecting society from vice may naturally be quoted as a precedent for disinfecting it from pestilence. Purifying the haunts of men from noxious vapours may be held quite as legitimate as purifying their moral atmosphere. The fear that false doctrines may be instilled by unauthorized preachers has its analogue in the fear that unauthorized practitioners may give deleterious medicines or advice. And the persecutions once committed to prevent the one evil countenance the penalties used to put down the other. Contrariwise, the arguments employed by the dissenter to show that the moral sanity of the people is not a matter for state superintendents are applicable, with a slight change of terms, to their physical sanity also. Let no one think this analogy imaginary. The two notions are not only theoretically related, we have facts proving that they tend to embody themselves in similar institutions. There is an evident inclination on the part of the medical profession to get itself organized after the fashion of the clerisy. moved as are the projectors of a railway, who, while secretly hoping for salaries, persuade themselves and others that the proposed railway will be beneficial to the public; moved, as all men are under such circumstances, by 9 parts of self-interest, gilt over with 1 part of philanthropy, surgeons and physicians are vigorously striving to erect a medical establishment akin to our religious one. Little do the public at large know how actively professional publications are agitating for state-appointed overseers of the public health. Take up the Lancet, and you shall find articles written to show the necessity of making poor law medical officers independent of boards of guardians, by appointing them for life, holding them responsible only to central authority, and giving them handsome salaries from the consolidated fund. The Journal of Public Health proposes that every house, on becoming vacant, be examined by a competent person as to its being in a condition adapted for the safe dwelling in of the future tenants; and to this end would raise, by fees chargeable on the landlords, a revenue adequate to pay a sufficient staff of inspectors £400 or £500 a year each. A non-professional publication, echoing the appeal, says no reasonable man can doubt that if a proper system of ventilation were rendered imperative upon landlords, not only would the cholera and other epidemic diseases be checked, but the general standard of health would be raised. Whilst the Medical Times shows its leanings by announcing with marked approbation that the Ottoman Government has recently published a decree for the appointment of physicians to be paid by the state, who are bound to treat gratuitously all, both rich and poor, who shall demand advice. More or less distinctly expressed in these passages, there is an unmistakable wish to establish an organized, tax-supported class, charged with the health of men's bodies, as the clergy are charged with the health of their souls; and whoever has watched how institutions grow, how by little and little a very innocent-looking infancy unfolds into a formidable maturity, with vested interests, political influence, and a strong instinct of self-preservation, will see that the germs here peeping forth are quite capable, under favourable circumstances, of developing into such an organization. He will see further that favourable circumstances are not wanting, that the prevalence of unemployed professional men, with whom these proposals for sanitary inspectors and public surgeons mostly originate, is likely to continue, and that continuing it will tend to multiply the offices it has created, much in the same way that the superabundance of clergy multiplies churches. He will even anticipate that, as the spread of education is certain to render the pressure upon the intellectual labour market still more intense than it now is, there will by and by be a yet greater stimulus to the manufacture of births, a yet greater tendency on the part of all who want genteel occupations for their sons to countenance this manufacture, and therefore a yet greater danger of the growth of a medical establishment. 4. The most specious excuse for not extending to medical advice the principles of free trade is the same as that given for not leaving education to be diffused under them, namely, that the judgment of the consumer is not a sufficient guarantee for the goodness of the commodity. The intolerance shown by orthodox surgeons and physicians towards unordained followers of their calling is to be understood as arising from a desire to defend the public against quackery. Ignorant people say they cannot distinguish good treatment from bad, or skilful advisers from unskilful ones. Hence it is needful that the choice should be made for them. And then, following in the track of priesthoods, for whose persecutions a similar defence has always been set up, they agitate for more stringent regulations against unlicensed practitioners, and descant upon the dangers to which men are exposed by an unrestricted system. Hear Mr. Wackley. Speaking of a recently revived law relating to chemists and druggists, he says, "It must have the effect of checking, to a vast extent, that frightful evil called counter-practice, exercised by unqualified persons, which has so long been a disgrace to the operation of the laws relating to medicine in this country, and which doubtless has been attended with a dreadful sacrifice of human life." Lancet, September 11, 1841. And again, "There is not a chemist and druggist in the empire who would refuse to prescribe in his own shop in medical cases, or who would hesitate day by day to prescribe simple remedies for the ailments of infants and children." We had previously considered the evil to be of enormous magnitude, but it is quite clear that we had underestimated the extent of the danger to which the public are exposed. Lancet, October 16, 1841. Any one may discern through these ludicrous exaggerations much more of the partisan than of the philanthropist. But let that pass; and without dwelling upon the fact that it is strange a dreadful sacrifice of human life should not have drawn the attention of the people themselves to this frightful evil, without doing more than glance at the further fact that nothing is said of those benefits conferred by counter-practice, which would at least form a considerable set-off against this evil of enormous magnitude, let it be conceded that very many of the poorer classes are injured by druggists' prescriptions and quack medicines. The allegation having been thus, for argument's sake, admitted in full, let us now consider whether it constitutes a sufficient plea for legal interference. Inconvenience, suffering, and death are the penalties attached by nature to ignorance, as well as to incompetence, are also the means of remedying these. And whoso thinks he can mend matters by dissociating ignorance and its penalties, lays claim to more than divine wisdom and more than divine benevolence. If there seems harshness in those ordinations of things, which with unfaltering firmness punish every breach of law, if there seems harshness in those ordinations of things which visit a slip of the foot with a broken limb, which send lingering agonies to follow the inadvertent swallowing of a noxious herb, which go on quietly age after age, giving fevers and agues to dwellers in marshes, and which now and then sweep away by pestilence tens of thousands of unhealthy livers, if there seems harshness in such ordinations, be sure it is apparent only, and not real. Partly by weeding out those of lowest development, and partly by subjecting those who remain to the never-ceasing discipline of experience, nature secures the growth of a race who shall both understand the conditions of existence and be able to act up to them. It is impossible in any degree to suspend this discipline by stepping in between ignorance and its consequences, without, to a corresponding degree, suspending the progress. If to be ignorant were as safe as to be wise, no one would become wise, and all measures which tend to put ignorance upon a par with wisdom inevitably check the growth of wisdom. Acts of Parliament to save silly people from the evils which putting faith in empirics may entail upon them, do this, and are therefore bad. Unpitying as it looks, it is best to let the foolish man suffer the appointed penalty of his foolishness. For the pain, he must bear it as well as he can. For the experience, he must treasure it up, and act more rationally in future. To others, as well as to himself, will his case be a warning, and by multiplication of such warnings there cannot fail to be generated in all men a caution corresponding to the danger to be shunned. Are there any who desire to facilitate the process? Let them dispel error, and provided they do this in a legitimate way, the faster they do it the better. but to guard ignorant men against the evils of their ignorance, to divorce a cause and consequence which God has joined together, to render needless the intellect put into us for our guidance, to unhinge what is in fact the very mechanism of existence, must necessarily entail nothing but disasters. Who, indeed, after pulling off the coloured glasses of prejudice and thrusting out of sight his pet projects, can help seeing the folly of these endeavours to protect men against themselves? A sad population of imbeciles would our schemers fill the world with, could their plans last. A sorry kind of human constitution would they make for us, a constitution lacking the power to uphold itself, and requiring to be kept alive by superintendence from without, a constitution continually going wrong, and needing to be set right again, a constitution even tending to self-destruction. Why, the whole effort of nature is to get rid of such, to clear the world of them, and make room for better. Nature demands that every being shall be self-sufficing. All that are not so, nature is perpetually withdrawing by death. Intelligence sufficient to avoid danger, power enough to fulfill every condition, ability to cope with the necessities of existence. These are qualifications invariably insisted on. Mark how the diseased are dealt with. Consumptive patients with lungs incompetent to perform the duties of lungs, people with assimilative organs that will not take up enough nutriment, people with defective hearts that break down under excitement of the circulation, people with any constitutional flaw preventing the due fulfillment of the conditions of life, are continually dying out and leaving behind those fit for the climate, food, and habits to which they are born. Even the less imperfectly organized, who under ordinary circumstances can manage to live with comfort, are still the first to be carried off by epidemics. And only such as are robust enough to resist these, that is, only such as are tolerably well adapted to both the usual and incidental necessities of existence, remain. And thus is the race kept free from vitiation. Of course, this statement is in substance a truism, for no other arrangement of things is conceivable. But it is a truism to which most men pay little regard, and if they commonly overlook its application to body, still less do they note its bearing upon mind. Yet it is equally true here. Nature just as much insists on fitness between mental character and circumstances as between physical character and circumstances, and radical defects are as much causes of death in the one case as in the other. He on whom his own stupidity or vice or idleness entails loss of life must, in the generalizations of philosophy, be classed with the victims of weak viscera or malformed limbs. In his case, as in the others, there exists a fatal non-adaptation, and it matters not in the abstract whether it be a moral, an intellectual, or a corporeal one. Beings thus imperfect are nature's failures, and are recalled by her laws when found to be such. Along with the rest, they are put upon trial. If they are sufficiently complete to live, they do live, and it is well they should live. If they are not sufficiently complete to live, they die, and it is best they should die. Whether the incompleteness be in strength, or agility, or perception, or foresight, or self-control, is not heeded in the rigorous proof they are put to. But if any faculty is unusually deficient, the probabilities are that, in the long run, some disastrous, or in the worst cases, fatal result will follow. And however irregular the action of this law may appear, however it may seem that much chaff is left behind which should be winnowed out, and that much grain is taken away which should be left behind, yet due consideration must satisfy every one that the average effect is to purify society from those who are in some respect or other essentially faulty. Of course, insofar as the severity of this process is mitigated by the spontaneous sympathy of men for each other, it is proper that it should be mitigated, albeit there is unquestionably harm done when sympathy is shown, without any regard to ultimate results. But the drawbacks hence arising are nothing like commensurate with the benefits otherwise conferred. Only when this sympathy prompts to a breach of equity, only when it originates an interference forbidden by the law of equal freedom, only when by so doing it suspends in some particular department of life the relationship between constitution and conditions, does it work pure evil. Then, however, it defeats its own end. Instead of diminishing suffering, it eventually increases it. It favors the multiplication of those worst fitted for existence, and by consequence hinders the multiplication of those best fitted for existence, leaving, as it does, less room for them. It tends to fill the world with those to whom life will bring most pain, and tends to keep out of it those to whom life will bring most pleasure. It inflicts positive misery and prevents positive happiness. 5. Turning now to consider these impatiently agitated schemes for improving our sanitary condition by Act of Parliament, the first criticism to be passed upon them is that they are altogether needless, inasmuch as there are already efficient influences at work, gradually accomplishing every desideratum. Seeing, as do the philanthropic of our day, like the congenitally blind to whom sight has just been given, looking at things through the newly opened eyes of sympathy, they form very crude and very exaggerated notions of the evils to be dealt with. Some, anxious for the enlightenment of their fellows, collect statistics exhibiting a lamentable amount of ignorance, publish these, and the lovers of their kind are startled. Others dive into the dens where poverty hides itself, and shock the world with descriptions of what they see. Others again gather together information respecting crime, and make the benevolent look grave by their disclosures. Whereupon, in their horror at these revelations, men keep thoughtlessly assuming that the evils have lately become greater, when in reality it is they who have become more observant of them. If few complaints have hitherto been heard about crime and ignorance and misery, it is not that in times past these were less widely spread, for the contrary is the fact, but it is that our forefathers were comparatively indifferent to them, thought little about them, and said little about them. Overlooking which circumstance, and forgetting that social evils have been undergoing a gradual amelioration, an amelioration likely to progress with increasing rapidity, many entertain a needless alarm lest fearful consequences should ensue if these evils are not immediately remedied, and a visionary hope that immediate remedy of them is possible. Such are the now prevalent feelings relative to sanitary reform. We have had a multitude of blue books, Board of Health reports, leading articles, pamphlets, and lectures descriptive of bad drainage, overflowing cesspools, festering graveyards, impure water, and the filthiness and humidity of low lodging houses. The facts thus published are thought to warrant, or rather to demand, legislative interference. It seems never to be asked whether any corrective process is going on. Although everyone knows that the rate of mortality has been gradually decreasing, and that the value of life is higher in England than elsewhere, although everyone knows that the cleanliness of our towns is greater now than ever before, and that our spontaneously grown sanitary arrangements are far better than those existing on the continent, where the stinks of Cologne, the uncovered drains of Paris, the watered tubs of Berlin, and the miserable footways of the German towns show what state management effects. Although everyone knows these things, yet is it perversely assumed that by state management only can the remaining impediments to public health be removed. Surely the causes which have brought the sewage, the paving and lighting, and the water supply of our towns to their present state have not suddenly ceased. Surely that amelioration which has been taking place in the condition of London for these 2 or 3 centuries may be expected to continue. Surely the public spirit, which has carried out so many urban improvements since the Municipal Corporations Act gave greater facilities, can carry out other improvements. Surely, if all that has been done towards making cities healthy has been done, not only without government aid, but in spite of government obstructions, in spite, that is, of the heavy expense of local acts of Parliament, we may reasonably suppose that what remains to be done can be done in the same way, especially if the obstructions are removed. One would have thought that less excuse for meddling existed now than ever. Now that so much has been effected, now that spontaneous advance is being made at an unparalleled rate, now that the laws of health are beginning to be generally studied, now that people are reforming their habits of living, now that the use of baths is spreading, now that temperance and ventilation and due exercise are getting thought about, to interfere now, of all times, is surely as rash and uncalled for a step as was ever taken. And then to think that in their hot haste to obtain by law healthier homes for the masses, men should not see that the natural process already commenced is the only process which can eventually succeed. The Metropolitan Association for Improving the Dwellings of the Laboring Classes is doing all that is possible in the matter. It is endeavoring to show that, under judicious management, the building of salubrious habitations for the poor becomes a profitable employment of capital. If it shows this, it will do all that needs to be done, for capital will quickly flow into investments offering good returns. If it does not show this, if after due trial it finds that these model lodging houses do not pay, and that better accommodation than the working people now have can be attained for them only by diminishing the interest on money sunk in building, then not all the Acts of Parliament that can be passed between now and doomsday will improve matters one jot. These plans for making good ventilation imperative, insisting upon water supply, and fixing the price for it, as Lord Morpeth's bill would have done, having emptied houses cleansed before reoccupation and charging the owners of them for inspection, these plans for coercing landlords into giving additional advantages for the same money are nothing but repetitions of the old proposal that the 3-hooped pot shall have 10 hoops, and are just as incapable of realization. The first result of an attempt to carry them out would be a diminution of the profits of house owners. The interest on capital invested in houses no longer being so high, capital would seek other investments. The building of houses would cease to keep pace with the growth of population. Hence would arise a gradual increase in the number of occupants to each house, and this change in the ratio of houses to people would continue until the demand for houses had raised the profits of the landlord to what they were, and until, by overcrowding, new sanitary evils had been produced to parallel the old ones. If by building in larger masses and to a greater height such an economy can be achieved in ground rent, the cost of outer walls and of roofing, as to give more accommodation at the same expense as now, which happily seems probable, then the fact only needs proving, and as before said, the competition of capital for investment will do all that can be done. But if not, the belief that legislative coercion can make things better is a fit companion to the belief that it can fix the price of bread and the rate of wages. Let those who are anxious to improve the health of the poor through the indirect machinery of law bring their zeal to bear directly upon the work to be done. Let them appeal to men's sympathies and again to their interests. Let them prove to people of property that the making of these reforms will pay. Let them show that the productive powers of the laborer will be increased by bettering his health, whilst the poor's rates will be diminished. Above all, let them demand the removal of those obstacles which existing legislation puts in the way of sanitary improvement. Their efforts thus directed will really promote progress, whereas their efforts as now directed are either needless or injurious. End of Section 32.